You are watching the vodka stream.
That's cute. I remember when I had my first beer.
What an idiot.
Fake laugh, hiding real pain.
Boop! What is happening, everybody? It is Friday. How's everybody doing, huh? How's it going? Welcome to the vodka stream. We made it. We made it again, guys. It is Friday. Thank God, man. Because I tell you what, this this week was just crazy, just absolutely batshit crazy, and not just with the news, but also like just with work and stuff like that. It's been kind of a frustrating week and everything, but I think we're all good now. We're all here, we're ready to go. Sit down, let's relax, pour yourself a drink. I'm going to pour myself, got the good old cucumber vodka. It's become my new favorite, the Kettle One cucumber vodka. It's healthy, guys. It's healthy. Getting my vitamin K now. But I'm gonna jazz it up. I'm gonna jazz it up today and make it a little spritzy. I'm gonna make it a little spritzy. There we go. You know, just add a little bit of LaCroix to it. So cheers, guys. I'm gonna stir it like my boompa used to do with this finger. I'm gonna do it boompa style. Mom, you know what I'm talking about. Cheers. Good times. All right. How's everybody doing? Let's see who's out there. How we doing today? All right. Let's see. Let's start from the top. Morbius. Way longer, 2 to 3 hours. I haven't heard anything, but you never know. You never know when it comes to this stuff. You really just never know. So what's going on, Mr. Eric? Good to see you. Share it. Do all the stuff. Yes, like you said, what's going on? Lord. The Lord is here. Mr. Fear Jason, always good to see you, bud. Late. Oh, geez. What do you got? You got somewhere to be? You got somewhere to be, huh? What's going on, Selena? We got Hal Jordan here. Yeah, that's right. We got good old Enosh coming on. I figured, you know what? I mean, obviously he pops in every now and again, but we haven't had a one-on-one since the first time he showed up on here. So let's catch up with Enosh. And apparently he smells. Well, luckily, you know, I don't have my Smellotron thing on, so I won't be able to get a whiff of his musk. What's going on, Mr. Eric Patterson? Good to see ya. And we got Jose right there. Happy Friday. Cheers. Yeah, we got Chuck here. We got Nighthawk. Yeah, I don't know why. I just was deciding to click like a bunch of drops as I started the show, and then I couldn't find the drop. I couldn't find my intro for the vodka stream, so you know, it was fitting. Anyways, good to see you, Steph. Let's see who else is here. There's Mama Film Junkie. Yay. Good to see you, Mom. Step Brothers. I think that was actually Wedding Crashers. That drop was Wedding Crashers, but was there an actual echo? I don't know. Maybe because, I don't know. That's weird. Interesting. Okay, let's see. Well, here we go. Yeah, that's right. Hit that like button. Hit that subscribe. Do all that stuff. Hit that stuff. Let's see. Makes you angry? That's no good. Yeah, that's right. Everybody saying hi to each other. Let's see. We got Captain Gator Girl here for the youngins here. Don't ever drink beer after drinking the hard stuff. You'll thank me. Yeah, but what is it? Don't drink beer after? I thought it was beer before liquor, never been sicker. Liquor before beer in the clear. I don't know what it is anymore. Who knows? Something like that. We're all different. What's going on, Mr. Dat Dude Vince? Good to see you. We got Chuck. Yes. Cheers to the weekend, of course. So it's good, Mr. ACS. Good to see you, bud. Hopefully you had a good stream earlier. Yeah. You got tequila and Vizzy. Yeah, okay. Interesting mix right there. What's going on, Jedi MILF? Yeah. See, there you go. Yeah, see, that's why I was like, you know, I got nothing to stir with. And good old Boompa, he used to stir with his finger when he poured his what was it, bourbon in water? Yeah. So figured I'd just show some Boompa representation right there. What's going on, Mr. Niner fan? Good to see you, buddy. All right, we got Mark, got JD. Good to see you. Drinking some gin. Almost vodka? Yeah, I still got to try the aviation gin. What is it? Ryan Reynolds aviation gin. So absolutely. I'm down. I'll be there for sure. Got Anthony here. Hey, Mr. William Powell. Good to see you, buddy. Always good to see you. All right, we got Andrew here. Everybody's here. All right, guys, we're here drinking some red wine. Is that what's happening? Yeah. Oh no, your rule's not never to. Yeah, that's a good rule to have. Mixing is bad. Always stick with one thing and then fit like a glass of water in between. You know, if you're gonna have one of those nights, fit some water in there. So it always helps. But thank everybody for joining in right now. Cheers to Friday. It's good stuff. But yeah, like I said, it's been a crazy week. Man. I tell you. Yeah, and yeah, we'll have a better geez. Last Friday that was a rough one. I mean, it feels like it was a month ago. It feels like it was so long ago just because of the craziness of this week, man. But I tell you what, I'm just like I'm worried. Okay, because now I see Tom Hardy trending on my on my Twitter page, and I'm like, please, for the love of God. But of course, I think everybody's just talking about Tom Hardy because Morbius just came out. But man, last week, if you guys caught it, of course, that's when Taylor Hawkins died. The Foo Fighters, drummer of the Foo Fighters, my favorite band, my favorite drummer. And man, it was rough. It was rough getting that news live. If you go back, you could watch that live. It went from celebrating BBS to basically celebrating Taylor Hawkins. So, but yeah, it's been a week of seeing all that stuff, people putting out their tributes, seeing everything that happened with the Foo Fighters arrived back in LA earlier this week. Saw some of those photos, which broke my heart. And yeah, so it was and I've been listening to on Spotify, you just type in "This is Taylor Hawkins" and it's just a mix of Foo Fighters and side projects all up and down. That's all I've been listening to this week. So again, cheers to Taylor Hawkins. May you rest in peace, man. So anyways, actually don't think we never even started celebrating beat. We never even did. It was about to get in there. Aaron came on and it was probably about 10 or 11 minutes in before that happened. So, yeah. So that's pretty much what happened. So what about Kirk Gibson? What happened to Kirk Gibson? Did he pass away? Please tell me that just didn't happen. Oh, Lord. What happened to Kirk Gibson, Mom? Jeez. Hey, got to hydrate. You got to hydrate also. Oh, I clicked the wrong thing. There you go. You got to hydrate. Anyways, all right. Let's go ahead and let's get the guest in here. All right, let's see. Point. Yeah, what happened? We still owe you some shots, Captain Gator Girl? Yes. Let's see. Put that in there. Joined the stream. What happened with Kirk Gibson? Yeah. Jeez. Leave the suspense right there. Okay, has joined the stream. Okay. Boop. All right, or not do that. Jeez. Okay. Anyways, baseball season starting soon, right? Or has it started? I don't know. Anyways, let's bring my guest in. He's popped in a few times, but I figure, you know what? It's been a little bit since we had like a little one-on-one. We talked on his channel a couple months ago, which was a lot of fun. And, let's just bring him back and catch up with Mr. Enosh. What is up, sir?
Please don't tell me something happened to Kirk Gibson.
I know, right? My mom was like, oh, no, Kirk Gibson. And yeah. And now I'm knowing what happened with Kirk Gibson. I don't see anything about Kirk Gibson at all.
Oh, my God. He's like one of my childhood heroes. Like,
I know, seriously. What happened, Mom? Like, I haven't seen. Well, luckily, Jose said he didn't see anything that happened with Kirk Gibson. Okay. Maybe she just got something. I don't know.
You're gonna scare me this week, dude, man.
I know, especially after this week. We don't need to have something happen with Kirk Gibson.
This week is insane, man.
It has been insane, but other than that, how you doing, sir?
I'm doing good, man. I'm doing good.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's been a crazy week. It's been, it's been one of those things, but yeah, man. Glad I know we were trying to get together the last 2 weeks and
Yeah.
just didn't happen. And I was going to pop in last week and
Yeah.
then stuff with the Foo Fighters and everything, man.
That's crazy.
But yeah, I'm glad to be here, man. It's
Yeah, I figured I was like, you know what? We haven't had a one-on-one since I was on your channel and we talked and everything. So,
yeah,
and
man.
I've noticed that, I mean, it's kind of funny because I don't even remember like when you when I can't remember how long ago it was. Feels, I mean, it was probably a year and a half ago, probably a while.
It's been
It was before 2 years.
yeah,
Probably.
2020. Yeah.
That's right. It was.
Yeah, it's been
because of the
been
whole
almost 2
Jody's
years.
Corner thing and the Ray Fisher thing. And all of a sudden it was like, hey, we got a new
Who's this
celebrity in the fandom right there. Who's this guy? And we had a great conversation. And ever since then, I mean, the channel. Look at the channel. I mean, I've been noticing that got a couple more people on there.
Yeah.
Recognizable people. And so what's going on?
So, so it was something that I've been thinking about for a while, and I know that a couple of other people have tried to do it, and that's cool and everything. So one of the things that
Speaking of this guy,
right
yeah,
here,
one of the guys that you have on your channel now,
right? No, the thing is that like I try to cover a lot of different things. I'm streaming most nights. I'm, my gosh, man, especially the last few months, it's like I'm just like on there every night and doing an overnight show and stuff. And I started doing that through the pandemic because I was up anyways, and I'm a night owl.
Just arthritis. He's got arthritis, which okay, we're good. Haven't heard anything. Okay, Mom, don't do that.
Please. Thank
you, Jesus. Had to give her drop. Had to get the mama drop right there. So
that's great. That's great.
Yeah. Anyways,
no, but by the way, I may have added a little something to my coffee tonight too. Just
there you go. Well, cheers, man. Cheers to Friday.
I was looking for the Baileys, and apparently, our Baileys was not good. So.
Been sitting there for a while.
And so well, I had bariatric surgery a few years ago, and so
yeah,
since then, like I don't when I do drink, I don't drink a lot, and so like it took me a long time to just drink those beers that were in the mother box thing that we got.
That's right. I was supposed to get one of those, and I never got one. I don't know what happened. Yeah, because the official Zack Snyder's Justice League Twitter handle, which was handling, I guess, some of that. And when I got brought on to do the whole fan premiere thing, I was talking with them, and then they asked me for my address and said, "Oh, we're going to send you a mother box." And I said, "Cool." And then I saw people getting them, and I never got mine. And I just was like, "All right, do I hit them up?" But I sent a message, didn't get a response. So I was like, all right, guess I'm not getting a mother box.
I'll be honest with you, the box itself is kind of the coolest thing about that thing.
It did look cool.
The box is sweet. I mean, it's in my living room. So I mean, the box is sweet. There were a couple other things like the beers that came with it. Like I finally drank the beers and they were decent, but I mean, they were a different kind of beer, just kind of that had been wrapped. The can had just been wrapped, and that's fine. I never ate my big belly burger because the seal apparently had been broken and they were moldy.
Oh, that's not good.
Yeah, the buns were moldy and stuff like that. And then I know Max, who I do stuff with every once in a while, he ate the fish stuff or whatever that came for the Aquaman stuff, and he got deathly ill.
Oh, that's not good.
Like, yeah, so I was like, nah, I'm not even going to try that. I'm good.
Freaking dark side, man. See, and the beer you drank, you're slowly turning into a parademon. So, just play,
Yes.
Well,
yeah. So
you start growing some wings. You might want to get that checked out.
Yeah. So I don't drink very often. When I do, it's very, very light. Because my body now absorbs stuff. Like literally, I can have like one drink and it's like, whoa, wow, okay, my body processes that completely differently now.
Yeah,
but I may have a little apple something here in my chocolate, a little chocolate apple coffee there. So
there's nothing wrong with that. So cheers, man. Cheers.
Mm-hmm.
So the channel.
So when I started my channel, it was just me and my family, and we didn't try to be a YouTube channel. We were just kind of hanging out and watching trailers and stuff like that. And then then the pandemic happened, and like I said, I was up all night anyways, and so I just started like even before I knew what StreamYard was or any kind of broadcaster or anything like that was, I was up all night. So I started doing a call-in thing using Zoom as an experimental thing, and I was like, oh my gosh, this worked. This is awesome. And what I noticed was I got in for the first time I was really getting in touch with people who were watching the channel on a more personal basis, because we'd always had people, we'd done live streams, but most of it, Dave, was just I'd set up my phone and we just look at the chat as it go by and we'd read that stuff, but it was never really talking to people. And that's the kind of person I am. I like talking to people. I like having conversations with people. I like bringing people in. That's just always been the type of person I am. Some people don't agree with it because I'm a YouTuber and they don't feel that like you should have those kind of,
it's ridiculous
friendships or whatever. And, like I get it. There comes a place where like sometimes with, your personal space and, you got to be able to do that. But I can draw the line when I see somebody, few years ago, before we even did anything like this, we had a stalker dude.
Really?
Oh yeah, man.
Wow.
It was a really interesting moment. This guy started off really nice. He lived out in LA. He sent us all kinds of stuff from movies and stuff. He actually kind of weird, Jim Carrey talking about retiring this week, but when the first Sonic movie came out, this guy was at the premiere and got Jim Carrey to sign this hat to Isaac.
No shit.
Yeah,
Wow.
man. And so it was super cool. And then the dude just got weird on us, and he would write these letters. He would send us these care packages. And thankfully, I mean, like, I didn't give him our address or anything, but like we'd get these care packages in and they'd have these letters, man, that sounded like they were manifestos.
Oh
They
my
were
God.
just, I mean, just like run on sentences. No periods. Like just like, and everything was talking about how it was from the heart. So it'd be like, like, I believe in true friendship from the heart. I believe that we should be like, everything we say and do should be absolutely from the heart and from the most, like, and it would just be like these weird things. It was like, okay, all right. He'd send us t-shirts and he'd send us pops and he'd send us, all this stuff. And he'd pop in, and all we knew was him on the chat. And yeah, and then eventually he did a couple of things. Like he wanted to befriend my kids on social media.
That's crossing a line.
Yeah, and I told the boys when the boys were old enough to be on social media, I said, look, you need to understand that we are now kind of in the public a little bit. And, whoever, if you don't want to befriend somebody, you never have to feel like you have to, And so my oldest, he had befriended the guy, cause he was 16. Isaac was like 16 at the time. And, but then this dude like started with like, well, I messaged, one of the kids and like, they didn't message me back. And I'm like, yeah, cause they're teenagers.
Yeah.
And it started off like that, right? And I was just like, it's like, well, then, then he got unfriended by one of them. He's like, well, I will have I'm not going to waste my time on friendships that won't go anywhere and stuff like that. I'm like, they're teenagers.
Yeah. What are you thinking here?
Yeah. Like, why are you getting upset because my teenager didn't answer you like right away because you wanted to quote unquote nerd out about stuff? You're a middle-aged man. And at first I felt bad for the guy because the guy had told us this story about how he had a 5-year-old son. He had a wife and they were both taken from him in a tragic accident. So I don't know if that played some into it,
Could be,
but it was very, very unfortunate. And I eventually just had to tell him, I'm like, look, man, you're going to have to back off. I'm like, or else we're just going to cut you out completely. And, he did for a while, but then it was like kind of threatening. It was like, well, then I'm not going to send them gifts. And I'm like, dude, you don't have to send anybody gifts. Nobody's asking you to send anybody anything. And it got kind of weird and stuff. And then all the kids ended up unfollowing him. And then I unfollowed him, and Tiffany just forgot because Tiffany like doesn't always do social media.
Yeah.
Like at least she didn't then. She didn't. Yeah. She does a little bit more now, but like then she was like rarely, especially like Facebook and stuff. Like she's barely on Facebook. And so all of a sudden one day he would type these weird cryptic things. And she posted something about a family member or something like that. And he posted this really weird GIF that made no sense whatsoever. And so I wasn't being a jerk or anything. I just put a question mark, like, what is that about?
Yeah.
Well, in the meantime, there was a young man who was like 15 who had befriended the channel, him and his buddy, and they were cool. They like, the kids, and my kids and stuff, and how they like nerd stuff and everything. And they were we were all part of this Star Wars group together. And apparently this guy had reached out to them, made this kid feel really uncomfortable about like not answering him right away and stuff. And this kid was smart. He went and got his parents involved right away. And I messaged that kid and I was like, you did the absolute right thing. And like, I talked to his parents. I'm like, listen, we don't know this guy. You need to know that right up front. You need to protect your kids and do whatever you need to do, So we did everything that we could as a channel to kind of make that known. But this guy got really pissed off and so he was mad at me. And when I put that question mark, he literally messaged me, dude, about telling me about how him and Tiffany were true friends of true hearts, and that I needed to back off and understand that they had something special of true friendship. What? And like, it wasn't even a romantic thing, Dave. It was like, it was just, we are true friends of true heart. And like, everything was like from the heart and stuff. And I messaged him and I said, I am messaging you long enough for you to be able to see this. And then you should know that you will be absolutely banned from all contact with my family.
Yeah.
You are not my wife's friend. Cause I'm like, Tiff, did you see this? She's like, no. And I'm like, yeah, this, right. He would send me business cards wanting me to call him.
What?
And like, yeah, oh yeah, dude. He like, cause he did like cosplay and stuff. And he would show me like all this really cool stuff, and it was really cool and everything. But my God, dude. Yeah. So I learned early on, like how to like judge people's characters and stuff like that. But
sure.
Yeah, but yeah, so but that was the thing, was like I love talking to people and just being personable with people.
But
and,
man, that's like, I mean, especially in the earlier days of that had to be like a kind of like, wait, should we continue on or something like that?
Yeah, it was. It really was. Like, how do we continue on? What do we do,
dude?
Here? But
I mean, like luckily I've never had anything like that. I mean, the only person who stalks me is Jose. I'm just saying, Jose. But I welcome his stalking. So
Jose's joking there, but it really was like a stand kind of situation. Like, dear Enosh, I wrote you, but you ain't calling, you ain't writing. Like, why didn't you call me? Like, I gave you my business card. You have mine. If you ever just want to, the thing was like, if you ever just want to nerd out, and I'm like, dude, we have lives, man. Like, we all work, we're all busy, and yeah.
So that's another thing I wanted to ask. When do you sleep? I like try to like, when I see you post your like when you're gonna have your streams, I'm like, Jesus Christ, like, when do you sleep?
Well, that was the thing, was during COVID, I've always been a night owl no matter what, and so I've always been up late. Like, I've always kind of run on just a few hours sleep, and that's just how I've always been. But so I started doing that, and then I kind of became known for doing the overnight streams, and so I just kind of kept that up, and then when we went back to work, when I was in the office every day, I just kind of did that, and so I take little naps here and there, like during the day, like earlier this evening we were watching TV and stuff, and I knew I was going to be on here, and so like I took like an hour nap from like 9 to 10, something like that, and so I catch little naps here and there, but yeah, I just I love to sleep. Once I'm asleep, that's the problem, is that like once I'm asleep,
you're done.
Out. Yeah, but yeah, I mean, usually I just everybody asks me that, like, when do you sleep? Are you a vampire? Like, what are you not telling us something?
With the movie that just came out,
right? Yeah. But yeah, no, I've just always been that way, and so like I sometimes I can go on for a while. I haven't been doing this to myself lately, but for a while I was going on like 3 hours sleep. There were some days where I got like an hour sleep.
No way.
Just because I would be up anyways. And so my whole thing was like, if I'm going to be up anyways, I'm the type of person, if I'm going to be up, I need to be productive.
Yeah.
And it was like, well, I could just sit around here watching TV shows and movies. And I did that for the first while, just like everybody else with the pandemic. I binged everything. And then I was like, well, let me do something productive. And that's what kind of opened up the channel, was I started doing stuff like that. I started talking to people, holding live streams, actually interacting with our viewers. And that helped the channel, but it also, I think, just kind of gave the channel for me a purpose, like that it wasn't just us just talking to a camera, that, and honestly, Dave, since then we've actually, I know I joke about that guy, but we've actually met some people who are now like really, really close friends because of that, because me is one of the first people that ever came on. They had never really dropped a comment much or anything before that. But when I did one of those first Zoom streams, so archaic, so proper, like Zoom. But when I did one of those first ones was I think he's been in your streams too, a guy named Cylon Scotty. And and so he's just a super nice guy. Him and Sophie, and we met them, and like they've been here now. When we did the whole thing with all the people who came here, and we watched Empire Strikes Back together, and we had a ton of people here, and we live streamed here with like the 4 nerds and all those guys, Anthony and all them people showed up. So they came too from Oregon, and cool. So we become really close friends with them. And so there's always some weird ones out there, but you know what, you just kind of be safe and kind of know where the lines are,
exactly. Yeah. I mean, I've had conversations where I kind of go, that was interesting. Maybe I should just walk away from that. But at the same time,
I'm sorry. Go ahead.
No, I was just saying, but like you said, you can meet some really great people, and that's what's so fun about it, is like, and develop some relationships and everything. I mean, that's what I like. I mean, what I like about live streaming and not just doing, because I thought about, I'm like, wait, am I live streaming too much? But then I went, well, I like my core audience who's always there, I said, my the Jose's and the Captain Gator girls and everybody Alakzu, all those guys, they're there, and it's just like we're having a conversation. Like when it's just one-on-one and I'm doing the show during the week, it's great. And then on Fridays, it's like, all right, let's just sit back and relax and let's all have a conversation. And, I know I don't pay attention as much to the chat when I have a panel on or a guest on. I apologize, guys. Sorry. But they all have fun, though.
He's with his friends.
I know. It's great. It's the cool kids. No, but it's great because I always hear and I always look and, especially my mom's in the super chat too. And, it's always just seems like it's a party going on in the chat, which I love. Yeah. And I'm glad that there's like that atmosphere that's, when it comes to
hangout, man.
Yeah.
That's look, all of my friends that I'm really close with live like over an hour away or more from me. Right. And so like, I've never had like that experience where like I come home from work and my next door neighbor's there. And like, I just, chat with my neighbor. I got good neighbors, don't get me wrong, but like they're not like my best friends. Like there's age gaps there, stuff. So we see them, we're working in the yard and everything, and that's all cool. But I've never had that kind of friendship, right? Or like a lot of friends where they just come over, and hang out. Now, recently we've befriended some people that have been really great, but most of it has been like I see my friends every once in a while, and it's a big deal. They have to come to town, and we go to dinner, and we go do all this stuff. So doing this, and I was noticing this, like even this week, it's a virtual hangout, man. It's like this metaverse without people being in this metaverse. It's like I would have never met you, Dave.
No, I know.
I mean, like, I was talking with Amanda and Steven.
Yeah, that was right? I watched it. I watched it a couple days ago. That was great. That was a great little
And so like we were talking, like, and I was just thinking about that. Like I would have never met them. All these friends now that I have that I would have never met, but they're people that I enjoy and I can hang out with them. We're all in different parts of the country. Some of us in different parts of the world. There's a guy in the chat right now, Anthony Grigsby. He's in Australia, and it's like we talk and everything.
All over.
And it's like all over the freaking world. And that's just really cool. It's cool to live in that time, especially growing up like what I did, where like we weren't in that type of world,
Stephen,
whatever. Steven. I'm looking at everything. Who are those people again?
Stefan. Stefan. Jack
Colbert.
Colbert. Yeah.
No, I was looking at Egghead Enosh at the time because I was thinking about that too. I got that's why, Steven, is because I got people who who do that kind of stuff too. Yeah. But yeah. So, anyways, long story short, that's what our channel used to be. And so our channel has become all this other stuff, and that's all great, but there's a lot that people ask me about all the time that like maybe I just didn't have a big interest in, or because I'm not a big gamer, for example. And anytime we ask people what they want from the channel, like what would be the thing, like if you could have something from Poindexter Lounge that would represent you, what would it be? And we get gaming all the time, and my kids like to game and they still want to do some gaming stuff, but you know, I was like, okay, well, how could we bring maybe that aspect to the channel? And then I'm a huge Star Trek fan, but I don't always just talk Star Trek. But I have a friend who talks Star Trek, and he loves talking Star Trek, and he's a foodie, so he talks food too. And then, you know, William, you know, won't leave me alone. You know, that guy, geez, like, talk about stalkers. Jeez.
I know, right?
But I don't have to worry about him so much. He keeps threatening he's going to come steal my toys, but I'm not worried because, you know, geriatrics and all, you know. Just,
I know.
He's got one foot in the nursing home. So we tease him, and I tease like now about being old men. Like so much that like somebody sent us a picture of us as the grumpy old men from the old
right.
TV show.
That's awesome.
So, but no, so I started thinking about that. And so a few months ago, I started thinking like, what would it look like? I wasn't thinking like do a network, you know, you know, like this big deal where like, we're going to take over the world kind of thing. It was just, you know, William, it's no longer a threat. I'm coming. It was just an idea of how could we make programming for the channel that would reach more people outside of what I'm just my interests, you know, and still be kind of cool, but yet it'd be, you know, but I stream with all these people and we have all these panels and everything. And so I started thinking about that. And so I started reaching out to a couple of people. I was like, hey, you know, what would you think about this? What would you think about that? And they were like, yeah, we'd like to do that. And then I saw that a couple other friends like had kind of started thinking about similar things. And honestly, one of my friends, Dawson, the original idea kind of came up because Dawson and we both had pretty good sized channels, and we both started talking about like, what can we do maybe to like for some best practices? You know what I mean? Because I have a lot of interaction with my channel, but he had more subscribers. Right. And so it's like, well, how can we, you know, help each other out? Right. And so we started doing a show together on Sundays, and then he kind of wanted to step away from YouTube for a while. And so from that, I just kind of had this idea because we've been talking like maybe we could bring other people in on this and do other shows and stuff. And so, so it was never a competition thing with any of my friends or anything. It was just something I had been thinking about for a while, and the pieces started to fall into place. And then other people I hadn't known very well started to become available. And we had started talking and was like, hey, would you want to do a show? I really like your show that you're doing right now, but they were going to leave the channel that they were on. And so, so that's kind of where it started, and that's kind of what it turned into. And now we've got a great schedule just about every day of the week. I mean, Mondays, William does a show called, you know, he's got the Sci-Fi Center out in Las Vegas.
Yeah, I've actually been there. I've met William.
I want to go. Yeah. We're talking about having a Poindexter
yes
out there.
You mentioned that when you were talking to Steven, and I was like, and I even told Steven, I'm like, if you guys do that, I mean, I'm like 4 hours away, so I can.
Dude, that'd be so sweet. That'd be so sweet. Yeah. So we've been talking about doing this Poindexter Con thing, maybe, and getting out there. But yeah, so he's doing this thing on like Monday afternoons where he's doing like deep dives into comic book stories and stuff like that. He just did The Dark Knight Returns. Brian is on Monday nights at 8 p.m. talking about Star Trek. He's got a show called 10 Forward where he talks about Star Trek and food. Nice. And then we got a show called Jiving with Jack on Tuesday afternoons and Thursday afternoons. And then every other Wednesday, Austin is doing a show called the Greatest People I've Ever Met. He's got a channel, but he brought this idea over. And so he's just interviewing like really great people that he's met, you know, that he feels that other people should know. So it's kind of like a human interest piece almost. And then William's got a show on Friday nights called Sci-Fi Center Live, and he's dealing with a lot of different. He's talking wrestling, like because people wanted a wrestling show, and it's like, you know, you want to give everybody that, but it's like I can't do everything.
No,
and so it's like, so the Poindexter Lounge, it's a little different because we do cover all these different topics usually, but it's nice to be able to offer that where people can come in and do that, and so. So he's talking about wrestling and, you know, and sci-fi, and he's talking about just, you know, old man stuff and talking about soul, and insure and how to pick up ladies.
and bowel movements and stuff like that. Yeah,
and no, but but he's talking comics and just different stuff, and so then I got somebody who's getting ready to come on and do a gaming show. Actually, we'll do some live gaming and talk about gaming, new games and things that come out, so we'll be able to offer that. And then we got another show on Saturday nights, which is Mad Max. He does pop culture stuff, but he also does like music and a little bit of gaming and just some different stuff. And we've been doing these appreciation streams and so it's just it's been cool. And you know what, we launched it. There were some people who told us that not people who actually watch the channel and are like support the channel. It's always the peanut gallery. It's always the people who are kind of
always going to be those people that hate. I mean, there was like I remember I got a random message from somebody who's watched my stuff in the past. Hadn't talked to him in a bit, and he literally, like, when I was out, it was a Saturday night. I'm at a bar. And I'm watching football. This is when football playoffs were happening and everything. And I get a message, and this person goes, "Stop doing live streaming. It was better when you did just regular videos. Your views are going down." And I'm like, oh, well, as long as you ask nicely, I will abide by you, since you know all the analytics and everything. Jesus Christ, dude. It was like, what, really? And then I just kind of. And I just said that sarcastic comment, and I didn't respond after again. And he's like, "Well, I'm a big fan," and blah, blah, blah. I'm like, "No, you're not. If you're a big fan, you would appreciate what I'm doing now."
Thank you. Thank you, dude. I had the exact same thing, except for this guy went into more detail. I had met this guy, and he just turned out to be something else, man. But he got mad at me because apparently he liked it when we were a small little thing and we just did our thing on the couch or whatever. And I can appreciate that. I can definitely appreciate that. But obviously we had to change some stuff. And he didn't like that. He did not like when I got involved in the Snyder Cut stuff. At all, because he's a huge Marvel fan, and he claims that he's a DC fan, but he's one of those guys who claims he's a DC fan but hates everything DC, right? And he claims he's a Star Wars fan, but he hates everything Star Wars, right?
Yeah.
And so and he's a toy collector, but it's like him and I go round and round about stuff. And he told me once, he's like, "Well, I won't spend over $20 for anything." And I'm like, then you're in the wrong pastime, dude. Like,
seriously,
if you're not going to spend over $20 for anything, okay, dude, that's fine.
Good luck.
But but like super just opinionated about everything. And it was so funny because I got done doing a stream one day, and this was last year. So I mean, dude, like everything was just popping, man, because like leading up to the Snyder Cut, man, like, it was insane. I was on 5 streams a day, like, dude. With different
I was posting videos and keeping up with the streams and everything was just blowing up,
Heck yeah, man.
Having Zach show up too, and it was just like, I don't know what's happening. It was like, I mean, when everything was said and done, I almost was like, okay, now I could just kind of relax a little bit, because it was like an intense, like March of last year was crazy.
Yes. Yeah. Well, and it was funny because I had just had Ray Fisher on.
Yeah.
And this dude chimes in, and it was one of those things like, this dude lives 10 minutes from me.
Oh shit.
He has my phone number.
Oh,
he could literally call me at any time, Dave. He could text me. He could do anything. He decided to leave a message in a video on the channel.
What?
Yeah. And so people don't understand, by the way, if you leave a message on the channel, we can still see it if you delete it.
Yeah.
Like, for a while, we can still see it if you delete it. So think about that the next time you get cocky and you're just thinking, like, I'm just going to tell this person off. Like, I probably shouldn't say that. Well,
yeah. Well,
it still comes through.
Too late. You already said.
Still comes through. And so, the funny thing is, like, I just got done streaming. It's like early in the morning. I'm getting ready to go to bed. I'm standing at my sink, and all of a sudden, bloop, I get a notification. And so I look it up, and this guy is like going off on me, telling me everything he doesn't like about my channel. This guy who does not have the guts to like do anything like that, whatever, but he's like listing for me everything. And he's like telling me he hates the fact that I do live streams. He wants me to get away from doing live streams. He hates that content because he doesn't have 3 hours to watch a whole live stream. And I'm like, dude, you don't have to watch the whole thing.
Exactly. Nobody's forcing you, man.
It's like people who are like, I won't watch Zack Snyder's Justice League because it's 4 hours. Chop it up. Like,
he did that for you. He has it in parts.
I know.
But yet they're probably binging something on Netflix like fucking crazy.
Oh
like,
yeah. If it was Marvel, they'll watch, the entire
Yeah.
series of, Loki and, one day.
Yeah,
But,
of course.
but you didn't do it. Same conversation though, dude. Just like trying to tell me everything he didn't like about my channel now. He doesn't like the people that I have on my channel. He doesn't like, anything. And he's just like, and he made a big deal about it to make sure that I knew that he was walking away from my channel.
Oh yeah, I love it when
that,
they make those proclamations.
Yes, and that it was now all about my other subscribers and not about him. And I'm like, what?
Jesus Christ.
Yeah.
The narcissism. Oh my God.
Dude. But it was weird how he was trying to twist it around like I was the bad guy. And he's just like, you care more about the 11,000 other people than you do about the one. And I'm like, okay. Geez, I don't even know how to answer that, dude.
Yeah.
But he was like, I'm unfollowing on all social media. I'm unfollowing on the channel and stuff. And I texted him because that's how I am.
Yeah.
And so I texted him like, hey, dude, you could have just called me and like if you had a gripe about something, you just tell me, man. And he's like, I don't know at first he tried the whole, I don't know what you're talking about. I'm like,
oh, Jesus Christ.
like, dude, I got it right here, man. Like,
yeah.
Yes, Scott, it was very much Spock at the end of Wrath of God. It was like the needs of the many outweigh the needs of the few. Yes.
There it is.
Yes.
No, man. I mean, it is kind of funny. I mean, yeah, I'll get random messages where it's just like, yeah, I don't like this or that or this or you can't. I was like, well, that's fine. You're not supposed to like everything that I like, it's just or that I'm saying or whatever the hell, it's part of it. I'm a personality. I have ideas, thoughts, opinions. That's just the way it is. I'm glad that not everybody agrees with every single thing. If I thought that everybody should agree with everything I said, I would be running a cult. That's what I'd be doing. I'd be like, come on, let's get all dressed in white and let's do all this stuff. No, I'm just like,
I prefer black. It's more slimming.
Yeah, true. You're absolutely right. But white, like if you're out in this, well, true. I mean, it depends on if you're Jared Leto, you wear all white,
right?
But if if you're at night, yeah, black is the way to go. But yeah. Seeing Captain Gator Girl saying she never agrees with anything I say. I mean, yeah, she still watches. So see, there you go. Anyways. But
so we just started this thing because, like I said, there were a few people who were like, it's not going to work, and I'm like, what's not going to work? I'm literally just having some friends do a thing. If it doesn't, if nobody watches it, then we won't do it. Like it wasn't like a big deal. We just launched it though. Is just hey, let's have some fun and see if anybody cares. And the funny thing was, a lot of people have cared. And a lot of people have enjoyed it. And now I get messages from people. They're like, oh, it's so cool that you have a schedule. Dude, and like that, like, I know when I can tune in and, we still do random stuff too,
Oh, of course you have to do random stuff.
Yeah. It's like all kinds of random stuff. Yeah. But the thing is, like, sometimes I really throw people off. Like I'll do a stream at noon, which people really just, people are like, what time of the day is it? People on the other side of the world are like, wait a second.
Hold on. What are you doing right now? No,
Enosh is caught in a time loop. Like, where what is going on?
He doesn't know what time it is. What's going on? No, you got to keep it. You got to keep it fresh. And then what's great about live streams is like you don't have to watch it live all the time. It stays around forever after.
Exactly. And so so people, they've been tuning into what they like. And what they enjoy, and I love that, man. I love that people are enjoying that stuff, and so we got some other ideas, and
when I started doing the Film Junkie shots, and I was like, all right, I'm gonna go and just start cutting up the certain topics from the live streams, and I got messages going, hey, thank you for doing that because I can't catch your live streams, and I'm not gonna watch a whole entire, and I'm like, I just watch the little clips that you do the shot, and I'm like, there you go, that's why I did it. And that seemed to work. And I was wondering, I'm like, is this going to work? Because I've seen other people do it too. And I went, okay, well, let me just try to just do that. And let's see what happens. And if people appreciate that. And people were like, totally, like when I started doing it, I was getting messages like, thank you for doing that. Because I can never catch the live stream. I'm working or it's a different time zone around the world. And they like the fact that they could just go look and be like, oh, I want to see what he says about this. I don't care what he says about that. So I was like, all right, That's why I did it. And, not does every one of those videos get a ton? No, but I'll clip them out just in case somebody wants to see that. It's just part of the channel, so.
But people will look at that and go, well, you only got so many views on that clip. Like, obviously your numbers are going down, Dave.
Yeah.
Nobody cares about you anymore, Dave.
And Scott was one of those people. And if Scott said that, I was like, okay, well, then I'm doing something right,
Yes.
When the teacher says good, gives me a star on my paper, I hang it up on the refrigerator, of course. So,
well,
but
if our schedules ever align, me and Scott and Meg are working on a show actually for collecting.
Oh yeah, you collect? I didn't know. I can't remember. You're a collector. I just assumed it was a backdrop, a green screen behind.
It is. It's a green screen of Steven Sansweet's stuff there from Star Wars.
Oh no, that's great because I mean, it's funny because I even thought, like when it comes to, because I talked to Meg, I talked to Scott, and I there's been times where Scott sent me stuff and I was like, what do I want to send him something, but I'm like, what the fuck does he not have? I'm like, what does he not have? What does Meg not have? For a while there, me and Meg were going back and forth with like pops because I was really getting into it. I kind of like, I've resisted a little bit because I'm like, I need more space. I need more shelves. I need more stuff. So I'm like, I kind of like, we haven't really done it in a while, but for a while we were going back and forth. But man, I tell you what, when it comes to those two and you stuff, I'm like, I wouldn't even know like, what do you not have that I can maybe find for you or something like that? My Lord,
man, it's gotten to that point. Like I've got this whole this room is such a mess right now. I mean, like I'm almost embarrassed that this is the backdrop right now, but I've tried to like clean it up as best I can. But I got this new cabinet here that's right behind me, and I have to like fix the cabinet up and clean it up, and then I can put stuff in it and I can turn it sideways. And I got all these ideas to like make the studio up better, so I can like actually do like a toy review show and some other stuff. But I got to have the time to do it. And that's just the thing is having the time to do it. So like right now, this whole thing's just sitting here and I'm just like, well, I'm going to put a couple cool things up there and, we'll.
I like that Superman clock right there.
Dude, this thing,
cool. Look at that thing. That is sweet.
My in-laws are always having a hard time trying to figure out what to get me too. And
for the longest time,
the longest time, they would just give me a Home Depot gift card, which if anybody knows me, like that's not my thing. Like that's, and so like I've been married to Tiff for like 6-7 years at some point, and I was just like, honey, I don't want to offend your parents, but like everybody always gets like these nice gifts at Christmas. Like they'll be asking like, oh, what do the boys want? And like they know the kind of stuff Tiffany likes and stuff like that. And then it like always comes to me and it's just a card, Home Depot card. And I love it. Like I love them and I appreciate, but like I just told her, I said, hey, can you just maybe mention to them, maybe like
mention what I like,
just mention the stuff that I like. So this year they actually got ahead of it. This is technically supposed to be for like my birthday or Christmas, like so September, December, whatever. But my Tiffany's grandpa died a couple of weeks ago. And so we were at the wake and we were sitting there. And so my in-laws are really into they raised Tiffany on a healthy dose of Mel Brooks.
Nice.
Yeah. And so I just bought Tiffany these limited edition Young Frankenstein figures. And then there were some other smaller like Mego figures that came out too that would go along with it. So she's got like a new thing in our living room, a whole display now of these figures. And so her parents saw them and they were like, oh, we'd like to get just like the smaller figures. We don't want to get the great big ones, the limited edition ones that you guys got. But she said, we'd like to get maybe those smaller ones, those Mego figures. And so we were looking on Marketplace and eBay and stuff. And so we found them for pretty cheap and stuff. And then I found this by mistake.
Oh man, I love it when you find things by mistake. It's so great.
It literally says Superman in there.
Yeah.
Like on the dial.
Yeah, I could see that. I could see the logo. Yeah.
Yeah, it's an actual Superman radio. It's got the certificate of authenticity on the back, and it's from like the 90s or whatever. But the thing was like I saw this and I saw the price and I was like, oh, Tiff, look at this. And so she showed it to her mom and it's got this nice little button right here. It's this nice. Superman. And so her mom says, oh, that's super nice. I would really like to get that for you guys. And so yeah,
there it is right there.
There it is. It's
I think Scott's watching right now and just kind of his mouth's watering a little bit. Like, oh, well, that looks pretty cool. Yeah.
Yes, it's but I did just I wonder if Scott knows what this is.
It's something from Transfer. Yeah.
This right here, it's Voltron, baby.
Oh, it's
This
Voltron.
is Castle of Lions. I literally just picked this baby up. It's complete. This is like my childhood. This was like one of the last play sets that I actually wanted.
Wow.
And so I just picked this up as well. So yeah. So every once in a while, but I know, man. People ask me all the time. Well, what can I get you? What can I get you? And I'm just like, I don't know.
Yeah. No, I mean, like it's like I said, when it comes to especially like collectors, I'm like, oh man, I don't know. Like what could you get somebody who I mean, I'm still waiting to see Scott. Well, he'll be joining hopefully shortly. That dark side that he got that's supposed to be just huge. So, the dark side that he got from, and it's like, man, that thing is gonna be something pretty damn amazing. So curious to see where that ends up in in his basement layer of things. He's not going to be able to reach for that, at least, because that thing is huge and heavy for sure. And speaking of Voltron, didn't they just announce that they're going to make a movie for it?
Yeah, the guy who made Red Notice
okay.
just pitched it, I guess, a couple of weeks. He was like all over town pitching this Voltron movie.
It's going to Netflix, right?
No, Netflix is
Netflix.
Yeah, no, I was really surprised. The article, the Hollywood Reporter said that Netflix was one that did not show up to bid for it. It's in a bidding war with like Amazon and Warner Brothers and who else? Might have been Apple, but a couple other ones. But yeah, apparently Netflix, because everybody was kind of surprised because Red Notice was on Netflix and Netflix did the Voltron cartoon, the revamped Voltron cartoon, and kind of brought it back into the public vernacular. But yeah,
maybe it's a rights thing or something like that. Maybe they couldn't do the movie. Maybe there was like a deal where like, oh, you can have like an animated thing, but you can't do the movie live action or something like that.
Yeah,
I don't know, like the logistics when it comes to rights and everything like that is all freaking wonky as hell. So
yeah.
Who knows?
I can't wait to put that castle actually in our living room up on top of one of our cabinets, because up there I already have like a full size Voltron, and I've got like all the action figures already put up there and stuff with a Voltron pop. And so like now it's gonna have the castle there next to all that.
That's cool.
So. And I got my I think I've showed them on the channel. I've got my original Voltron. My original Voltron figures here that I found, like my original guys. I bought a second set for out there, but yeah, I love Voltron, man. I grew up with Voltron. I was always more of a Voltron guy than I was a
Transformers.
Well, no, yeah, even more than Transformers. I loved the cartoons of Transformers, but I didn't have a lot of Transformers. I mean, I got Transformers,
but like, I mean, everybody always compared like Power Rangers to
Voltron. That's what I never got into.
I was into at least the first iteration of Power Rangers big time. And I had the Dragon Zord and Zord. And I always say Zord. I remember I had that, and I've always told the story of I got it for Christmas, and I remember like my mom tried to pass it off as Santa Claus gave it to me, but I was like, I was already on to her, because we had gone to a Toys R Us during, I mean, the worst thing to do is to go to a Toys R Us during the holiday season, because you can't get anything, because you never know, obviously you're going to be getting gifts at the end of the month. And I remember walking in, there was a cart full of toys, and there was a Dragon Zord right there. And I was like, oh my God. But then of course my mom was like, nope, you can't go, walk around and look at things. And when I walked back, the Dragon Zord was missing from the cart. What? And then all of a sudden, Christmas morning, I get this big gift from Santa Claus, and what was it? It was a dun, 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 dun. Yeah. And it came with the Green Ranger with it too, which was great. Oh yeah, with you could put the shield on, you could take it off. Remember those Power Rangers toys? Those things were awesome, man. Those things were big. Those were like, they were like this big, man. But yeah, I was on to her. She put Santa Claus, but I was like, no.
That's because Santa was shopping that day, Dave.
Probably. Yeah, that's what it was.
When you walked away, Santa walked up, saw your mom, and was like, that's the one he wants, right? Yeah, okay.
He was in disguise, just didn't see him. He was
I don't know. Power Rangers, I think my dislike of Power Rangers kind of came from the fact that when I first saw Power Rangers, it was before it was Power Rangers. I saw the original like Japanese movie, whatever, that like they took some of those scenes from, because it was early, because like the first season or two was like all that, right? It was it was literally just spliced with a couple of things that they shot on a sound stage, with the American kids, and everything else was just done from the movie.
All the fight choreography and all the explosions and back flippies and everything like that were just
it's good stuff though. I mean, I appreciate it for what it is, but I was young, and I remember I turned on like it was like TBS at like 3 or 4 in the morning, and they showed that movie, and I remember flipping past, and I was like, wait a second, like this looks like some Voltron live action weird thing with toys that they're making marionette stuff and spinning people, and what is this? And so I remember watching the thing, and I was like, okay, that was interesting. And then I swear to God, 6 months later, afternoons after school, all of a sudden here comes the Power Rangers, and I was like, wait a second, that's just that thing that I saw on TV a few months ago. Like, what is this junk, right? And so, and then like all my friends were like into Power Rangers and stuff, and I don't know, I
never got into it.
I stayed a Voltron fan.
I mean, and a lot of people were like, it's just a ripoff, and it very well probably was, but it's the fact that it's gone on for so long. It's crazy. Like the different iterations. I mean, I kind of fell off. I fell off, a couple of I think after like Turbo and maybe before the Dino ones or the space ones. I don't know, but I enjoyed like the first movie that came out. I thought they actually did a pretty good job for the most part. They upgraded the TV show pretty well. But then when it came to the reboot, I really enjoyed the movie that we got like a few years ago.
Yeah,
I thought it was like a good version, and I'm like, well, what? We're not getting a sequel. Shit, come on, what the hell, man? I thought they did a fantastic job. Bryan Cranston's Zordon. I mean, come on, Jesus.
I know. I actually liked it as well. I was actually really surprised that I liked it, because I remember first seeing it and like thinking, I remember seeing the trailer with my family, and I was like, what the heck is this? Like, what is this? And then I'm like watching all this stuff, and then because it wasn't apparent, that first teaser trailer, like what it was, except for at the end, it showed like the little
weren't they like morphing or something
yeah, well, at the end is like it showed, I think it just showed like the symbol, and then like it had like a really stylized like musical thing. It's like dun, 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 right, and it was like, oh, this is wait, that was Power Rangers? Like, maybe I like this, and then we went and saw it, and I liked it. One of the coolest things is I played with a band once, this band that opened up for us. It was super cool. They were some young black kids from Detroit, and they played like metal, and it was awesome. And they had
I remember seeing that. Was there a video of that?
I don't know if there was a video of that or not.
There was a video of something where were they young?
Yeah, they were young. Well, they were like probably like late teens, maybe really early 20s.
In like a video, or I don't know. They were playing.
But they had a couple of girls in the band, and they were. I'm trying to think of the name of the band, because we hung out with them for a while. We did a few shows with them. They were really cool. And it just I love that dynamic. Like, I love all girl rock bands. I love like bands like Living Color that they break the stereotypes, right? Like, people think that they're going to be one thing, and then they just come in and like just tear your face off, like heavy metal stuff. That's in my time, that was more of a nuance, like, but nowadays people cross over a lot more, but like growing up for me, like, man, you saw something like that was like, wow, this is really cool. And so it was really funny, because they opened up for us, and they started their set with this metal version of the Power Rangers theme song.
I could have swore that there was something that was online about that. I think I've seen it. I think somebody recorded that, or I don't know, or maybe it was somebody different who did it. I don't know, but yeah, no, that sounds awesome. Yeah,
no, they were a really good band, good band. And so, but yeah, as soon as they started playing it, I was like, yeah, because I mean, look, that theme song goes hard.
Oh yeah,
like, think what you want.
Yeah, geez.
Think what you want to about the show, but my God, Yeah.
Oh, that's I mean that's one of the all-time best theme songs, man. Go Power Rangers. I mean, yeah, and then like you could type in on YouTube right now somebody just shredding on the guitar and they're doing like a whole, they're doing the whole thing and just shredding. And I'm like, yeah, there was something about that theme song that was fucking metal, man. It was metal. Like the way that they made that theme song.
Same thing with X-Men.
Oh yeah.
Cartoon.
Oh geez.
Oh my!
Trying to remember
have you seen the? I think it's the Japanese version. It's even more, dude. Look that up because they had a different theme song and opening.
Yeah, I was like, yeah.
I mean, the American version was,
There we go. I was doing Spider-Man. Yeah, I always do that. Every time I hear the Spider-Man and the X-Men one, I'm like, I get confused because it's like, yeah, that's the Spider-Man. Spider-Man. Yeah.
Radioactive Spider-Man. Yeah. But yeah, man, that whole X-Men theme like that.
Yeah, that's right.
But there's I think it's a Japanese version of the same show, but they had a completely different intro, Dave.
Okay,
and that one is
maybe I've seen it,
dude. That one is even more on crack. That one is just like you're talking like super fast leads and stuff, like just solos. It's just like, what the heck is this the opening for a cartoon? Like, what is this? So
well, I mean, like when it came to the 90s, man, I mean, look at we were talking about, of course, those two, but then you got Batman the Animated Series, and how hard did the freaking that opening go? I mean, that went hard. I mean, obviously Scott and I, we talk about it every week. We were going over the episodes, and I mean, one of the things we always say is like, you never skip the intro. And every time I watch, and I'm sure same with him, every time it's Sunday and it's time to jot down some notes to discuss the episode, I never skip it. Even if I'm pressed for time, I won't skip it. I'll put it on and have the volume all the way up, and I'll go to the bathroom and I'm hearing I'm hearing everything. I just you don't skip the intro, even though it gives you the option. You never skip it.
I think it's definitely something we're missing nowadays are theme songs. Like I mean, television has had a rich history of theme songs to shows that, like, as soon as you heard that music, exactly
what it was.
Exactly what it was. And I mean, dude, there's so many times, Dave, where I've had like random like tunes in my head, just melodies in my head, and I'm like, where the heck did that come from? And then I realized, like, much later that it was a theme song for something. I mean. Yeah, and there's random ones that are stuck in my head, like that I didn't even watch a lot because they like the show. This is probably before your time. Do you remember Automan?
I remember Automan, but I don't remember the theme song.
Yeah. So what was it? So I often get it mixed up with Quantum Leap, because Quantum Leap was done.
Oh yeah. You know what's funny about that? I started rewatching a lot of Quantum Leap because before I canceled my YouTube TV, it was on like Comet TV, and I was like just watching it because it's a very enjoyable show. It's so good.
Yes.
Like I forgot how good this show was, and then there was like a point where they try to amp it up a little bit, like in the later seasons, and I remember going, no, you should just kept it, because it starts off so din 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 din, and it's like flying through the sky, din, 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 din. And then they try to like add like guitar and all this stuff. I'm like, no, you're going too far. You're going too far.
Leave it. It was good.
It was perfect the way it was.
That theme song was perfect.
That was a great theme song.
Oh, dude, great theme song. Great show. But yeah, the Automan theme, like I'll get that stuck in my head, and like I was probably 7-8 years old when that show was on, and it was only on for one season, but it was burned into my memory, the show, because it was a Tron kind of ripoff, and but yeah, man, good. I think that's one thing that we're missing a lot more of nowadays is like good,
recognizable. I think like the theme song that I literally changed it to my ringtone for a minute was when Stranger Things came out. There was just something about that. Yeah, just the way that because it was so 80s. It was so like it just had that vibe to it where I was like, oh yeah. I mean, just the way that it just boom boom boom. I mean, just the way, and I was like, all right, I'm making that my theme song my ringtone, because it was just so good. It was so freaking good. And,
sometimes I mean, it's not TV, but was it a couple weeks ago? I was just like looking for something to listen to while I was going to bed. I was like, you know what? I'm going to listen to the soundtrack to Tron Legacy.
Oh yeah, it's
Daft
a great
Punk,
soundtrack.
man. Oh,
It pops, man. I mean, like
layers. You put some headphones, like some earbuds in, and you just lay there, and it's just like lay there in the darkness and just listen. Oh,
so good, man. But we got somebody joining us right here. The recent birthday boy. What is up, Scott?
hello.
Okay, hold on.
Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday. Happy birthday to you.
There you go, buddy.
No, you were going to do that to Marilyn.
Oh, you know what? I was
That's
like,
awesome.
I gotta have something. I had to have some kind of drop for your birthday, man. And then I saw it. I was like, oh yeah, the Marilyn Monroe thing. Is that even around? And then of course I had to splice your drop in there. So happy birthday, man.
Thank you. Yes, I am the 40 Club. So.
You're in the 40 Club now. Yes, I'm almost there. Not quite, but almost.
Gosh,
there.
why do I not feel like I'm older than you guys?
I don't know. I'm at your backdrop, maybe.
Maybe.
You know,
Yeah,
a few
it's
things
probably-
behind you,
probably,
or
yeah.
something like that.
It keeps
But,
me young. It keeps me young.
It does keep you young, so it does. It does. But anyways, what's going on, Scott? So tell us about how was your birthday?
Oh, well, and until Heather started puking her guts out, it was great.
Yeah.
but
Yeah.
but the first half of the week was great because one set of grandparents took two of the kids, the other grandparents took the other kid. So basically, from like Sunday to Wednesday, I was kidless, and
Nice.
you better believe all I did was watch a butt ton of movies. It was fabulous
I
catching
saw you
up.
posting about all those movies. Yeah.
Oh yeah, there was so much like from December, like when life really started to just go down the toilet and I had no time to catch all the movies that were coming out. Oh my God, between HBO Max and Hulu and like they're all on the streamings, and I did some red boxing, and it was just like, I have no kids. I don't care if I have to watch 3 or 4 movies a day. It is going to happen. There was no one here to judge me.
That's awesome. I
Nice.
love it. Yeah. It sounds like a good birthday, man.
Oh yeah. And then I went to my parents' house and had steak.
Yeah. I
And-
saw you. Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah. That was a private chat. That
was, I know you didn't post that. You actually sent that.
Yeah, I sent that to you.
Yeah.
I posted my cake.
Yeah, you posted the cake, which was great, which is the Batman cake. No, you posted the steak in a chat, and then you're a medium rare guy, which thank you. You know, that's me too. Enosh, are you a medium rare guy? What kind of, how do you like your steak?
No, I am a medium well.
Oh no, you're one of those. No.
Hey, look, I have
No.
I have come down from being raised by a grandmother who fed us bricks.
Oh,
Okay, like seriously, I didn't realize that a steak was supposed to like actually be chewable until I was, much older. I love my grandma, God rest her soul, but she raised me, and my God, man, she would give us like briquettes for hamburgers and steak that was well done, that was like leather. And yeah, dude, I like medium to medium well. I don't like it mooing. I don't like it, super red.
I need it mooing.
I need a little blood I need some blood on my plate. I do. Yeah.
But
I need
so that was nice. And then, just continuing on. I even saw a movie right before jumping on here. I actually didn't go to a movie tonight and bought it digitally instead of going to the theater, so I wouldn't miss the vodka stream tonight.
Oh, what'd you see?
The Contractor with Chris.
Oh yeah,
Pine.
well, yeah. You posted about that. How was it?
Oh, it's good.
Okay, yeah.
It's Chris Pine. He was fabulous in it. But a nice. It's less than 2 hours, but it's a nice, quick military thriller. Very realistic. Like, he's not superhuman or anything like that, but it's got like Kiefer Sutherland, Eddie Marsan, Ben Foster. It's a great cast.
Yeah, that's a great cast. I remember hearing like, oh yeah, it's a Chris Pine, Ben Foster reunion because of Hell or High Water, which is a great fucking.
Oh, that's a fabulous movie, and it's getting a steel book You
Is
can
it?
get it. Best Buy's got it right now. Yeah,
Of course. That's cool.
that's a Taylor Sheridan movie, and anything Taylor Sheridan writes is like
Oh
on
man.
the list.
So you're a pineapple pizza guy, huh? You know?
Yeah, I am.
Ah.
Sorry, not
It's
sorry.
okay. It's okay. It's okay. I mean, it's fine. I just don't. I'm just like I just can't. I've tried it, and it's like, yeah. I mean, it's not like it wasn't like I went, oh, but it's just I just don't like the sweet.
I'm a pineapple pizza.
Yeah, I
guy.
know you are too. Yes.
Now, I
know.
prefer-
I'm
I
in the
prefer-
minority here.
I prefer my pineapple on my pizza. I prefer it with pepperoni.
Ah,
instead of ham.
really? Okay.
Go ahead.
I don't. I do the ham thing. I think the pepperoni gives it a little bit of that spice, gives it a little bit of that.
See,
Just
what I then do is I do the ham with jalapeno.
okay. There you go. There you go.
Ham with
So-
jalapeno. That's
That's
jalapeno on a pizza is really great.
Yeah, it's really good.
absolutely great. Yeah.
I also checked out Slow Horses on Apple TV Plus today with Gary Oldman. That was really
Oh
good.
yeah, that's right. I saw you post about that. How was that?
Oh, that was really, especially if you like sort of your John le Carre slow burn, like this is what espionage is really like kind of stuff. And they have speaking of theme songs, they have a brand new song performed by Mick Jagger for the show.
No shit.
Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah, you can, if you've got Apple Music, you can stream it on there. It's called Strange Game. Daniel Pemberton did the music for the show, and he co-wrote the song with Mick Jagger for the opening credits. So that's another one of those don't skip intros.
Dude, I mean, the fact that man is still just out there just rocking it. At how old is he? Like 74 or something? I don't know how. I know he's in it. Mick Jagger. Yeah.
No. I'm sorry. Did I say who? I said.
I thought you said who. Oh,
No,
I thought you said who. No, it's amazing. It's
I
amazing.
didn't even think I said that loud.
Oh, you did.
I was
You
so-
did.
I thought you literally was like, who? I'm like, Mick Jagger.
Mick Jagger.
Oh, what? Yeah.
Mick Jagger.
No, but it's just amazing that guy still. I mean, of course,
Is
it's
he named
amazing
after that guy that like they sing that they got the moves like somebody like that?
Yeah.
Who is that
Yeah,
again?
that song. Yeah, who's that guy? Yeah, no, it's just amazing. Like when you see that those guys are still out there. Keith Richards, how is that guy
know.
still alive? It is amazing.
Musician
yeah,
goals right there, man.
Pretty much,
That's
man.
my
That's
that's my
all-
musician goals right
And
there.
Dave, achievement unlocked. Picked up my ticket tonight. They finally went on sale. Thursday night, I'm going to see Everything Everywhere All at Once.
Oh, yay! I know, right? That's coming out. That's supposed to be nationwide release on-
Friday.
Okay.
So I'm seeing it
Definitely going
7
to-
o'clock Thursday night.
Yeah, I'm gonna get my ticket. I'm definitely gonna go see that because I'm very much looking forward to that. I mean, like I said, I was like, wish I would have saw that, more than the previous two movies I saw. But hey, it's fine. So it's a movie going experience. But I don't know. I know you saw Morbius?
I saw
Scott. Did you
Morbius
see-
last night. Yeah.
Yeah, did you see Morbius yet?
I have not had a chance to see Morbius yet. No.
Okay. Yeah. What do you think, Scott?
It's fine.
Pretty much that's the
But you know what? But the hate it's getting for me is hyperbolic.
I always hate it when it gets a hate. I mean, I'll like give my opinion, but I always try to find the good. I really try to find the good.
It is what it is.
Got some stuff.
And you know what? It's also at one point in the movie, I was like, I could see Wesley Snipes' blade in this movie.
That's the
at some
thing,
point.
though. I think it really would have benefited for an R rating. It really. I mean, it's a vampire. You have to have that.
Well, you also, this is something that hit me as I was watching the movie. Go back and watch that very first trailer they released.
Yeah.
Half the footage in that trailer
It's
is
not even
in the movie.
Yeah. It's
so
not.
I'm afraid that with all the delays, somebody went snip,
Yeah.
snip,
Oh, yeah.
snip.
Well, that's why, like, the first thing I said in my first reaction
I
was,
saw the first
props to the editor, because Jesus Christ, what was left on the floor right there, because it just seemed like there was some stuff that was just, it rushed through this, it rushed through that, and there's some things where scenes just ended and went to I was like, whoa. I mean, obviously we've seen that before, and everything, but at the same time, I was like, I mean, there's a story there, and I thought Jared Leto was great. I mean, it's Jared Leto, and I thought he did fine, but it's just like, man, there was just something. There's more there.
There was more meat. There was more meat there that they totally just like trimmed off. But for what it is, I put it on. I liked it more than I did Carnage, and I'll put it on par with the first Venom movie. So, and I enjoyed the first Venom movie.
I
So
really liked the first Venom movie. I had problems with the second Venom movie.
Me
now,
too.
William watched it last night, Morbius. And so as we were ending our stream at like 4 in the morning, he pops in and we actually shot a really quick little, non-spoiler just out of the theater kind of thing with him. And he really liked it. I was really surprised that he liked it.
I know he's usually pretty critical about stuff.
Yeah, but he really liked it, and he kind of had the same things. He just said, we've been talking a lot about like this assassination of movies before they even come out.
Yes.
Deal, and unfortunately, how it ends up affecting the way people see it. Because if you and they want to act like, no, I've got my own ideas about things, and I've got people don't understand like how they are literally affected by all of that, whether it be positive or negative, going into something. They will literally dismiss things that are actually wrong with a film or in general, if everybody's genuinely positive, relatively positive towards things. And the same thing with negative. And so we've been talking about that, of just how this like assassination of movies before they even come out, where it's like they're not really that bad. How would these people have ever survived in the 80s with all of the stuff that we were getting?
I know, right?
See, and that's the thing that I've been talking about, because over on Patreon with Squawcast Movies, we've literally been watching every comic book movie ever made.
Yeah,
and we've been ranking them. So like when everyone wants to talk about like worst DC movie or worst Marvel movie, I'm like, no, dude,
you don't even know.
You don't even know. Watch more movies. Like,
yes.
For me, I'm still going worst DC movie. Nope, not as long as Superman and the Mole Men exists. Or worst Marvel movie. No, I had to sit through Howard the Duck. Okay.
Listen. You shut your mouth.
Yeah. See. Yeah.
You shut your mouth. Howard the Duck is a classic. It's a masterpiece.
Leah Thompson.
I have the code key right here, waiting.
Leah Thompson.
And listen, Leah Thompson. Listen, there's stuff about that movie. Like I'm flipping through the TikTok app the other day, and like all of a sudden,
you're on the TikTok. Are you?
I am. I'm on the TikTok, as it were. Well, this guy's on the TikTok too, because I'm subscribed
TikTok,
to this guy.
I'm
you
on
gotta
the
be on the TikToks. And listen, my TikTok
TikTok
is very different from most people's TikTok, because my TikTok is filled with nerd stuff and people leaving religion. That's basically my TikTok. And so my kids are like, what the heck are you watching, Dad? And they're like, because they'll hear somebody, because I'm a sucker for punishment. Plus I'm the type of dude I like to listen to people's just where people are and stuff like that. And so like they'll hear somebody going off. I'll be listening to a TikTok video and they're like, Dad, why are you listening to somebody cuss and swear about like how they hate church and they hate like pastors and they hate like religion in general? And I'm like, because I want to know where people are coming from. And they're like, that's your TikTok? Like my TikTok's full of like jokes and and stuff. And I'm like, that's
people
my TikTok
doing dancing stuff and
right. But like I'm literally going through, because I got nerd stuff on there. Like I'm going through, and like somebody had done one of these things. There's a trend right now where they slowed down Billie Jean really slow, right? And so it's basically somebody, it's like watching they'll be like watching something as a kid, and so it's slowed down, so it's like da 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 and it's like super sexy and stuff, and it usually shows something that you probably didn't think of as sexual as a kid, but like watching it now as an adult, you're like,
yes.
people can get creative with that kind of stuff,
right? And so it's funny because I go through there and it's the scene from Howard the Duck, and it's Leah Thompson, and she's like in her little panties and her little outfit, she's like jumping on the bed, and I'm just like,
oh wow,
memories of the way we were.
Memories. All right, we got a couple more people. We got Garza coming in, and we got Travis. What's up, guys?
Not much. Happy belated birthday, Scott.
Yeah,
it's good to see you.
Oh, yeah,
and
we also got Colbert here. He just snuck in right as you guys came on. Feel your thunder,
pineapple and pizza all the way.
Oh, geez.
All day, yes.
Am I in the? I'm the only one here, right? Because Steven, you like that shit. And
yeah.
Garza, are you a pineapple pizza guy? Oh, Garza's not even.
He's thinking about it. It's a big question,
He's taking a big bite of a pineapple pizza right now. But
no, I was going to say, if you were talking about what you like better than, because the Canadian bacon is not the best pineapple compliment to me. I know pineapple on ham is like a thing, but it's I did the pepperoni and pineapple for a long time, Enosh, but the bacon pineapple and jalapeno is where it's at
Hmm.
on a thin
Cancels
crust.
out the pineapple.
Oh yeah,
I'm-
on a thin crust.
I'm a Chicago guy, so like I love deep dish, but the thin crust for the bacon, like, especially if it's like crispy, like crumble bacon.
Yeah.
'Cause then you get the crisp in the bacon, you get the pineapple, and you get so you get like a variety of texture in the toppings as well. So it's like both a good mouthfeel and a full palate. Like it's pretty cool.
You got to get those flavors, man. That's the
Yeah.
thing. It's like I think sometimes people just think they think pineapple on pizza, and maybe it's just the combination that you had. You know, most of it is just like throw some ham on there, throw some pineapple on, and you're good to go. When you start combining some flavors and you really cook a pizza, you really bake a pizza, you really put some love into that pizza. You know, so you get the, you get that Billie Jean song playing. You know, that it's like just like oh f yeah.
So Garza,
Really
you
know your
there?
pizza.
Garza?
He's
I
still
thought I
thinking
saw
about the
his-
pineapple. It's still thinking.
He's not there. He's still contemplating whether if he likes pineapple. I can't be the only one. I can't be the only one, Garza. Please save me.
It's funny because in my life, I feel like when I bring that up, I'm in the minority. So I'm happy to be in a majority camp here of
For
the
the
pineapple.
pineapple.
people.
Well, to me,
Yeah,
it's weird because I
this is why
think
you
most
come
of
here.
the
Yeah,
criticism.
that's the only reason why I come to Vodka Stream is because people like pineapple pizza. Not for Dave. Sorry, Dave.
I feel like
Wait,
most
Dave,
of the
come on,
pineapple
yeah.
controversy comes from it, like
Oh,
Dave feeds
There
it.
he is.
Oh, there he is.
yeah.
Like Dave said, he's like, it's whatever. Like I'm just not a big fan of it. But because like the online discourse surrounding, I mean, it's because it's online discourse, but anything. And so it creates this like you have to be like so anti or so for. When most people that end up trying it are kind of like, oh, I mean, sure, I can see why maybe some people like that. I don't. But it's the people that are like, why would you ever try that? That's like bizarre to me because it's like
Yeah, I
pineapple
mean, I
is like
don't care,
paired with
you know,
savory
like-
more often than it's paired with sweet stuff. In
Yeah.
like,
What is
just,
it, Garza?
Just so I know, fuck pineapple on pizza.
Thank
Like,
you.
get the fuck outta here.
Thank you.
That shit's
He-
fucking nasty, man.
he was
And
waiting to
also-
feel the room so he could come in and have a hot take
yeah,
instead
no.
of.
And I was hoping that I would come in right when y'all were talking about the steaks because I need mine fucking like it's literally fresh from the slaughtered animals that I
Yeah.
fucking
Yeah.
I mean, the
same.
outside.
I need ultra rare.
The outside should be
Yeah.
browned, grill marks, long enough for grill marks, and then no more.
right.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But
Absolutely.
I want
I'm not
to
eating it, like,
cut
fresh.
into it. I want
mean-
the blood to squirt on my face.
I don't want it cold and I don't want it cold in the middle.
Right.
No.
No,
Yeah,
no.
yeah,
But I
yeah.
want to be able to take the blood from the plate and literally put it under my eyes as I fucking eat it.
Oh,
Like,
yeah.
I'm goddamn
You guys are
wonderful,
fucking
you know what I mean?
Morbius over
Right.
here, my
Yeah.
god.
He's getting crazy. But now we got Mr.
Yeah, no.
Chris on Cage here.
I was
We
just
gotta
gonna
get
say
his-
I I wanted to join
Hey,
in real
guys.
quick to say that. Hey, what's going on, buddy? But I just literally was taking a 5-minute break from my
You said taking a shit. I was like, thank you.
Hence no camera.
No, no. Yeah,
I
right.
thought I smelled something.
No. I'm writing right now, so I'm about to. I got to finish another chapter. So
Good
Look
for
at
you,
that.
man.
Garza the writer.
Yeah.
Awesome.
Wow.
yeah, bro.
Well, I saw you
Yeah, no, I'm
posting
about-
about it. You've been posting about it.
Yeah. I got like 60,000 words so far. So we'll
Nice.
Nice.
yeah, we'll see how it goes. We'll see how I can do it.
Yeah.
Way to go.
Anyways,
Nice.
you
Get it.
you guys have a great, phenomenal night.
All right, man.
Yeah. Fuck pineapple.
Fuck pineapple. Thank you.
Mic drop.
That was
out.
a good send-off. That was a
Garza
good
out.
send-off. Well, thank you, Garza, for dropping in to be on my side. Thank you very much about the pineapple pizza.
Dave,
But-
know,
but-
he
Dave
fell off.
texted him. He's like, please come on and just can you say that you like fuck
Right.
pineapple and then leave?
That's what I did. I was like, Garza, you got to help me out here. I'm in the minority here.
Yeah.
What about you, Casey? What is your thoughts about pineapple on pizza?
I like normal pizza, so it doesn't have pineapple on it.
I love how
Normal
we do
pizza.
that.
Normal
Normal
I
pizza.
don't like the judginess of this
Yeah,
voice. Of
Me
what's
either. What is this
normal?
pizza prejudice going on?
Everybody got that?
Normal pizza, bread and
Normal
tomatoes and cheese.
Cheese.
Like normal
Yeah.
stuff that
Anything
you always
else?
put
Fuck
together.
that. Yeah.
Ragu sauce.
Yeah.
I love it. Thank you, Casey. You can stay.
Some
There
ragu
you go.
sauce there.
Okay, how do you like your steak?
So my thing with pizzas, firstly, is that the pineapple may not be bad, but the principle itself is like how do you have something sweet on the spicy thing? That's
Well,
the thing that
But I mean,
like,
pineapple is like
tasted it, though.
commonly on like hot sauce and pork, and like it's a phenomenal
cake.
like pineapple ham is was a thing. Well, I guess I don't know when pineapple pizza was invented, but I think pineapple ham was the thing before pineapple pizza was, because Canadian bacon,
your ham with the pineapples.
Yeah.
Yes,
rings and
exactly.
stuff.
Yeah.
I mean, like, imagine you'd never had a peanut butter and jelly sandwich. Like, imagine you're the first person to make a peanut butter and jelly sandwich and try to tell someone about that. My mom was an exchange student in France, and she got some jam and some peanut butter and went and put it on some bread. And her host sister like lost her mind. It was like screaming at her mom, and she was like, "Mom, she put the jam of grapes and the jam of peanuts together, and she's eating it." Like,
So what you're saying was it wasn't her jam?
Oh.
All right, I gotta go. I gotta leave.
Wow.
well, that's a good.
Hey,
Yeah.
Scott, that joke was a little nutty.
Oh no.
Oh.
No, you know what? Steven, that's
Oh,
interesting
my
that you bring
God,
that
I
up
was trying to
because
sandwich it in between Steve's
Oh,
story and your story.
Combo breaker.
don't get crusty.
Oh,
Crusty, Jesus, we're just all full of this right now. Oh, where's the drop, man? I can't find it.
No, it's interesting, Steve, because last week one of the few treats that I allow myself nowadays is I'll get like fresh strawberries, and I'll get just like a can of whipped cream, because there's not much sugar actually in a can of whipped cream, and there's not
This
much
is
calories.
like a porno just waiting to happen.
I know.
This
Sorry.
whole
But
conversation about food so
I know,
far. Yeah.
but like I'll just I won't make a big to do about it. I'll just grab a couple strawberries, and do some put some whipped cream on it and stuff. And then my dogs usually run up, because as soon as they hear that nozzle go off, my dogs are like there right now. They're like, whipped cream? Yes, thank you. My dog's wanting to do whippets. And so like we were all out of whipped cream, and I was like, dang, these strawberries are good, but like they need something. And I was thinking to myself, you know what I've never done? I've never dipped a strawberry in peanut butter.
Oh, yeah.
You know,
I've done that.
in the Colbert household, we no longer buy grape jelly. We buy strawberry preserves for our peanut butter and
Well,
jelly.
yeah, I love strawberry preserves. Like if I'm gonna have a peanut butter and jelly sandwich, I always go preserves. We don't mess around like that. But I just realized that I had never just taken a fresh strawberry and dipped it in peanut butter, and I just felt like my strawberry was naked.
Peanut butter, man.
So I dipped it in there, and then I was just like, oh yes, protein and the strawberry, and like, oh my gosh.
You should try warm peanut butter. Put it in the microwave for like 15 seconds.
Oh
yeah.
Real
yeah.
good. It got
Yes.
bad to the point when I was
But I
in high
got
school,
really
I was
bad
just
burns
eating
when I
just the
did
peanut
that.
butter.
It doesn't leave the same hole as. Oh, I mean, you're talking about something else.
Whoa,
Yeah,
whoa,
just
whoa,
food, just
whoa.
food, just
Never
food.
mind.
But
Okay,
yeah, at one point, I in high school would just like warm up the peanut butter and just eat that by itself. It was so,
Yeah,
it
warm
was
peanut
so
butter is
good.
fantastic.
Yeah.
All right, we got Mr. Jumping in right here. What's going on, sir?
What is
Yeah,
happening?
we're getting we're
What-
having
what-
sexy
we're having
times
What
with,
food turns you
Well,
on?
no.
Ray?
Let's tell us what you think we're talking about.
right?
I mean, you went from dad jokes to sexual fetishes, like
Hot peanut
know,
butter. Hot peanut butter.
Yeah.
that's and I'm thinking, okay,
Hot peanut
do
butter.
I need to go get the honey or like the syrup? Like, do I need to go to the kitchen, bring a food item with me? I don't know. Who uses jelly? Come on, jam
Yeah, I'm not
only.
really a jelly guy. I'm not a jelly guy. I mean,
No,
I like peanut butter and jelly, sure. And I remember like when Smucker's got the whatchamacallits, the circular, the pre-made like hot
Uncrustable.
Oh
pocket.
yeah,
Yeah, the Uncrustables. There you go. For,
I
like,
am
the
very,
longest-
very aware of Uncrustable.
Yes. Oh yeah, there was like when I the last roommate that I lived with, man, we had those like all the time, and it was just like that was just the snack. But man, there's just something about peanut butter. Yeah, you get some Nutella and peanut butter. Oh, now you're talking.
Nutella's deadly.
I've got a good one.
Uh-oh.
Smooth or crunchy?
Okay,
See, I was going to ask
okay.
the same question of Travis.
Okay,
like,
okay.
Is that hot peanut butter with nuts?
So I
Yeah,
think the
with
hot peanut butter with no nuts is better for dipping stuff. But if you get the
Yeah.
crunchy and eat that by itself, that's good.
By itself,
That's
yes,
a meal.
thank you, Travis.
That's a
I was
meal.
gonna say the same thing. Like if you have a spoon, I could eat both with a spoon, but crunchy It's fine. I love the crunchy just with the spoon and
It goes in waves for me. Sometimes I want smooth, and then it's like, man, I just want nothing but crunchy. So honestly, I'm a 50-50 on both of them. I think I like if it's jelly or jam, I actually like just smooth peanut butter. But when it's peanut butter alone, that's when I like the crunch going on.
Okay, the words "that's what she said" can't fly through my head fast enough.
What are you talking about, Ray? We're talking about.
Welcome.
Come on, let's get nuts.
The objective is just to keep it rolling without mentioning it, and just see how much we can snowball.
That's what I think. See, that's how I think the peanut butter and jelly sandwich ends up with texture. Is you put, because I like more peanut butter on my peanut butter and jelly sandwich.
Yeah.
I do it like, and so like I'll get the extra crunchy, and then like it eats like a meal. You know
like
what I mean? And
the
so, like,
jam or the preserves or the jelly really just make sure the peanut butter doesn't stick to the roof of your mouth.
Yes.
Just enough
Yes.
so it doesn't stick.
That ratio, yeah. When I see people like put way too much jelly or like,
Oh, no.
it's like, what the heck are you eating?
That gives me a sugar coma.
Oh, I know. It's just, ugh.
Wait, that gives you a sugar coma?
Yeah.
Like too much jelly?
Yeah.
There's
Okay.
a lot more sugar in there, man.
But what's what constitutes too much jelly?
I'd say like, I mean, depending on like for like a half a cup of peanut butter, I do like a tablespoon of jelly probably at most.
Yeah.
You guys use jelly on toast?
Yes.
Very little, very little.
Butter.
Yeah,
I'm a butter guy.
butter and jelly is actually really good on toast.
it's
also,
really
like,
so good. Yes.
Yeah.
But butter and peanut butter is actually. Really good.
Oh yes, that's so good. This stream.
When I was a kid,
we should do a Tea Party stream, guys. Tea Party stream.
We've never agreed more than this right now.
When I was a kid, I ate peanut butter and butter sandwiches for a while.
Oh
Those
yeah,
are
peanut
so
butter and
fucking
butter.
good. No, they're
Peanut
so,
butter
I'm
and
with
butter?
you. Yeah, no, it's
Thank
good.
you,
I got
Mama.
another one.
Thank you for that.
Has anybody discovered peanut butter and egg?
What?
No.
No.
I wasn't looking
What
for it,
is
so I didn't
going on?
discover it.
I was going to Indiana Jones that shit, but what?
When I don't know how this came along. We had some tight financial spots as a kid, so sometimes I think maybe that's where I discovered some of this stuff. And my parents just didn't make me aware of the fact that that's why I was, eating like a college kid. But like scrambled eggs and peanut butter make a
scrambled
good
eggs.
sandwich.
Oh.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Throw a knife at Steven.
No, could you want me to escalate it? I can escalate it because
Oh,
this
you
is a
have-
real
Jesus
this is a
Christ.
real sandwich internet fight. You can find it like on whatever, and I tried it and it's fucking amazing. Peanut butter, bacon, and pickle.
I've seen this before.
You lost me
yeah.
at the pickle.
You
You
lost
lost
me.
me.
You would think so. You would think so, but it's
Pickle haters here.
the pickle flavor is all contextual because you're thinking about the things that you normally have a pickle with, and not the ultimate kind of twist that it gives it. It's like a savory lemon zest kind of like fling on it. Not like lemon belongs with peanut butter, but I'm saying like it has that. It gives it a crunch, and it gives it a I don't know. It's hard to describe because it sounds fucking insane to describe it. But once you eat it, you're like, oh, texturally and like palate wise, this makes so much sense.
I can believe the bacon.
Did you guys do any of the food challenges that were out like last year? Like
No.
we got
Like Tide Pods.
We got
Yeah.
no Tide Pods. Well,
I'm still recovering.
Tide Pods.
I can't see how the left eye.
Cinnamon
2017.
challenge.
Like somebody talked us into doing like the watermelon with mustard thing.
Oh,
And so I hate mustard. I hate mustard with a passion. I can't stand it. And so like somebody kept pushing us. They're like, Enosh, you should do it. And I'm like, I'm not doing it. So we shot a video of Tiffany doing it. And I was like, hey, Tiffany can do it because Tiffany likes mustard. And so she takes a bite and she's like, oh my God. Why? She was very reluctant. She's like, no, it's going to be awful. She takes a bite and she looks at me and she goes, what the hell? Like, why is this good? And I'm like, I don't know. And so she
And mustard and what?
Mustard and watermelon. And so she kept going on and on about it. And so like I had said at the beginning of the video, I'm like, I am not gonna try this. Do not, try to push me. And she was enjoying it so much that I'm like, okay, fine. So I get a piece of watermelon and I hate mustard. I absolutely just loathe mustard.
Oh,
it was
man.
good. I don't know why. It wouldn't be like something that it'd be my go-to thing like
It's
all the
weird.
time, but it was good.
Yeah.
And then people were like asking for other weird stuff like ketchup. And so like I tried ketchup and the ketchup was okay too. But like A1 sauce, like it's crazy. Like there was all these different combination stuff with watermelon that you could put on watermelon. Now I'm already a little weird, but like my family is from the South. And so we put salt on fruit. So I put salt on watermelon.
No,
Or
I
different
can see
melons.
salt
No,
on fruit.
no,
Yeah.
salt and watermelon. No, I am
That's
aware.
a common thing. That's
I'm
pretty
aware
common.
of that.
Well,
yeah, I was
still
gonna
get
say
weird-
salt on
you-
watermelon,
people look
or
at me weird for it. Yeah.
no, and that's why there's a lot of flavors like that where like I can't picture the mustard and watermelon, but I can kind of imagine why that would work. Because if you start looking at like some sweet mustard, like barbecue sauces, and like you kind of move in that direction.
Going back to the whole pickle thing, have you ever had what do they call that? When you take a shot of bourbon and then you chase it with a pickle juice? Oh
No.
my god, man!
No.
I forgot what pickleback. That's what it's called. It's called a pickleback. my buddy told me about this. He's all, dude, you're gonna be. Yeah.
I've drank
It's
just pickle
delicious.
juice before
Absolutely delicious.
when
Juice is good.
yeah, I mean not like for like what on ice or anything like that. But like if
I'm
you're
now starting
if you
to
got
wonder if some of you were pregnant.
if you're like dehydrated or have like a headache from
We're
like
not
not drinking enough
drunk
water.
yet, and yet we sound like it at this point.
I know, right?
No, pickle juice is great to like if you want to like it's like better than Gatorade. Like if you want to like
Oh, yeah, it's
supercharge
refreshing.
your electrolytes.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's healthy for you too. It's really healthy.
It has just a nice kick where at first it hits you, oh, and then it has after. You say, okay, this is
yeah.
good,
Then it's
but
fine. Yeah. Oh yeah. Anytime I get a jar of pickles, man, I'm freaking downing the.
Well,
Oh, see, I'm talking about like medicinally, like I'll take a shot of this just to feel better. But I guess if you guys like it, then good for you.
Good, yeah.
Well,
I'm like bathing in it, you know.
They're great snacks because there's 0 calories. Like they fill you up, and yet it's one of those things that like you're burning more calories eating them than you're actually like
pickles and celery and
celery, right? Yeah.
Although pickles like are have better flavor than celery.
Oh, very much so.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah, so
Speaking
so,
of peanut butter, celery and peanut butter.
Oh, that is some
yeah,
good
that's always a
stuff.
thing. But
That's a
but
good
still,
warm
you got the
Ooh,
celery.
Maybe that's a good transitional phase to like if you can understand that, now just take it a step further to the pickle. And maybe you can see the.
I feel like you're skipping steps.
No, you are, but like the celery is not a logical because it's the fresh, the vegetable, the crunch. It's like not something people think about peanut butter as like a dessert or like paired with jelly or bread as a spreadable, but not. I think once you put it on celery, that kind of breaks it out of its traditional context.
Well, okay, wait. And now go with you, Stephen. Did you ever do ants on a log?
Yeah.
Okay, so yeah.
What's that?
What the fuck? Yeah,
I was aware of it.
It's just peanut butter.
Straight
Peanut butter on celery with raisins.
Yeah.
No, I don't like raisins. I hate raisins.
I'll eat them if I have
I
to.
like
but
grapes. I like grapes but I don't like raisins. Man is.
You don't like eating pruny, Dave? Is that what you're
I don't like the
telling me?
pruny stuff. I'm sorry.
I was gonna ask all of you. It's like, do you know any black people that don't like watermelon? At least one. I hate watermelon.
No, I know.
At all.
Notice that we all got quiet.
I don't. I.
Who did you vote for?
Yeah.
Who did I vote for?
I'm trying to bring the jokes back up a little bit. Weird that like make you think about that one. Like,
yeah, I know that's.
No,
man.
I've never.
You don't like watermelon, huh?
No, I've never liked it.
Why?
I don't like the taste. There's just something about it that just is.
Maybe it's.
Doesn't sit well.
Did you have a good watermelon?
A what? No, see, it's not just.
Is there such a thing?
It's not just. Well, no, there is not. This subjectively speaking, no, there's not such a thing. But like but as far as like the taste, I don't even like the flavor. I also
try with salt and pepper.
I'm weird though, Casey, because I don't like fruit in general.
Oh, okay.
Like I'm not a fruit like you guys are.
So you
like,
don't have that palate. You don't have that palate where
I
you
signed
don't,
in and you guys were like talking about strawberries, and I was like, "Fuck strawberries."
Hey, it's all subjective, dude. Quit hating.
It is.
On...
Oh, it is.
But it's also okay to like them all. So it's
But what do you have any fruit that you actually like?
If there was a fruit that I would even remotely attempt to eat, it would probably be raspberries.
Or no. Take the how about tomatoes?
Yes, I was gonna say tomato route.
You know what? Okay,
tomatoes.
But thank you for bringing up tomatoes because like the problem that I really have with fruit is like
the problem I have with fruit.
I've got a bad history with fruit. We do not see eye to eye.
We go way back.
It's like with orange juice, right? Because you can either get the pulp free or you can get like the pulpy orange juice, right? And my problem with pulpy orange juice is orange juice is a drink, not a food.
Thank you, Ray.
I
can agree with.
You gotta have the pulp. Gotta
And
have
so-
a pulp.
and so
I'm
that's
pulp
what-
free.
But that's like my bigger problem with fruit in general, because fruit is like, okay, bite into it, but get a mouthful of juice at the same time. And I'm like, no, pick a side.
Do you
Either
like
I'm
Gushers?
eating
Gosh,
or
I feel like
I'm
we gotta
drinking.
have like an
Gushers are
adult
great.
conversation with
How,
Ray.
how do you feel about Gushers?
I feel like we are
Uh,
having an adult conversation. 'cause
never
it's
had
so
Gushers.
dirty the more we talk.
Never had
I
Gushers.
know. I just feel
Especially
like
the way Steven said that right now. Do you like
You like
Gushers?
gushers? Yeah. You like when it explodes in your
Said it all
mouth, Ray?
sexy like.
That's
Yeah.
good. I'm so
No, but,
surprised you guys salt fruit. I think that's illegal here in Canada because I know no one here that does that. That's
Wow.
wicked.
But
You just
salt
put
on
syrup on
It's
everything.
it's
Right.
actually it's considered assault.
Don't you guys
Oh,
Dang.
Hey.
Throw a knife at Steven.
back to the dad jokes. Back to the dad jokes. Yeah. No,
if
I
you
was
bake
gonna
a cake with fruit, then is that battery?
Stop! Jeez.
Oh, no.
This guy, zing. Oh, Enosh with the zinger right there. Yeah. Like it. No, but
no, you can't.
tomatoes. Don't get me started on tomatoes. First off, I don't think it's a fruit, to be honest.
It
There's
is a
nothing
fruit.
sweet
Look
about
at
it.
the definition of a
Sweet
fruit.
about
It's
it.
technically a
Fuck
fruit.
that shit. Ah.
It's seeds.
No.
Well, no, this is
It's
what I was talking about
seeds.
earlier with pineapple. Is people think about foods based on what they eat them with, not about like the category of fruit is not a flavor profile or a texture even. It is just it grows on a tree and it has seeds. And so like when someone says a tomato is a fruit, they're like, oh no, it doesn't taste like a strawberry, and it's like, well, no, it's not. It's
Well, it's also
That's
because
not-
also when you go into the produce section, you don't find the tomatoes next to the apples and the pears. You find it next to the
True.
lettuce and all the
Right.
green shit. So
It's a fruit trying to act like a vegetable. That's what I'm saying. Okay,
Yes.
that's what it is. I don't mind. Like I like tomato sauce. and
okay,
everything
that
like
could
but
be
you give me,
taken
like,
so many wrong ways.
oh, of course,
Oh,
it could.
100%,
Of course it
yeah.
could. That's totally
well,
fine.
and there's a ton of vegetables that aren't vegetables either, like starch, like potatoes and corn and I think peas are a starch, right?
Is it a starch?
Peas
I
are
mean, I know
vegetable.
rice.
Someone,
I know rice
someone
and
chime in the
potatoes,
chat there. Peas.
I know.
Let's
starch
all stop
or
right now and
vegetable.
look it up.
But
Dave, I'm gonna-
yeah,
Dave,
yeah.
Dave,
Don't,
I'm just-
I just hate tomatoes.
Are
You give me a
peas-
they're so good.
that phrase is burned into my brain of fruit trying to act like a vegetable.
They're are they legumes? Are they? Hold on. Wait a second. They're
Prunes?
high protein vegetables. I guess they are. Yeah.
I just love that there's been so much news this week, and people are like, man, I can't
we
fucking
have
wait for
not
Monster
talked
Street
about
tonight.
at all. We're
Okay,
talking
you know what?
about what?
Half an hour of no fruit is this.
Well, okay, you know what that is? It's because it's been technically a week, but it's felt like a month.
Yes,
because
it's
yes,
been beaten
son of
in
a
our heads
bitch
and stuff
just
like that.
died.
Yeah,
Like
yeah.
like
fine.
it's one of those things where it's like, okay, like you start gearing up, like, okay, when how are we going to talk about it? How is this going to go? Like when you have to start gearing up for the conversation, it's like, okay, you really don't want to talk about it.
It's when it's kind of like how it's been great that I've had spring break this week because I've just watched the insanity and just went, fuck that shit, and I just went back to watching movies. Just like
Yeah, I mean, it's true. I mean, like, when it started off, I mean, it started off with the Oscars and, that continues to go on. And, obviously the news recently was that Will Smith resigned from the Academy, put out a statement, which I thought, good on you. Just do that. Let's get over this thing. I think everybody wants to just kind of get over this thing. I love how Daniel
Radcliffe's response.
Best response.
It was like, I'm so tired of this, and of course I've been covering it all week, and I'm just like, I'm getting to the point where I'm like, all right, now that last video I did where he put out the statement, I'm like, let's just put this behind us. I hope whatever Will Smith, when he, just kind of lost it, which we can understand it. Was it wrong? Sure. But at the same time, it's like, all right, now he just wants to put it behind him, and like, let's just kind of get to the point where if there's something there, that's what I'm more worried about. Concern is like the fact that that happened. I just want whatever is happening to like let him find some peace with this shit.
I think that's what is so hard for people to process is sorry, I'm just gonna keep going.
Yeah.
What Steven does.
What, you? Yeah.
Is he's controlled. Like, I don't know if there's anybody in Hollywood who has so tightly controlled their image for 30 years, Where
Oh,
like,
yeah,
what's the
it's
worst
pretty
thing you've
healthy.
ever heard about Will Smith prior to last Monday?
Well,
Like,
Well,
Depends on what you take in.
Well,
yeah.
no, but I
yeah,
mean,
I
like
get
that
what you're
speaks
saying. I
poorly
get
of
what you're
his.
saying.
And like, you know, there's plenty of other people. I mean, even Chris Rock has a like when this first happened, and it was not clear based on the fact that it was like a split reaction to it, where like you would think that kind of Will Smith would be, you know, the guy who slapped somebody else in the most public way possible would be the one that people would kind of like demonize, but because he has a history of being likable and not being dislikable, that like that one action is like, well, I have reason to trust that if he's gonna slap someone, he has good reason to do it.
There's other cultural context within what happened, though, Stephen.
Right?
And quite honestly, that's the bigger issue that I've had with this. As far as like between the two of them, I was done the minute Rock was like, "I'm not pressing charges," because I'm like, "No, of course you're not going to press charges," and I know why you're not going to press charges. Because it's you get that this isn't something you want to make like public or like bring the cops involved. You don't want to do that, and I get why you don't.
Right.
But there is a cultural context that a ton of people who are like propping Chris Rock up as a hero are missing with respect to what he did, and understanding that mistakes were made by both of them.
Yeah.
But the problem is
offsetting penalties.
Yes, if they are. The problem is that one mistake is incredibly visible to everybody. The other mistake is not completely visible to everybody. And that's the first mistake, the joke that Rock made. That is a cultural, and that's why like this week I've told people, I was like, listen, if you don't understand the cultural context, tread lightly on this one, because there's and it's not just cultural context, but also between them, like, because this has been going on for years. Like, this isn't the first time he made a joke about his wife,
about them,
about them, right? So there's personal history, there's cultural history involved in that
too. Yeah. That was one of the things too. I'm wondering what history there is, like, and stuff that we don't know. And then of course people were pulling up old footage of Chris Rock making jokes at their expense over the years. I mean, he's done it before. And I think, when it came to the joke that he said there, I didn't think it was funny. I thought it was like, okay, that was just like he just kind of just ad-libbed that right in there, whatever the fuck, you know? And I was like, all right, poor taste, whatever, and it's fine. But I think even like now that Chris Rock he's now doing stand-up again, and he doesn't even want to talk. It doesn't even sound like he wants to talk about it during that. Yeah. From what I read, like his first stand-up, he basically was just like, hey, I wrote this whole thing before Sunday, and that's what I want to do. I'm still processing what happened. To me, it just sounds like he just wants to go, hey, it's, and like you said, Ray, it was like, as soon as he said he doesn't press charges, I went, yeah. I don't think anybody would have thought that, at all.
There's a variety of other factors, or not other factors, but additional factors. Not discounting that, but just it's a. I don't think very many people fully understand the full complexity of the situation, because, like Ray said, there's definitely a cultural context, and everyone has an opinion of Will Smith, and that's been an opinion he's very, very tightly kept on lock. Will Smith didn't cuss in his raps, right? Will Smith doesn't have to cuss to sell records. Like that's like the thing. When Eminem came at him for that, his response was to release "Nice Guy" was his counter diss track.
Stephen, I remember it was weird when the first time we watched Bad Boys.
Everybody was like,
Prince,
what?
That was weird. It was weird.
Like Chris Rock, so much of his comedy is, there's cultural. Huh?
The other side. His comedy is just
like there's I think that if Chris Rock's best bet from a PR perspective is to do nothing. The slap speaks for itself. And also he doesn't want people digging into like sure, the joke was bad. Did he know how bad it was? Was he fully aware of what he was getting into? Because they've been public about it, but how aware was he that? Because that was one of the big things I asked right away. Was a big determining factor in this is going to be, was that rehearsed and was it in the script for the night? And it turned out he ad-libbed it and threw it in, which I thought was gonna. But so for him though, he doesn't want to draw attention to the fact that it was something that he did. Like if it was in the script, the Academy would have been like possibly apologized, right? Like that puts them in a weird position. But that's a weird. I mean, that's a weird. The weird thing about talking about this too, that I don't think we'd led yet, that I think probably we all agree on, is that like violence is not okay, and that level of escalation. It's not. You can't dismiss what either person did, but I don't think that level of escalation in that moment was necessary. It's not like he said stop and then he didn't stop and then and this is the most public place possible, the most high profile place possible at a time when it is the height of his career too. He's like about to win the best actor award.
Yeah, that was and
that worked out.
And I think a lot of people, it sounds like there are people trying to justify what Will did, but I think for me, I've been talking to people who are like, well, you can't justify that. I'm like, well, not when I talk about context, or when we talk about why Will did it, it's far less like, well, Chris deserved it, more so than, well, Will has never done something like this before. He doesn't have a reputation for that we know of. He doesn't have a reputation for violence. He doesn't have a reputation for acting out or for even cussing. So what would, and he doesn't have a reputation for like having, I guess not until recently at least, like any sort of mental or emotional instability that would rise to that level. And so there's less of a like, what, like, does Chris deserve that or not, so much as like, what would it take to cause Will, like, what do we not understand about Will's state of mind that would get him to do that? And that doesn't mean that it's okay. It's just I want to know why. And the answer to that doesn't make it okay or not okay, but it helped me understand like what takes him from 30 years of perfect behavior to slapping somebody on the stage at the Oscars.
I think it's important.
Give me a J. Give me an A. Give me a D. Oh, I'm sorry. I thought we were cheering. Sorry. I thought you were setting up for the perfect cheer.
Oh.
Come back in. Perfect.
I think generally speaking, Stephen, you're right as far as like everybody's general approach to the conversation. I will tell you though that even talking about it and even reasoning where you're at with it is even that very much has a cultural context, because I'm not going to lie, there is, if it's not like 50-50 for me. For me, it really, like from a cultural aspect, it really is like 60-70% leaning more towards Will, not because of the instability, but because of the joke that was made.
But would you say that, because that's the other, you would say that you understand or even agree with him, would you say that, like, or maybe you would do the same thing if you were in his shoes?
No.
If you were in his shoes and you were to do something like that, would you believe that you didn't deserve any sort of repercussions?
No,
it?
You can't do that on live television. You
right.
can't. That's. I mean, millions watching, and no, you can't. It's not excusing the violence. It's not excusing the act. He can't do that. He has to be in better control of his emotions. I just understand fully where the emotions came from a cultural aspect. I don't know what's going on in his head. I just know from a cultural aspect where that came from. And so there is a part of me that looks at Rock and says, you kind of did deserve it, because you, again, culturally speaking, as a black man, should know better than to make that joke.
Yeah.
That's in addition to the personal stuff going on between them.
I think the other context also that not a lot of people had, I've been listening to the Town podcast with Matt Bellany, and he's a former THR editor. And if you're interested in like Hollywood news that's not like fan sites and not tabloids, it's a phenomenal podcast. But he was in the room, and afterwards he did an emergency like 12-minute podcast where he kind of broke down like what the hell just happened, and he did another one the next day. And the thing that him and the other person that was in the room with him that kind of surprised me is they said that the room, they got the vibe that the room was on Will's side, and that's part of why they think he wasn't removed right away, is because it would have started a riot. And it's like, how can that like if such a violent outburst happened like in the room, you would I think a lot of people would expect people to side with Chris over that, but I think that one of the things that a lot of people don't get, and Will mentioned this in his speech about how we stand here and we got to take these jokes and smile like it's all okay, and it's not. And I think that this is a little bit humorous, but also like I think very real is that the jokes, like Amy Schumer was doing her best Ricky Gervais.
Yeah.
Which is like a very loaded statement, right?
Very much.
And best in the operative sense, not in the actual.
Yeah, she literally lifted the Gervais Leo joke from years ago about the age and the model. Like it's the exact same.
I know. I saw that, Travis.
The jokes were all punching down and demeaning and dismissive and mocking and lots of personal jabs. Will and Jada had been the target of a lot of those already. One of the first ones that even came up, they were like, "Will, come up, you're single." Jada wouldn't mind, even though you're married.
She gave me a pass.
And that even with that first one, they were like, "No, we're not involved in this." Which, how much of that is rehearsed, how much is not? But the fact of the matter is that like the jokes just weren't that funny at all. And it was just like this pervasive like sense of you don't matter, or like taking jabs at them. And it's a room full of like these people who are there to be recognized for their accomplishments, and they have to smile and laugh for the world. And so it's almost there's almost a sense of like not so much like whether or not the Chris Rock deserved it, so much as he was just the first person Will could get away with punching that was on the stage.
Slapping.
Sorry, slapping. I didn't. Yeah, slapping.
I know a lot of people were saying punching, and I was like,
And so I wouldn't be shocked if there was a sense of like people in the audience were like, "Whoa, that was a bit far," but someone had to do something.
So that whole point.
I felt sorry for Lupita, who was like right behind Will. She was just like,
feel sorry for her. Feel sorry for Questlove, who won his Oscar after that.
Questlove, really
all the others, but like Steven, what you just brought up, like I did a video on this yesterday, and this is the bigger problem that the Oscars have that people do not realize. Is that they've spent so much of the last Disney and ABC have spent so much of the last decade or so trying to bring the general audience into the show, and they've tried they expanded the Best Picture nominees. They tried the Best Popular Award, which turned into another topic we should probably talk about tonight.
Yes.
Like
Zack Snyder with the W.
And what you're talking about with the comedians punching down. That's part of the effort, right? That's why you bring in an Amy Schumer. That's why you bring in Wanda Sykes Hall. And the problem is that you're trying to straddle the line between bringing in the general audience and having this prestigious, dignified event for all of your artists. And it's like, how do you can't balance a dignified award ceremony with a 3-ring circus and expect that it's not something like this won't happen.
Even Frank Oz tweeted about that, and he was like, "I'm not talking about the slap. I'm talking about the fact. Why doesn't this feel like we're actually celebrating movies?"
Right. Well, because the Oscars are two different things. And I don't think even the producers don't fully get this. Is that there's the Academy Awards being presented and like the Academy Awards ceremony, and then there is the ABC Oscars live broadcast, and the target audience for those two things are the Venn diagram of like overlapping interests is very little. So you've got the Oscars, which is like, look at the movies that are like, and people, I guess I'll get back into that in a second, but the Oscars are the art and the it's not the commercial mainstream kind of thing. So the movies that are recognized often aren't necessarily the most watched ones. Like out of the top 10 box office domestic hits at the box office, there was like 6 total nominations between 4 movies and 3 categories or something like that. You expand it to Dune was I think 15th, so you expand that a little bit and you get Dune. But then like most of like 6 of Dune's nominations were in the categories that were excluded from the broadcast. So you have this thing where like the movies that they are celebrating aren't the ones that are, and then so that how do you like, they're like, okay, how do we market this to like the movie audience? Well, what's the biggest movie audience? It's people who aren't watching these movies, and so they bring in the superhero movies, they bring in the superhero actors, and they market it to an audience that doesn't care about their movies. And so first of all, that audience doesn't watch anyway, but if they do, they tune in and they get mad that their movies aren't nominated. Which why isn't No Way Home nominated for Best Picture? Why isn't whatever? And that's a much different argument that probably won't ever necessarily be settled, but it's because No Way Home, like the Academy isn't there to celebrate the 9th Spider-Man movie that has been made in the past 20 years. Not that it's not good and enjoyable and all those things, but it's a very different, like, regardless of the quality of it, that's not like what the Academy is there to promote and celebrate. But because you're forcing this audience in, now it's like, well, why aren't they celebrating the things that I celebrate? Which then pressures anyway, all of those pressures result in a ceremony that's like, look at all these celebrities. Jason Momoa is all up there. He's great. He was in Dune, which was nominated, but like, how did Jason Momoa get so much airtime and so many Aquaman jokes thrown in there when Aquaman, there wasn't even an Aquaman movie this year. When there was an Aquaman movie, it wasn't nominated. Jason Momoa doesn't have any acting nominations. He was there because he's a celebrity, and that's awesome. That's cool. But like, why is he taking the spotlight when the whole ceremony is here? So when you have all of that stuff added up, and then they're just punching down on them the whole time, and then you start getting these personal jabs, and it's like, you can understand, and they're supposed to sit there and laugh at it because everyone in the world is watching them,
which he did,
which is like it's like the worst form of gaslighting. About like, it's like torture of sit here and laugh at us while we mock you, and it's not even going to be funny stuff. It's one thing if Ricky Gervais does it and it's actually funny, but when it's not funny and you're supposed to laugh at dumb jokes about anyway, it's I can understand how people would be mad.
Yeah, I know. I think that's why people thought it was staged, because they're just trying to get they're trying to get ratings. That's why people thought it was like staged. But I'm like, really? I mean, I don't think Chris Rock would be like, yeah, I want Will Smith to walk up and slap me. I mean, it wasn't a fake slap. It wasn't like he, it missed and they added.
I give him credit for how he took it. I
do.
I actually do give him credit for how he
name two other people in that room that it could have been involved in that situation that it would have played out that way.
Yeah.
No,
I
know. Well, one of the things that I said,
there might not be two people in the world that could have had that fall out that way it did.
One of the things I said, Steve, was like, imagine if that was, instead of Chris, not that Paul Rudd would make that joke, but imagine that was Paul Rudd. Oh, this is a very, very different conversation.
Imagine if Chris Smith slapping the shit out of Paul Rudd, man. We're in such a different world right now.
Imagine if Chris didn't just keep his
man in the world.
Imagine if Chris Rock didn't just keep his hands behind. Like, imagine if he had just taken the time to like look at his lip or something. I feel like there was someone sitting there with a panic button, like, what do we do? And then when Chris was like, Will Smith just slapped the shit out of me, they were like, okay, cool, let's see where this goes.
Right.
And then by the time they, then all of a sudden there's new awards being presented, and at that point you're like, well, let's not rile everything. Like, I can like how does a live producer decide when to pull that?
Would you say Will shouted as well? Well, Chris Rock was trying to keep it moving by joking about it. But then Will shouted at him. And that could have gone ugly, but even then he, kept it professional and went on for the awards.
They're so lucky. That just shows you his professionalism as a comedian. Mm-hmm. How many times has he been,
heckled or anything like that?
Heckled and just yelled at, and we don't even know like how many times that he's had a confrontation with somebody from the crowd. I mean, comedians talk about how that's been happening. I mean, I kept on saying like when that was happening, I mean, I'm just glad that Will Smith didn't close his fist when he fucking swung, because that would have been a
lot worse.
Well, that's the thing. Like,
so worse.
It was a bad situation, but it's almost like the least bad of what really could have went down. Because like you said, he could have punched him. What if Chris Rock would have hit back or something like that? And
if you look at one of the freeze frames
on the stage, like there's so many ways. Yeah, it said like it could have went so much worse.
Held back. Remember when he was like, "Oh, I could." He was like, "Oh, I could," and then he's like, "I went, nope, I'm not going to say."
Because even
anything.
after the slap, he was like, Casey pointed out, Chris Rock like was laughing, so I think he was like trying to play it off like, "Oh, maybe Smith thinks this is a bit he's doing. Maybe he hit me too. Maybe he didn't mean to hit me that hard, but I'll play with it." But then once he started the shot, that's when it did.
And there was a report that apparently he went backstage after that and goes, "Dude, I just got punched by Muhammad Ali."
but that and that's another reason why like the other thing is like you see all the pearl clutching comedians like standing up for Chris Rock after this is like, now what's gonna happen to us? What's gonna happen to us afterwards? And it's like, okay, listen, the reason that it even got to that point is because Rock didn't think. First of all, you're at the Oscars. You're not thinking it's going to happen at the Oscars. You're not at a comedy club in Tupelo, Mississippi. Behind barbed wire, thinking that some
if that had been the only joke, if that had been the only joke of the night, I don't think that would, or if Ricky Gervais was hosting and then that happened, or if it wasn't 2 hours of Amy Schumer leading up to that moment, I don't think the slap would have happened.
No, I agree.
I think that Will would have
yes.
would have absolutely taken that if it weren't for just like the absolute horror of bad jokes that preceded it.
And that's why this is a bigger problem than I think people realize for the future of like the Oscars. Like, you can't keep doing this. It's going to get worse. If it's Will Smith and Chris Rock today, who is it next year?
So you could say the Oscars attempts to draw in the MCU audiences is responsible for like everything they did to try to do that backfired this year.
Yeah.
Do you think there would be security measures next time onwards?
Yeah, you think?
Yeah, I would
probably.
I want to know if they're going to make a joke about it next year, or if it's going to be too touchy. Like if someone's going to pretend to rush on stage,
They
or
gotta
if like
pay all the money in the world to get Rock to host it. In my opinion, if they want to get a ratings
No.
boost, they got to get.
I think he'll
Chris
refuse.
Rock and Will Smith both.
I don't think that would
No,
happen.
but he resigned from the Academy.
He's out of the Academy now. Like, he's gone.
Yeah.
But like, but you know what though? It's a good point though, because yes, Marvel did take a massive, like, several L's that night. But let's just put things into perspective. No one lost more than Toby Emmerich.
Yes.
Right, guys. Yeah,
biggest loser of the night by far.
I mean, talk about three things. I mean, obviously
He was probably so happy because of the Dune wins, but then he sat there watching that scene with the music. It was just amazing.
No, yeah. I mean, like Toby had. I don't know if he probably didn't look up when he saw the banner flying over about restore the Snyderverse. Maybe he didn't see that, but he probably heard about it later. But then, yeah, he had to see on the screen that 2 of Zack Snyder's films, especially the one that he was, that he was a part of, kind of,
You mean that scene that they didn't understand how that worked?
Yeah, I know the Speed Force scene. We're like, hey, how does that work?
What is this?
Well, remember, Army of the Dead was also a movie that Warner Brothers didn't pick up
and sold
Yes.
to Netflix. Yeah.
Yes, that too. I mean, to be there, and I mean, I can only imagine.
Which is a Zach original project.
Yeah. So yeah, so we can look at it like that too, where it's like that guy was sitting in the crowd and had to witness both of that and be like, "Fuck."
Look, my favorite part is the way that those awards are structured / the way that they were announced, not at the Oscars, but like when the contests were announced, because it started off as people were upset that No Way Home wasn't nominated, or not No Way Home, No Way Home, and was it before or after nominations were announced? I don't remember, but there was a bunch of concern over whether or not there was going to be representation for that, and so they said, okay, we're going to do a fan favorite one this year, and it's going to be a Twitter vote, which seems like it's just really dumb, because you're literally like the Zack Snyder fan is like, what do they like? They said you're going to tweet a hashtag.
Yeah.
Tweet a hashtag to win a contest.
That's how we got started.
I mean, like.
And so it quickly became apparent that between Zack Snyder fans and Cinderella fans that like Marvel wasn't going to get that one, and at the same time, all of these reaction videos from theaters were going viral online, and so some super bright dumbass goes, "Oh, you know what we'll do? We'll do a best cheer moment, and instead of just doing 2021." So that we can do No Way Home, we'll do it of all time, and that way we've got both Endgame and No Way Home in there, which, by the way, splits the vote. But whatever.
Right.
That's cool, but you're living in a fucking dream world, okay?
And then like that, like this stuff went viral right now, like these No Way Home reactions. So like, there's no way we don't win this one, and then they make it a hashtag contest again.
Well, and how do you ignore in the cheer moment, like making it of all time? How do you ignore literally everything that's come?
Well, there were 3 movies from the last 36 months.
Yeah,
one movie from 2006,
and
what
3 moments in the last 35
we
months.
just now discovered being excited at the movies.
There's no Chewie, we're home. There's no like.
There's it was
this is Sparta.
It was so painfully obvious what they were trying to do.
Yeah.
And
they were really trying to get that Spider-Man fucking
and they just it was so aimless. It literally
which is funny because like I think I even made the joke too. I was like, oh yeah, the Matrix, the cheer mode, the bullet time, cool. I'm like, I don't remember people cheering in the movie theater with that one, but it's okay. I mean, that's
and were they
fine.
cheering during Dreamgirls? Like, it's a good
I
moment,
know.
but were people in the theater like, "Fuck yeah, Jennifer Hudson, my
Well,
god"?
and I'm curious where those came from. Were those all handpicked, or because they had announced the contest before they announced the like 5 options? So I'm wondering if it was like they had like 70,000 tweets for the Snyder moment, 10,000 for Endgame and No Way Home, and then like 5 for Dreamgirls and 100 for Matrix or something like that. And those were just like the top 5 because people just weren't engaging with
But it's like
I think they just picked it at random. I don't think people are talking about the Matrix scene.
No.
But if you think about like the way if they announced it and they were going to do rankings, the big ones that are going to get traction behind them are No Way Home and Endgame and the Snyder one, and so that leaves 2 more for top 5, and those are in situations like this almost always going to be these random outliers where I bet there was dozens of movies that had like between a dozen and 100. Not even 100, like 1 in a dozen hashtag uses, and that's how you get like Dreamgirls on there. Or I don't.
They didn't pick the BVS Wonder Woman entrance.
Oh no! See, that's my cheer moment. That's my cheer moment.
That would
No,
have
but
been.
I want to go back to the Chris Rock.
Or that's my. I mean, even sticking with Marvel, that's my secret cap. I'm always angry. I know I'm going to keep doing it.
Yeah, I know.
I'm always hungry.
No, but I was just going
I'm
back
always
because I just saw this pop up on my. It said Chris Rock shuts down fan who yells "fuck Will Smith" during comedy show. That just shows you right there that he's like, stop it.
Yeah.
We're not doing this. We're not doing this. Well, and I just got that right. I don't know. It's USA Weekly.
I think he knows if he allows it to escalate to like a PR battle.
Yeah.
Like he's not going to win that one, even though he got slapped in front of the world by Will Smith.
He won't win that one in the black community first.
No.
And then he'll lose it everywhere else.
Yeah, I mean, Dice knows what I was talking about. That's what I just said. I'm like, I don't remember anyone cheering for the bullet time thing.
Because it was the first Matrix movie, and it was like, I mean, it was cool, but we were like, whoa.
And
it
was in the trailer.
Cheering.
We saw it before we saw the movie.
Well, not only that, but also like. I'm trying to figure out how to say this without being like, I guess it's just going to be a thing that I say and be an asshole about, but like we used to be cool and not cheer like that in movie theaters.
Okay. You know what?
Like,
thank you for, no. Honestly.
Oh, no. Yeah. You agree. Yeah.
Thank you for
it's like they
that.
definitely build laugh track pauses into Marvel movies now. And it's awkward as fuck to watch them out of the theaters and be like, insert laugh here.
Dude, I'm actually worried to watch Spider-Man No Way Home by myself. I'm like,
I still haven't done that.
I haven't either.
These videos
somewhere in the wall, someone starts laughing.
These videos that people keep sharing for like it sounds like you're at a football game or like at a like indoors.
Which
like at a
fine.
sporting.
I don't have a problem with it, but
it's not.
It's not.
It is fun.
Last time I was in a theater where that happened was Endgame, and. I mean, okay, fine. It's like that was one of those cases where it's like, okay, it's Endgame, it's a sold out theater. All right, fine, I get it. But okay, if that shit had happened like during the Batman, I would have like been legitimately like.
But you know what? I would have.
I don't.
The time that annoyed me was when Harry Styles showed up at the end of Eternals because it was a bunch of screaming girls, and I looked at my brother. I'm like, they have no fucking clue who he's playing. It's just because it's Harry Styles. Even my brother's like, well, who is he playing? I'm like, oh, well.
Dude, I had a coworker, my old job at the station. The only reason she saw Dunkirk was for Harry Styles. She had no clue what the movie was about.
Exactly.
Wasn't interested in who the director was, anything. Just, oh, he's in it. I have to see it.
I don't mean to make it a purely Marvel thing. It's just that it is a Marvel phenomenon. So obviously I'm gonna blame Marvel, but it's not like because whatever. It's because it's a thing that happens like with those movies more than any other. And but we used to cheer in movies like a little bit when stuff like there'd be I don't know, I guess to pick a Will Smith moment because it's just like what hits me in the when I. Start the sentence over.
Whoa, come on now.
I just gonna
is like to put out a full tweet apology in the morning.
And
There was
in,
no
like,
dodging that, huh?
you get like Independence Day where you've got like boom, welcome to Earth. You'd get like a handful of people be like, yeah, and then like you move on with the movie. It wouldn't be this like big.
There's actually a double whammy on that scene because he punches him, goes welcome to Earth. He pops in a cigar and goes, that's what I call.
Yeah.
I mean, it was a double whammy fucking line right
was.
there. That's what made it so great.
And then, or like the president's speech, maybe like after Bill Pullman's speech.
This is our Independence Day.
And there would
That's
be
a
like
cheer
a
moment
smattering
right
of
there,
applause, or like one dude would be like, yeah, and then other people would laugh in the theater because like the one dude but like that was the extent of it. And then after I remember I sat during Civil War and I sat next to this girl who like got giddy and clapped. I think whenever a character she liked came on screen was basically her criteria. And that's only that the number of people doing that exact.
Why were you next to Steven?
The number of people doing that has like only increased, like doing that exact same thing every Marvel movie I see, where it's like, oh, it's Captain America, and it's like, well, yeah, it's Captain America 3, so he's gonna be in the movie.
You know what I remember being the biggest cheer moment that I believe that I've seen in a studio was when I went to go see Star Wars Episode 1. And,
you know what? They cheer for the fanfare and then they shut the fuck up.
Yes, like the very beginning, like Lucasfilm.
And then
it's and then you know the 20th Century Fox thing, and everybody was like da da da, and it was like yeah, and there's like da da, and it was like whoa yeah. Wait, read the crawl. Shh.
Yeah.
Shut up.
I saw the special editions when they came out, and
so did I.
And it was the same. It was the same thing, and everyone in the crowd had their lightsabers over their head and laser pointers on the screen. And then the fanfare came up, and everybody clapped. And a long time ago in a galaxy far, far away, everybody clapped. And then the opening crawl started, and it shushed, but there was like one laser pointer on, and someone goes, "Shut that shit off!" And everyone said, "Thank you." And then it was quiet. Like that is.
Heck yeah.
Like that is. Yeah, and that was fandom. That was not like that is a fandom being like, we are going to sit and like respect this all the way through.
Right. Well, because as a fan, you still want to watch the movie.
Well, and also the Star Wars franchise is predicated on a love for cinema and an homage to great cinematic moments prior to it. Whereas like not everything is that way. I'll just leave it.
Come on, Steven. Remember in Rogue One?
I marvel at that comment.
Steven started thinking about the old Star Wars and then suddenly realized, Star Wars also exists.
He remembered that he's got Disney now.
Well, I'm not even getting into
Obi-Wan, baby.
No, but Steven, it's like, okay, like you don't want to, like, for those of us who just don't want to take pot shots at Marvel. By the same token, this is what, you know, like Scorsese and Francis Ford Coppola. This is what they're talking when they talk the theme park thing. This is what they're talking about, and it's not meant to be an insult. It's just
a categorization.
Right, it's what it is. It's literally the environment.
But when you're watching a movie with a crowd, I mean, it is cool. It's people you don't know, and then sometimes when people,
like if it's the Rocky Horror Picture Show,
but
like.
Why wasn't that there then?
Huh?
Most cheer moment, wouldn't that have been in like something like that?
Rocky Horror Picture Show. I mean, that shows you how bullshit that whole concept was. It was just a vehicle to get a Marvel movie in there.
It's literally just the natural evolution of that that outstanding achievement in popular film Oscar that they tried to
they wanted
so years ago.
I'm sorry, what were you saying, Dave? I think I cut you off. I apologize.
Well, no, it's fine. No, I was just saying, like, when it came to watching the Batman, and the only thing that was like that got like a big time rise out of the crowd was when the infamous Joker scene, like everybody kind of went, ooh, just oh kind of thing. But there was no cheer moments, even though like, you know, every time, all the 3 times I watched it, and when at the end when he on the scaffolding and then he just comes crashing down, I'm like. Myself. I didn't stand up in my chair. Maybe I did once.
It's Batman.
Yeah. Oh my God! Look at the kid.
No,
it's
that's like a top 5. Like seriously, that's like a top 5 superhero entrance.
Oh,
seriously, like that is like an amazing superhero entrance.
You know, it's like, and then he just
And of course, it's dun 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 dun.
Good stuff. No, but yeah, it was definitely Disney trying to be like, oh, we got this. Everybody's going to be like, I mean, we had the biggest movie of last year and everything. We had the 3 Spider-Man. Of course they're going to pick this. But they're like, you went up against a fandom
that's known for tweeting.
It was like Kevin Hart's stand-up. You gonna learn today.
Well, and and then you've got like all these other. Well, we ran a separate poll, and these were the results, and it's like great. Like this is the issue here is that they like those are all valid things. If they had made it like a 1 vote per person poll and put it out from the official Academy account, and it was like if it was like a Twitter poll that like one Academy tweet put out, Zach's movies would still have a pretty good chance, but probably in that case it would have gone to like Endgame or No Way Home. But when you say you get 1 vote a day for using the hashtag, because the whole point was they were trying to get engagement because they're trying to get superhero fans to watch
Dude,
Yes,
Steven,
exactly.
I have had to field so many people this week, like friends of mine in real life, who they know that you know that I like the Snyder Cut and everything, and so they've been relentless on me, telling me that Snyder fans cheated. We cheated the system. We voted too many times.
That's how votes
I'm
work.
like, you understand that they wanted engagement, right? You tell me you don't understand the internet or like
they
any of
built
those
the rules for the
analytics or
contest
anything
knowing
like that.
full
Or
well
math.
how the Snyder Cut
How
happened.
did anybody
Thank you.
Yeah.
Like I've been literally going back and forth with people going, don't you understand that the reason why they did a normal person would only vote once? BS.
No, they announced. They said do it once a day.
Do it once a day. But I'm like, just because you're a Spider-Man fan, if you didn't go and vote once a day, that's on you.
Right.
It's not that all the Snyder fans are the horrible. Well, they're toxic people.
Also,
And I'm just like, you got to be kidding me. They're like, yeah, well, you guys cheated. You cheated the system. You voted and stuff. It should have been something
we
else.
played the
It's also-
game.
That's what I said. And that's
It also
exactly what I
wasn't
said.
one.
No, we knew the rules of the game and we played the game correctly.
Don't play the game.
it also wasn't 1 vote per day. It was
That's like
1
making a
vote
double
per-
play.
20 votes per user.
That's
per
like making
day.
a double play and somebody going,
well,
you
yeah.
can't do 2 outs at the same time.
Right.
You can't do
Some
that.
people were like,
it's not like it's a
20,
loophole.
20,
People were numbering the votes, like 1 of 20, 2 of 20, like that. So
It just shows you how many
Who
of
did the
them
work?
had no clue what that was.
Well, and it shows that once again, also the
Clearly Zach won the
error
Oscar.
on the part of the Oscars, or I don't even think it was actually the Oscars. I think it was the social media firm that they hired to promote the Oscars this year that organized those awards. And because they designed it that way, and I imagine any person who's not like super familiar with like the fact the Snyder Cut fandom is a fine-tuned hashtagging machine at this point.
Right.
And they did that with the anticipation of like No Way Home and Endgame winning, without understanding that like not only are like Snyder fans like always hashtagging like they'll be like, I had eggs for breakfast, hashtag restore the Snyderverse. Like that's just like how they tweet.
I think I've seen that tweet.
I think most of them have like
I like peanut butter and jelly.
Yeah, most of them have it as like a shorthand in their phone. They'll just be like hashtag R, enter, and it autofills the rest. And the thing with like Marvel fans is that yes, there's more of them, and yes, they've trended high like when there's releases and stuff. But because Marvel is like so dominant, there is no like Snyder fans have that like they're aggressive because they feel like the underdog and they feel like they need to fight. So that's part of why, how all of the organization and stuff that happened exists. Like imagine if a Snyder or a Spider-Man fan had been like, hey guys, we need to win this award, let's organize an event. Like who is the like person that is like people look to organize an event in the Spider-Man
Abbeys.
Like who's gonna do that? And, and they all assume, I think they all assume like, oh, we'll win that because we're so much bigger. And so they don't. It's like the tortoise and the hare. There's just like no. There's no perspective that they need to fight to get it. They just kind of assume like, well, Endgame is the biggest box office movie of all time, and I saw it 3 times, so I didn't have to fight for that to happen. Meanwhile, Snyder fans are like, I won't get anything unless I tweet it 500 times a day. I don't care if 480 of them don't count.
And this is what and this is why, even though like publicly speaking, in terms of the Marvel Cinematic Universe, it is an L for Disney. But as far as the engagement, they got what they wanted. They absolutely got the engagement they wanted.
And also, like, let me be the little, the little black rain cloud. It's like it wasn't an actual Academy Award. It was a
Hey, it's on IMDb, man.
I was legitimately
They took it away
first.
I should have my wrestling drop right now. It's still real to me, damn it.
Yeah.
but I also appreciate everyone else who was just like, but those of us, we're having fun with it. Like
Right.
the whole point is that it's like, oh, I know it's not like an actual statue is going.
It's like
anywhere.
the Zack Snyder Jesus pics or the Zack Snyder as the blueprint. It's the dude with the third place medal in the champagne bottle. Like,
Yeah, but
No, I know. I did see some stuff where like, is he gonna get a statue? I'm like, what? For what?
But it's like they left the door. The angry people just leave the door open for that to happen. It's like, why are you this mad? Why are you this angry about a fan competition? Like, because is it because you didn't know the rules, or because you just wanted another
Travis,
shot?
I think Travis, what were you trying to say, man?
Oh no, nothing. I'm letting you guys go because I, as Harrison Ford said in an interview once, I don't care. I didn't care about the Best Popular Award. I hated the idea of whoever won this award. It was dumb because it was just Stephen already referred to it. The audience they're trying to get that voted for this, many of those people did not tune into the Oscars to see. They watched the clip of Snyder and that thing. They tweet out. They had a good time. But it like what? And they get their social media engagement, but for the actual viewership, it doesn't change much, and it's not that audience. I'm somebody that does like the Oscars. I try to watch all the films, but I know so many people that don't give two fucks about the Oscars. But now they're arguing about whether Snyder won it or he shouldn't have.
well, and the only people that are even going to put any
Why?
stock in the awards are Snyder fans. I mean, it's like it's a cool thing, but it's like it's one of the it's like a meme. You won an awesome meme. The like Flash enters the Speed Force is a meme now because of it's an Oscars meme. It's in history as a meme. Flash enters the Speed Force is a thing. People are going to Photoshop things into that number one Flash enters the Speed Force image.
I honestly feel
that's what they want.
I honestly feel like Army of the Dead is the crazier win. Truthfully,
because that's the original movie.
And also, you look at the context of the rest of the Oscars too. Is now you've got, because of how much of a shit show it was, for the first time ever, you've got people being like, good job, Snyder fans. Like, just like way to like teabag the flaming dumpster fire of the Oscars. You got Snyder fans coming in after the fact, being like, "Oh, you like this shit? Well, how you like these nuts?"
I mean, it was so ridiculous because it was like shit hit the fan as soon as like those came, as soon as those hashtags won, and then it was like, oh, of course, by the time the night's over, something more ridiculous.
Imagine the Oscars were like normal and boring, and like nobody got slapped, and the presenters were actually funny, and everybody was like, "We're so proud of all of our winners." And two Twitter polls got presented as awards for Zack Snyder during the ceremony. After the fact, people would be like, "What the fuck is going on?" But instead, they were just like, "You know what? Yeah, let's do it. Like, let's give Zack Snyder 2 awards during this Oscars. Let's go."
Well, and Travis, to your point, I'm kind of like you. It's like I want to watch the movies that get nominated. I've seen 9 of the 10 Best Picture nominees after this week. I've only got one more left, and it's rented, and it's just waiting on me to actually like hit play on.
Which is the one for you?
Licorice Pizza.
Okay.
And of the 10, it was the one that was like, I've told this today before. I always take Oscar Best Picture nominees into 3 categories. I already saw it, or I was already planning on seeing it before I get nominated. So I already cared about the movie.
Yeah.
There's the middle category of, I care now that it's been nominated.
Yeah.
And then there's the third category of, I didn't give a shit before. I don't give a shit now.
Homework category. It is. I know some people hate that term of like, don't call the Oscar movies homework, but there are some. If you had no interest at all in watching this movie and you're watching it just because you want to know, okay, a group of people that are well in the film nominated this, is because sometimes that's happened to me where I've watched a film that I gave zero shits about, and I walk about, man, thank goodness I did because I love this movie now because there's always a chance.
Did
I
you
think
see?
this is the first year I didn't see a single nomination. No, I saw Dune.
Yeah, I same with me. I saw
But
Dune.
I
But
think
Travis,
that's-
did you see what Trevor Noah called the Oscars?
Vegetables, right? That's what he called them,
right?
Yes.
And he wasn't, like Trevor Noah, like he kind of in a microcosm in that clip described the problem, the disconnect that we're talking about here. But it's like it really is, like you said, the homework problem. People tune in. The general audience looks at the Oscars and is like, "Oh, that's all healthy. That's all kale." The Oscars is all kale and like radishes to them.
I don't know
you
anybody
think
that,
that
has
would-
seen most of those films other than Dune. In my personal life, my friends, even people like Kirkland Taylor that host Geek versus Me, they got no interest in these Oscar films. They watched Dune, and that was about it. They don't need. No, I don't need to see those. I'm good. So it's like in my
Do you
real
think
life,
people would feel this way so much if it weren't for the fact that they were trying to get those people to watch? If they would just embrace the fact that like Oscar bait, like the Oscars are celebrating Oscar bait instead of being like, we celebrate all movies. Be like, no, you're celebrating a particular type of movie. Your organization is built to produce and celebrate those kinds of movies. Own that instead of being like, we're for you too. We're not going to nominate you outside of VFX, but
Yeah,
That's
I mean,
why they should
I don't
just
think anybody
embrace-
thought that Dune was going to actually. I mean,
Oh, dude! I saw
sci-fi never.
when they were winning, like when they won those ones that didn't get presented, and I saw tweets that were like, "Wow, Dune could possibly take it," and I'm like, "No."
I was like, I thought Belfast. I thought Belfast maybe, and then but then
see that, and that's the other problem as like a film lover with the Academy Awards is because there's so many festivals award shows before, and lots of the voting body is in multiple award shows. For me, it's like I know it's Coda or Power of the Dog,
because you follow the circuit, you follow the SAG Awards,
all the
you follow
actors
the
one,
BAFTAs.
there's no surprises there. So I think that's also another thing too. Of like when you see, let's say 15 articles or tweets about the projected winners and they're all the same, why does a person go, oh, I should tune into that? If you see multiple outlets reporting, oh, this could win, oh, maybe I'm interested to see who could win Best Picture. If everyone's just saying it's these two films I haven't seen, I don't care. It's one of these things.
Or it's two films I've seen and neither one of them are like neither one of them speak to, or they're neither one of the movies that, because like I enjoyed Coda, but but it's one of those movies that's like I enjoy this movie. I will watch this movie again, but for me subjectively, it did not achieve like what I deem a Best Picture winner.
Yeah.
It didn't do the things that I subjectively think that a best, like for you to achieve that lofty standard of you are a Best Picture winner. I looked at Coda and go, it's a good movie, but the Best Picture of the year, I go, why? Like
that's often the case for most Best Picture winners, no? Because
who
would have thought that Shape of Water would win?
Well,
I love Shape
I think
of
that's
Water.
one of those things too, though, where like
Shape of Water was great, but
it was.
In the same way that people don't necessarily,
Picture,
in the same way that people don't understand what the Oscars are for, they also the categories aren't very well defined because like Best Picture is technically that's just it's a producer's award, right?
Yeah.
The producers get
directors
the
don't get.
So to me that says that like that is a like obviously the thing that wins Best Picture typically wins other categories other categories as well, but that says more about like the overall production and how it's put together from the top level, as opposed to like the technical categories are a lot more specific. So like a bad movie can win Best VFX because that doesn't necessarily like.
I'm gonna date myself here. Everybody already knows how old we are, I think. But
it's all right. Scott just turned 40. We're good.
Yeah, I'll be there. I'll be there.
You'll be there in a few months, Ray. Don't worry.
But like the last
12 more
time,
years.
the last time that I shut up, Travis. The last time that I like saw all the Best Picture nominees and like controversy like this came up was like 2005, and I remember that was the year that Crash won Best Picture, and it was the nominees were Crash, Good Night and Good Luck, Brokeback Mountain, Capote, and Munich, and like I saw all 5 of those, right? And so like, and it was one of those where it was like, okay, I see why. Like if you watch the movie Crash, you see why it won. like from a not political, but Oscar political standpoint, why it won, right? But quite honestly, in my opinion, I was like, okay, no, after watching all these movies, the one that, in my opinion, it should have won Best Picture that year was Good Night and Good Luck. Good Night and Good Luck was fantastic. That was like, and I would put Munich third, but it's always a subjective thing where it's like, you know, like you said, Scott, we had that criteria in our head of like what a Best Picture winner needs to accomplish in our minds, like what type of feeling we should have when we watch it, you know, because we're thinking about the list on the road, like list of Best Picture winners, and you want the list to kind of match.
Right. Like what did these movies do, or what did this movie do this year that was so different that makes it the best movie of the year? That's kind of how my brain goes. So like when I looked at the Best Picture nominees this year, and by the time they had announced them, and into the conversation that Travis and I were having, that's always interesting to me. Is like by the time the nominees get announced, how many of them have I already seen out of, you know, my actual, actual interest of watching?
How many of them even got a wide release? It's hard.
That's
like
true.
some people like live in certain areas. I know have like if you follow like any film critic that doesn't live in like LA or New York or Chicago or whatever, you'll often see them complaining like, I literally can't see these award circuit movies like unless I want to like fly somewhere to see them, and that's absurd. Give these things a wide release during, like, the Academy can give these movies a wide release. How is that so hard?
They used to do that when it was 5 nominees. They used to do that.
I mean, even in the age of streaming, it's like give the option, like, hey, check out these movies, and I mean, if anything,
sell
like,
an Academy season pass for their own streaming platform.
That's what they should be doing. Yeah, and that's where you can put the actual show.
And then you know what?
The nominees.
People will pay that because a lot of people just don't know. Like they don't because superhero movies dominate the you know stuff like you look at what used to be at the top of the box office before, like a lot of these blockbuster superhero movies. It was stuff that would be like a drama or whatever that would end up doing well. It was, you know, blockbusters have always done well, but I feel like if you were to say like, hey, pay $20 a month or $20 total or whatever for the months leading up to the Oscars, and you can have free access to every single nominated movie, I feel like that would actually generate way more.
Yes.
And you know what? Build in a voting. Anyone that subscribes gets to vote, and then you do a fan favorite, and that way you get to. Like, I know that starts to, like, that might make people start to cringe about like the idea of getting like non-Academy people involved, but I think that preserves, like, it's still only Academy nominated movies. It's not like people are voting on non-Academy movies, but I think a lot of people just aren't going to go to the theater to watch. I don't know what was even nominated this year.
Because I saw Belfast in the theaters because I wanted to see that. Like,
still haven't seen it.
Dune and
Nightmare Alley.
Yeah,
Nightmare Alley.
Yeah, I saw that. I joked with Dave. I saw Nightmare Alley the night that No Way Home came out. And instead of going to No Way Home, I went to Nightmare Alley.
Here's another thing about this year's Oscars and the way everything was done is, like, what was one of the most watched and pretty well reviewed by audiences movies that was nominated? Don't Look Up. Don't Look Up might actually have a better audience score than Dune does. I'll need to check. But Don't Look Up, despite bad reviews, has a really good audience score. And what did they do all night? Shat on Don't Look Up.
Yeah.
Like, and that was probably, other than Dune, the one that audiences would be most interested in winning. And that doesn't mean they have to give the award to the one that won, but it just shows how out of touch they are, where they're like, they don't know how to get people interested in this. And it's like, well, you're not selling them, like, the movies that you want to celebrate, they come in and then you just shit all over them. So why is the audience, like, how is that growing the audience? Because you're like, it's a bait and switch. With, like, do you love superhero movies and celebrities? Come here, we're gonna award a bunch of stuff you haven't seen, and then they just shit on that the whole time.
You're told the one Oscar movie you've seen is the shitty one. You know,
right?
I'll be honest with you. Honest with you. Half the movies that were even nominated, they haven't been anywhere near me.
Yeah,
exactly.
I haven't seen them. Half of them I didn't even know what they were, and I'm not some like bottom dwelling, like I only watch superhero movies guy. You know what I mean? Like I love good films. I love good movies. But the thing is like, I'm sorry, it's just become so pretentious now, where the only thing that can win Best Picture is not necessarily that thing that it's a great story and actually draws people in that normal everyday people can like ingest and enjoy. It's got to be so highbrow and over everybody's head and so conceptual, and like basically we all ran around sniffing each other's butts for 2 hours because we just needed to pat each other on the back and tell each other how smart we were.
That's why I'm glad Coda won, because the Coda's not that movie. Coda,
yeah, that's what I'm saying. Like, so I don't know, like, but I don't
Yeah.
even know because I never even heard of that movie.
Yep.
It's also because the Academy votes for it, right? So
yeah,
there's that pressure from their peers or whatever to not vote for the movies that are not that sophisticated.
Exactly.
Yeah.
So they always get these progressive or the movies that always push boundaries or whatever in their eyes. So that's why the voting, I mean, the best pictures are always the ones that you don't necessarily think that are the best picture.
Well, and,
No.
and even that, like I remember, like when Slumdog Millionaire won, like that was the first time an indie film legitimately won Best Picture, because indie films up to that point were like, oh no, they're not going that far. And since then, like indies have been getting more prestige and like more consideration in the Best Picture category. But it's like, all right, do it for the other genres. Do it for science fiction, for fuck's sake. Stop shitting all over science fiction.
Do it for horror.
horror.
Man.
That's when you know you did something.
Yeah, before science fiction, before superhero movies, the Academy hates nothing more than a horror movie sneaking
Which is
in.
crazy because like what has done more for like the art of cinema, and this might sound ridiculous,
Hereditary,
like,
Get
but, like,
Out, you know.
But not just that, but like think about like what horror has done for cinema. Like we're talking about people getting their break because they're able to shoot something on a shoestring budget with terrible effects, and like it's easy to make fake. It's easier to make fake blood than it is to cry on camera, right?
What
And
was
the,
Sam
and the movie
Raimi?
that people go to the theater for.
And Sam Raimi's entire career, Evil Dead, which he shot here in Michigan, his entire career, shoestring budget, exactly what you're talking about.
I mean, people learn how to make movies by making shitty slasher movies, but they develop filmmaking techniques. They learn how to play with focus and use creative editing and stuff in order to fudge your production value. And then sure, maybe those aren't the movies that get nominated, but then those filmmakers go on. You know, you've got Ridley Scott makes Alien, and then he goes on to make
movies. Gladiator.
But like you look at what Alien does with its budget, and then you look at like what it gave him the credibility to go on and do, and you look at that with Matt Reeves, made Cloverfield, and like that gave him the Apes franchise and Batman, and
Saw,
and like so how can you celebrate these guys without celebrating? And I'm not even a horror guy. I don't really like horror all that much, but how do you celebrate these guys in their films without celebrating where they came from?
I love how you brought up Saw, because basically it was like, how do we make a cheap horror movie? And they're like, well, we could do it like this. Maybe it takes place in a fucking bathroom the whole time, and that way we have one location. Essentially, we'll have maybe other locations, but essentially it's going to be in this bathroom. That's how he and Lee Whannell kind of crafted Saw. Was like, how do we make a cheap horror movie with like this crazy twisty kind of shit?
Necessity is the mother of invention.
Yes, it is.
Well, and then you look at what both of them have done. But I mean, look at Lee Whannell with Invisible Man and Upgrade, and the things that he does with his budget on those, where like those are two of the clearest examples to me of like low budget movies that sure that they don't necessarily look big budget, but it hides its budget so well because of his technical competency.
Still need to see both of those.
Ooh,
oh my god!
Yes, you do.
But no, you're right. I mean, even when you have even David Fincher, quite honestly, like for all the budgets that he's worked with, I think, quite honestly, the movie that he's made that I'm most impressed with is Gone Girl, and that was the movie where like he and 6 other guys used Adobe Creative Cloud and like controlled the entire post-production process, and like they were making the graphics for like the TV show that was in the movie, and like they're doing the color correction here, and they're doing all, and it was all like done in one house. It's this amazing video where like he and everybody explained the like low budget process, and that's like, I mean, it's probably his lowest budget film, isn't it? It has to be.
You said Fincher?
Yeah. It's gotta
I'm
be.
telling you guys, watch the movies that made us. That series that's on Netflix.
Yeah.
It is so freaking good, and like how like when you see the creative process, especially going back to John Carpenter and Halloween, just that whole thing of like, I mean, the shoestring budget, like you were saying, Steven. I mean, it's like they utilize so much of that, and then just it's like how it's like, okay, how do we make this freaky? Do we have blood? And I'm like, I didn't even realize there's no blood in the first Halloween, is there? There's no blood because they decide there's reasons why there's not. There's reasons why they kind of like, all right, we're going to keep them in the shadows. We're going to keep them like at arm's distance or something, like just the way that they shot the whole thing. It's all explained and stuff like that. There's one for all kinds of movies. You got to watch the series.
Even look at Jaws, right?
Oh,
First
you
week,
don't see the
shark
shark.
breaks down, but the shark breaks down, and they go, well,
Okay,
how the-
and to answer your question, Ray, no, his lowest
Zodiac?
budget movie is 7.
oh, he's at 7, really? Okay.
Jesus Christ, and that looks like the most cinematic.
Okay, I can buy that though because you got it. Because remember, that's 1995 Brad Pitt, not 2000s Brad Pitt. So he's cheaper.
Well, and 1995 Morgan Freeman.
And Kevin
Yeah.
Spacey, too, yeah.
Morgan
Yeah.
Freeman was the bigger. Morgan Freeman had done Robin Hood by then, though. He was getting.
Oh yeah,
bigger
oh
at
yeah.
that
Morgan
point.
Freeman was hot
Take
then.
so Ray. Okay, so take. I'm going to ask you 2 questions here. Take a guess at what Seven's budget was, and then guess what his next cheapest movie was.
Seven's budget. Well, okay, 95. What? 20?
You're close, but
20 million?
25?
33.
33.
That's
Okay.
not bad.
In 95.
5. Yeah, in 95.
That's surprisingly expensive.
Yeah. And then what's it? What do you think is? This was the one I went to actually when I was thinking about cheap budgets. So,
Well, I know it
Zodiac?
wasn't. I know it wasn't Fight Club because Fight Club was like 67 million. I think was like the
there's
budget
a-
for that.
63 actually. You're
Yeah,
close.
it was like
Okay,
a
yeah.
failure quotation.
Quote it. Yeah.
Yeah,
No,
yeah,
it-
of
it-
course,
it-
but it
no,
was
it-
it was
cult
in
classic.
at that time when it released. It was like, hey,
It bombed in theaters and
Yes.
totally secondary market. It's like one of the biggest secondary market successes, if not the biggest.
Yeah, it's a big cult classic.
oh,
but
yeah.
I got a
but-
poster on my fucking wall.
wait, don't tell me it's Alien 3.
No, not Alien
Okay,
3.
no, not Alien. Okay, then what is
No.
it?
Social Network.
I was gonna say, I was like, I was kind of
Which one? Best Picture.
You know what?
Yeah. See, I was
You know
gonna
what?
say,
I
I
could-
was like,
You know what? And I could see that too because Andrew Garfield, no one knew who he was. That was
Jesse Eisenberg.
People only knew him from
But
Zombieland.
as
That was
opposed
only
to
the year
Zodiac?
earlier. Yeah.
okay, and there's
Timberlake
really
was probably
no,
the most
there's-
expensive one there.
Yeah.
There's no real like special effects in that movie,
No.
too.
Well, no, there is. I mean, there's
Well,
not.
there
like
is, but
there's not a
but
ton.
not as much as like
Yeah.
you would think with
40 million.
I also
It
love
was.
2010.
I also love what Fincher did with that film because he is like he's similar to Snyder. He's big on digital. Like he's been using digital red cameras for years. Fincher has, and like he loves the size.
Thank you, Anthony.
Because like without the big, he loves the convenience of being able to place the camera wherever he wants because it's not a huge giant film Panavision that he's got to worry about being too loud or being clunky.
Yeah.
So he was able to get shots in that movie in particular where like he couldn't place a normal film camera. He was able to do it with that movie. That was I think that was one of the earlier ones he started shooting. the
He's
red
only
camera
got
with.
one movie that goes over $100 million.
Oh, that's gonna be Benjamin Button.
Benjamin Button. Yeah.
Benjamin Button.
I'm gonna put the
Well,
makeup
and-
and Brad Pitt, it's
150
gotta be
million,
that.
150
Yeah.
million for Benjamin Button.
And mind you, Fincher is still using the same kind of digital cameras that like the superhero movies are using. I mean, I know Marvel uses Alexa.
Travis
but, like,
is blown away by that.
When you're saying 100, I'm like, okay, 100 I could see, and then you add the 50. It's like, oh my god, I never knew.
It's still, and its box office still more than doubled its budget.
Yeah,
It
Totally.
worked. It
Oh, it
worked.
was
I mean,
absolutely-
and it had a good gimmick, right? Even before it was like an Oscar film, the reverse aging. That's one. There's just
and you're taking
trailers
the
or
prettiest man in Hollywood too.
Yeah.
With Brad
there's-
Pitt, I mean,
yeah, there's
like-
just certain synopsis or trailers. The second you see them, you're like, "Fuck, that's a good idea. Why has no one done this yet?" And those movies
Man.
all the time, people go, "Okay, I can
in
see what the result is."
2008, that's in 2022 dollars. That's got to be like the equivalent of like a Marvel budget.
100%.
Has
Yeah.
to,
Like-
yes.
Yeah.
Mhm.
I mean, that's probably more than like Ant-Man and the Wasp. I bet.
Okay.
More than Batman.
Interesting. You guys want to know what is Fincher's? If you want to talk about budget to box office, what his biggest failure is.
Are you looking at that Reddit thread?
I am.
Is that? So I can answer any questions anyone wants. So I got the answer key.
Stephen, give us the answers before the teacher. Please.
So it's not Fight Club what we talked about.
Is it
earlier,
Alien?
right?
Is it
Zodiac?
It's not Alien 3.
Zodiac. No.
Zodiac.
Zodiac.
Okay.
Yeah, Zodiac only.
How am I so tuned into David Fincher right now?
Zodiac was a budget of 65 million. Its box office was 85 million.
It's actually it's insane that he's posting
But
these
it's
box
so
office
good.
numbers he was on most of these movies.
I know, right? But I love Fincher movies. Fincher was that first director that I was like, when I decided, I think it was right after I watched Gone Girl or something, and I was like, oh, so what did Fincher direct? And I looked at his list and I went, well, fuck, I'm a Fincher fan. Because I realized I looked at every single one of his movies going, like, to this day, there's only one Fincher movie I've never seen. And
Which one?
Panic Room.
It's very good.
Yeah,
Really good.
Really good. Yeah.
It might still be
a young Kristen Stewart.
I was gonna say it might still be your best thing. Like
It's a good Jared Leto role too.
Jared Leto is in there
yeah.
too. Yeah,
That's right. He is in it.
He's
That's
in there.
right.
No, that's
I love when Scott admits that he didn't see a movie.
Casey's moment to
It's the
shine.
best thing.
I got you, fucker. You finally haven't seen something. Well, and all I'm hoping is David Fincher brings Michael Fassbender back, because that's the next movie he's doing. It's
the
with
killer
Fassbender.
movie.
Yes,
Yeah.
and
Yes.
Fassbender just needs a fucking hit. I want to see him in a good movie again so bad, because when he's good, for me, there's no one better. It's him, and it's a female co-star that's also really good too. I don't think it's Tilda Swinton, but it's someone equivalent to that.
I was just looking at it online this week, Travis. And
It's a good pairing where it's this could be really fun, but either way,
I think Fassbender is laying low for as long as possible. I think next time he pops his head up, he's going to get hardcore canceled.
He's one of those guys.
It is Tilda Swinton.
It is. There we go. Boom.
What am I missing about Fassbender? Like why?
I think I know what it is. Is he's like a he just, no matter what he's in, you enjoy him, even though the movie doesn't quite satisfy. Like when it comes to the last two X-Men movies,
I like them.
I mean, Apocalypse. I'm like, Dark Phoenix.
But
a little better.
He's always great.
He's always great.
Well, his scene always makes the rest of the movie look worse, because it's like, whoa, you're capable of doing this, and you just you only did it for one scene.
That was even. I mean, and First Class is one of the First Class and Days of Future Past are two of the better X-Men movies, and yet he steals the show. Both of them.
Oh yes,
when I fell in love with Michael Fassbender is when I saw Shame, because that movie fucking rocked me.
Okay,
that movie is
sorry. Mm-hmm. First movie I saw Michael Fassbender in.
Oh no,
Glorious Bastards.
Okay.
Oh wow.
300.
I thought you were gonna go Jonah Hex.
300 with me.
Wait, you're right. He wasn't 300.
I thought
technically it's 300.
And then he made some crack. He's like, "Yeah, I did do Jonah Hex, but
I don't know if I can be here anymore. Ray has lied one too many times.
I trusted my agent to pick better scripts, and then he did Assassin's Creed, and then he did some other stuff. But he has that Fincher film, and then he's in the Taika film too. That obviously, I think Armie Hammer's in it, so they had to also do a they've had some comedian or somebody. I think Will Arnett replaced some comedian, but it's a similar situation. Yeah, it's like that situation again. But yeah, so Fassbender has the Taika movie and has the Fincher movie. So I'm hoping he kind of has a little comeback here and the movies are good again. And
you said shine. Fassbender, Shame, and it's hilarious because when you first said that, I was thinking McAvoy, Filth.
Oh yeah. I saw that movie.
That's another. That was weird, but crazy.
That movie was a weird, crazy movie.
McAvoy.
Yeah. Filth with McAvoy. Yeah.
Yeah.
McAvoy.
Yeah. Jeez.
Did you say ending to that one?
McAvoy?
Yeah.
McAvoy, whatever. I don't know. This is Dave's show. Make fun of Dave for mispronouncing shit.
I was just asking. I was thinking you were talking about some other highbrow person that I had never heard of. Who's McAvoy?
Full disclosure: the first couple of years after Man of Steel, I was totally saying Henry Cavill.
I said that so many times.
People say that,
yeah, people do. Yeah,
everybody said Henry Cavill, and it was like, oh, it's Cavill. Shit. All right, cool.
No, I just need to give you a hard time because you always sound so eloquent, Stephen.
That is the least of my. Is the least of my qualities.
Regardless of everything, you're still the best looking camera on anywhere. You know,
I don't know. Like KC gives him.
Yeah, KC's got a.
Yeah.
No, I was gonna say Filth is like one of those movies where like the last 3 seconds. There are a few movies where the last 3 seconds is like seared into my brain, and I think of on a regular basis, and Filth is one of those.
Crank 2 is one of those for me.
I didn't see Crank 2.
I didn't see Crank 2. I saw Crank 1.
I don't.
You got.
I don't remember any of Crank 1, just other than the fact that I saw it and didn't want to.
I forgot they made 2 Cranks.
Crank 2 is like an outer body experience. Because Crank 1 is like obviously has a high plot, like high concept of okay, it has to have energy, warm his heart, like get it pumping. But what they do in the sequel, not only with the heart, but just the scenes. I don't even want to spoil it. Watch it one time. There's just certain things that happen where you go, what the fuck am I watching? It's more like a Deadpool movie than...
Dude, there's literally a scene where, like, he's fighting somebody and they decided to put people in costumes that look like Jason Statham.
It's a kaiju fight.
It's a kaiju. Yes, it's totally like that. They're on this set and they're fighting each other and they're just knocking shit down.
It's so weird.
Fucking ridiculous.
Yeah.
It's so he's got like this big head, Jason Statham head, and they're just punching each other like it's an old Godzilla flick.
See, I hated Crank 1.
I haven't seen. I haven't seen.
I
any
was
of
like,
the Crank movie. But from the sounds of it, it sounds like the first Crank is very memorable.
Oh yeah, it's great.
It's an experience. I saw it in theaters. It was an experience.
I remember the scene where he had the epinephrine in Chinatown, and he had to fix it.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
I remember Doggy Amy Smart.
I was gonna say, is that Amy Smart?
It's Amy Smart. Yes.
Amy Smart's the love interest, and he does in public.
Okay,
I feel like I'd appreciate that a lot more today. It's one of those movies where it's like at the time I was like, "This is dumb," but if I go back and watch it, I'd be like, "Oh, this is actually."
You'd enjoy it.
Now I'm just totally thinking about like.
This is coming from the guy who's been geeking out over Mission Impossible 2 for the past 24 hours.
Exactly.
Cinema. Okay, and by association, Steven, I was like watching Face Off the other night because you just started talking about John Woo, man. I was like, okay, so.
Hey, Con Air is streaming on Amazon Prime right now. They got Con Air, The Rock, and Gone in 60 Seconds all on Amazon Prime.
You got that's a triple threat.
I was just comparing
action trilogy.
Yes. Yeah, I was just comparing Mission Impossible 2 to Con Air and The Rock. Yeah.
Nice. I saw a great T-shirt this week for sale. There was a picture of Nicolas Cage, and on the top it said John Travolta. Yes.
Yeah. That was in the Adam Project.
That was in the Adam Project where it said.
Yeah, that's right. That's right.
I like that shirt.
I couldn't remember where I saw it. I couldn't remember where I saw it. I just remembered I saw it.
Yeah. No, I want
Ray
that
hasn't
shirt.
seen the Adam Project yet, but there's that.
Yeah,
no, you're right. Because I remember. Now I remember where I saw it.
Did the Leo DiCaprio thing.
My brain couldn't remember where I saw it, but I remember seeing it because I pointed out to Tiffany. I'm like, "That's a funny joke."
Yes, and then it was funny because even in the scene, because it's Mark Ruffalo, teaching in class, and you see it, I immediately went, "I want that fucking shirt." I did a Leo DiCaprio, and then all of a sudden he goes back, and goes, "I just got your shirt. That's really funny," and I was like, "All right, good. At least they recognize the shirt because it's a great shirt."
It is great. And then, of course, into this month, we've got The Unbearable Weight of Massive Talent coming
out.
I can't ready for that
movie. Oh, man.
Have you seen Croods 2? No, because I'm 44. And I've seen things like Face Off, Con Air.
Yeah,
that guy is so us. He's so us. It's like, it's like,
what is that coming out on?
April 22nd.
Yeah, but like
theaters.
Theaters.
It is. See, and that's
remember, Ray. There's these things called movie theaters.
Yes, but as you pointed, yes,
I'll give you $3. You can go to one.
But as you pointed
out, they're
gonna
cheer at it too, Ray.
Okay, so Enosh, tell me where I'm gonna see everything everywhere all at once. Where am I going to see?
5 minutes on Thursday.
I think that's actually going to get a more of a wide release.
I think so. The buzz is by
the closest theater, I just checked this earlier tonight. Closest theater is like in Livonia, like a week from today, where we would be able to get to see it. Livonia is like an hour and a half away from where we live.
Oh yeah.
To see road trip. Nicolas Cage movie.
Say what?
To see the Nicolas Cage movie?
No, Everything Everywhere All at Once.
Yeah, that's the new Michelle.
Oh, you're talking about the multiverse movie.
Like, oh, okay.
I found out tickets went on sale in Huntsville last night. The theater that I drove 50 miles to go see Army of the Dead, the Cinemark Theater. but then as I was watching The Contractor, I've been randomly checking, and then all the AMCs in Birmingham, every single one of them is getting Everything Everywhere All at Once on Thursday.
Awesome.
It will literally be Everything Everywhere All at Once.
And this just proves more though that Ray does not like me. Ray refuses to drive the 10 minutes across town to come see me or do any kind of project with me in any kind of way, like physically actually there, but he will drive an hour and a half away.
I'm not going to drive an hour and a half. I'm not going to Livonia, Enosh. I'm not driving to fucking Livonia. It's not going to happen. I can't do that.
No, Travis, have you been able to see it yet?
No, I got
an hour and a half to Livonia.
Same thing. It's Thursday for me. I'm doing a double header. I'm seeing that and Ambulance all on the same day. That's
I'm doing everything. I'm doing Everything Everywhere all at once at 7:00 on Thursday because Friday night the whole family's going to go see Sonic the Hedgehog.
Me too. That's what we're doing. Yeah. That's why I'm doing that, and then taking the daughter to Sonic. But yeah, I can't wait for that because I saw the first trailer, but I haven't watched anything more because I saw as I came in. I don't want to see anything else, and the buzz has been great. And Ambulance, I'm excited for.
It's like 97% Rotten Tomatoes and 97% audience score right now for Everything Everywhere All at Once. It's crazy.
Oh yeah, it's an A24 film, which is great, and I love the fact that when it actually they played the trailer in front of Spider-Man when I saw.
I remember, me too.
What? I was like, wow, A24 has come up. Jesus
what I'm
Christ.
curious about, though, when they do moves like that is this, because obviously it's a multiverse movie, right? Now, that same crowd, if they were to go see this movie, are they going to get their boxes checked and say, oh, okay, I like this movie? Or are they going to be like, fuck?
Cheer?
Are they going to cheer? But are they going to be like, fuck, what am I watching?
It depends on how well it sets up a cinematic universe. If it fails,
well, I hear there's a really solid end credit scene about.
All right.
I'm not
you guys believe
joke. I don't spoil anything,
that he's retiring.
It's an 8, huh?
No,
I mean,
who's?
I'm not even sure he does.
Jim Carrey. Jim Carrey said that.
Did you see the interview?
Yeah, he had an interview where he said that he was thinking about retiring, and the way I looked at it was like, well, he hasn't done a lot in the past few years. He had Sonic, and he had Dumb and Dumber 2, which was all right.
He had that show on Showtime, I think.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh,
so
yeah,
he hasn't
Mr.
really done like
Poppers
a
or something.
lot, but it's like, I mean, if they're gonna, I mean, there's always been talks about a possible Ace Ventura, another sequel. You know, if something like that comes. I mean, I don't know if I want another Ace Ventura sequel because after the Dumb and Dumber 2 thing, it was like, oh yeah, it's great to see you guys, but this is not good.
Yeah,
right.
It's not that funny.
I will say this. I will say this about that because I did a little short clip video because I've been trying to do more of these little uploads. We were talking earlier about like all of our live streams, Dave. Like I'm trying to do, mix them in with some, uploads and stuff. And so at first I thought that was an April Fool's joke. Like at first I was like, oh, and then I realized the interview was from the day before. So I was like, oh, okay. So the story just came today. So like I read it all. One of the things though that I did like about what he said, if he truly is, because like you said, he hasn't been in a lot really. Like he's kind of silently just kind of he pops up every once in a while and it's like, hey, here he is. But the last paragraph of that thing really hit me hard, and just not just as someone who loves movies and just loves Jim Carrey for all the things Jim Carrey has done, but he said, I really like my quiet life and I really like putting paint on canvas and I really love my spiritual life, and I feel like, and this is something you might never hear another celebrity say as long as time exists, I have enough, I've done enough, I am enough.
Exactly.
That, like, even if he does come back and do something or whatever, because he said, like, if I felt it was a script that, like I was really excited about and I felt people had to see, I'd be there or whatever. But I just thought that statement,
you don't hear that.
You don't hear that. I have enough, I've done enough, I am enough. Just like I'm at peace.
You also got to think he's one of these guys, and there's ladies out there too, that at one point you could say you were maybe the most popular person in the world when Jim Carrey was at his height.
Sandra Bullock kind of said that too. Bullock, yes.
Yeah.
There's certain people that they were like Eddie Murphy too. Like when they were just firing all cylinders, they were greener than grass. And it's like,
Absolutely.
what else can he do? And yeah, I'm sure he has more than enough money. I could see him popping up and stuff. But I just think he means that the career of being an actor, going every 6 months, new script, new crew, just he'll pick something up. He could make a cameo somewhere. He could film a 50 minutes. Like, remember when Mike Myers just popped up in Inglourious Bastards? That was fantastic. And now he's doing a whole Netflix show. But for a while, Mike Myers, like, he stepped back for years. He did The Love Guru, right? That was it. And then
that was the last
left.
kind of thing that he did.
Yeah,
No,
but
like,
then he popped
he
up.
showed up in Bohemian Rhapsody.
Yes, and I could see
Rhapsody.
Carrie doing stuff like that. Where you want me to come in for a day? Sure.
That was still like, you want to talk about like shocking cameos. That was like low key a shocking cameo. He's just Austin Powers is in a fucking Tarantino movie.
Oh yeah, I was so
shit.
You know what's funny? When I was watching that with one of my friends, I was like, "There's Mike Myers." He was like, "No, it's not." And like, that's fucking Mike Myers. What are you talking about? It's and he didn't believe it for like a little bit. Then he was like, "Oh yeah, that is." I'm like, "Yeah, what the fuck am I saying?" The whole scene. But you know what I'd actually like to see Jim Carrey do is just do some stand up. I'm still waiting for Eddie Murphy to do that. Go back to that. Stand-up. He's talked about it for years.
I think Eddie's too. Because Eddie Murphy's my favorite stand-up comedian. Because I remember at a very young age, too young, seeing Delirious and then seeing Raw back to back, and that formed how I saw stand-up comedy.
You're probably still too young to watch Raw and Delirious.
But I think he might just have jitters about going up on stage. And there's another thing that comedians, when they're that age, they bring up of like, they worry that people are going to laugh no matter what. Even if the joke's not funny, because you're Eddie Murphy, I will sit here and laugh and not make it awkward. And I don't think he's going to do it, but I didn't think he was ever going to do SNL, and he did do that. So I hope he killed it. Yeah, and I really hope Eddie does. I really want him to. And Jim Carrey, that'd be great. Just some stories.
I'm on the island of people that actually did like the Coming to America sequel. No, it wasn't on the same level as the first one.
Honestly, Ray, so did I. I didn't see the big to-do of it that it was like awful that people made it out.
Well, it's because people were looking for more of the magic out of the first one, and I went into it knowing that wasn't going to happen.
No.
You can't.
Again, that's what. Watch the movies that made us on Netflix. Coming to America is one of the episodes, and it's crazy because apparently him and what's his name, they kind of butted heads. Not Arsenio, the director.
John Landis.
They actually they were friends at one point, and then all of a sudden they started butting heads in the middle of the whole thing. It's pretty funny. There's no interview with Eddie Murphy, but there is one with Landis is all part of that episode too, and they talk about it. It's like I said, that series is fucking great. I'm telling you, watch it.
That just reminded me, because we got that new trailer. Thinking about movies that made us, we got that new trailer for Top Gun Maverick this week.
Seriously?
Oh my god! And the fact that and you know how I found out about it? I didn't find out about it from the Top Gun tweet. I found out about it of Val Kilmer quote tweeting it, and I went, "Okay, fuck, what's in this trailer that Val?" And then
Val Kilmer was in it.
So the trailer, this is, I know we should have seen this movie 2 years ago. We should have, but I mean that literally. It should have come out 2 years ago. But
well, it was funny because when I had it on, I was gonna watch it on Film Junkie Live. I looked up the trailer, and the first trailer it literally said 2 years ago. I went, "Holy shit!" Right?
Just a time suck.
The last time when that first one was they're called Orders, Maverick. That was before the pandemic.
Yes,
the first time we saw that trailer, but this is the story trailer that okay, now you just gave me a couple of details I didn't necessarily want to know.
See,
like now knowing who Miles Teller's character is, and it's
I think it was kind of.
I knew that.
I didn't know that.
It was announced when he was cast.
I did not know that.
It was the mustache. It was the mustache that gave it away.
Then I totally missed that, and then I somehow that just went over my head, because as soon as I saw that, and then I'm like, oh, that's why he's got the mustache. Okay.
Yeah, I know. When I saw that first trailer and I saw Miles Teller, I'm like, oh, he's Goose's son, right? He looks like Goose. Like they actively tried that, and then I even made that joke when I was watching it on Film Junkie Live. I was like, oh yeah, of course he's Goose. I mean, it's Goose's son. Yeah, they were not trying to.
Do we know whether or not we're going to see Tom Skerritt's still here, right?
Yeah,
I think he is very
so is
old.
Meg Ryan.
Like,
So
do
is
we
Meg Ryan.
do we know if we're gonna see him at all?
I wouldn't be
Like,
surprised. I mean, I wouldn't be surprised at that in a Meg Ryan cameo too. What has she been doing this whole
that's a
time?
I bet
great
no Meg
question.
Ryan for some
You
reason.
don't think no Meg Ryan?
No, I just
even though it's like her son.
Yeah,
Listen, truthfully, I know he's 90 years old, but I'd love to see James Tolkien again.
Oh, that'd be cool too.
I'd love to. Son, your ego's right and checks your body can't cash.
Anything
Yeah.
to see him again. I mean,
It is
goddamn.
the
Strickland.
I was gonna say it's the craziest thing to watch Back to the Future and then watch Top Gun. You're like, oh, that's just Strickland. Of course he's an asshole.
Fuck yeah.
Of course he's.
No, but it's just crazy how like that trailer came out and watched it, and then I saw it last night when I watched Morbius, who was on there as well, and it's just like, and people actually, you know what's funny? There was a response from the crowd. There was actually like somebody actually clapped. I'm not gonna lie.
My crowd
Somebody clapped. Yeah,
There's Maverick. There he is.
Yeah, it's like we've been waiting for this movie. What the fuck? Like, and then it says May 27th. It's like, please let it be May 27th.
And that's
God
at
damn
least if there's only a very few like finite good things that came from the pandemic was I think people just realized, man, I just fucking love movies. And I think it was the thing of like, even if you just are merely a little bit interested in a movie, then it got delayed a year and a half. You're like, please give me that movie. Cause like, I like Top Gun a lot. I was not begging for a sequel. I still don't know how it's going to go. The first trailer, I liked it and thought, okay, this trailer actually hooked me, but I still don't know if we need it, but I'm excited because let's get it. I do unfortunately don't think Val Kilmer is gonna be actually in the movie. I think he is the funeral scene. I think
the funeral scene makes me nervous. I'm like, I'm gonna cry.
Iceman is definitely in that coffin, in my opinion, just because I think they're gonna do something sad where he's like, oh, he recommended you, and he goes to meet Iceman and like, oh, sorry, he passed away like just a few days ago, and it's gonna be like a really like pull string. Which I always say this: if no one's watched it, watch Val on Amazon Prime.
Val,
Val's so good. It's so good. But I'm very excited.
Also, for me though, is that what I'm looking forward to is one, seeing it in IMAX, knowing they shot this thing with actual freaking fighter jets.
Well, and they kind of like that was one of the other things with the first movie that was like a big thing. Like no one had done dogfighting like that in the like up to that point. Like using real jets and stuff.
Yeah, they use real jets, but this time it's like, you know, that when you see Tom Cruise take off and his head's like
this is full like I will sign my life away, let me fly this plane, Tom Cruise. Yes, totally. What was the other thing, Scott?
Well, I'm trying to think what else. Oh yeah, because having the Val Kilmer as Iceman, he's an admiral. I'm wondering if that will help address because my father-in-law is retired Air Force, and you know what his biggest bitch has been since that first trailer came out. Tom Cruise is too damn old. They wouldn't let him fly. Because pilots have mandatory they don't have pilots have mandatory retirement. They're like, no, you are actually not allowed to get into a plane at a certain age.
So what's the age though?
Tell Harrison Ford that,
Yeah.
Well, I know for commercial flights it's like 65. So, but I don't know for a fighter pilot what that age would be. But he's been all about oh no, he's too the military wouldn't let him fly at this age.
All right,
so I'm sitting here going, well, if we got Iceman who's an admiral, then maybe that's like their
your dad's kind of like my dad when it comes to helicopters. Anytime there's a helicopter scene, because he flies helicopters, he'll I always love it when I see an action movie that has a crazy helicopter thing. I'm like, oh, I'm gonna show this to my dad, and I want to watch him go. Are you fucking are you serious?
What are you watching?
Do that with a helicopter?
What is this trash? What is this garbage?
Oh yeah, and it's funny too because we always talk about San Andreas because my dad is essentially what The Rock does. He's like that. That's what he does right now. He flew in the military, in the army, and now he does that where it's like, hey, somebody passes out on a hike. He's got to fly in and do all that stuff. But then that opening scene, he goes there. He's like, come on. The way that he maneuvered that helicopter in that little cannon. No, it's just like
my dad sometimes does the same shit with cop movies, and he loves cop movies.
Oh,
But
yeah.
like he can tell you everything. They didn't do this right. They didn't do that.
Oh,
they
yeah.
didn't do
Oh, trust me. Heather and I watching teacher movies, we're like, oh, fuck that shit. You couldn't wear that. You couldn't do that.
Yeah.
The
Well,
kids
Scott,
wouldn't be wearing that.
See, I was a cable guy. I was a cable guy, and I watched Cable Guy, and I go, "That's not how you fuck." No, the opening when he installs the cable, I'm like, "You don't do no. You wouldn't rearrange someone's furniture to get a signal. It's coming out of the wall. It's not an antenna. What the fuck?"
Any movie where someone's got to write an article, and like the entire movie.
Yeah.
The entire movie is about like the ending, leading into the ending credits. They finally open the computer 6 weeks later and type the opening sentence, and I'm like, bro, you gotta do 3 of those a day. Like, what?
Well, Scott, according to this, Scott, he might be very right, because according to the qualifications to be an Air Force pilot, you have to be between 18 to 30 years of age. A waiver up to 35 years old is possible. You got to be at least 5'4", so he's just barely.
Remember,
5'4" to 6'5".
Is the Navy different than the Air Force?
I don't know, but this is the Air Force. Seated between 34 and 40 inches. You can't be colorblind. You must have perfect hearing. No history of hay fever, asthma, or allergies after age 12.
Well, that's interesting. Wow,
that makes sense.
Yeah, because
you get allergies and you're up in a jet. Like,
you doing all right there, Maverick? Fuck, we hit some nuts.
That's the shit.
Oh, wait a second. Hold on a second. Was that a nut tree, guys? Because I
gotta take off my mask and blow my nose.
You guys got this, right? See you later, Goose. Yeah. That's how my dad died, you bastard.
Another thing, fighter pilot, ripping off the oxygen mask when you're that high up.
Yeah, imagine trying to land on a carrier while you have watery eyes and you sneeze as you and into the deck.
That reminds me of the Top Gun video game that came out on like Nintendo.
Yes,
you had to land it on the aircraft carrier, and there's a couple of times if you didn't do it right, it would give that like ultimate like cinematic shot of it going. It either splash in the water or it would like crash into the fucking aircraft. Yeah,
I played like probably 50 hours of that game, and I don't think I ever beat the first level. Like, I don't even know how to beat the first level. Like, you had to.
I just love how when those.
I just want to take a moment here and recognize a moment here. William the Wise in the chat is absolutely wrong. I have looked up the Navy requirements now.
Okay.
So
just highlight the wrong.
Yes. So the wrong is the age. You must be at least 19. You must be at least 19 years old and must not be older than 32 years old upon commissioning. Navy pilot age is limited, updated as of March 2021. Thank you. William's old.
Okay.
There we go.
Too old to fly.
So if you want to fly in the Navy, you now know the requirements.
Wow.
You learn.
Dick.
Well, William would have a hard time flying there. He'd forget where he was, 20,000 feet up.
It happens. It happens. We love you, William. Don't.
He's too old to begin the training.
We're 900. Oh wait, he is 900 years old. Never mind.
Oh man. Loving it.
Yes.
No, but now just seeing that trailer, I mean, it rehyped me up because it's just like the same, similar with Morbius. I mean, how many times I think Morbius and Top Gun probably have the record of most times delayed for a movie.
I saw that Morbius trailer so many fucking times.
The same one.
21 months from the original release date, which was July 10th, 2020. Like, that's how long we've been waiting for Morbius to release.
Who's seen it? Who's seen it here, by the way? I know Enosh, you saw it. Okay, thoughts, Ray.
Everyone on Twitter is just fucking over exaggerating.
Wow.
Under no circumstances is that movie even remotely close to the worst comic book movie ever made. Just
I agree with that.
Rotten Tomatoes, fuck off. Seriously, like, that's just no.
Well,
I've seen way worse, and I wouldn't even call it a bad movie. It's not a bad movie. There are a number of things in that movie that I actually enjoyed.
Yeah, it's not bad. It's just not particularly good.
Yeah, it's not. That's kind of the way I said in my review is like it's not good, but it's not
like it's not worth fighting. Like the biggest problem with it is not necessarily how bad it is. It's that when it gets to like the peak of its like crescendo moments where it really needs to like stick a landing or like pop off, it just kind of fizzles.
Yeah.
Like going into the third act battle, there's like some reasonable tension and character moments, and then like the visuals are cool, and then when it gets to the moment like the Superman Doomsday eye laser moment equivalent, not that there's like an exact replication of that, but I'm just saying that moment of like clash at like the highest level at the peak of the movie.
Good and the bad.
At that point, it's just like, oh, this is just like indecipherable CGI mud.
Oh yeah, lots of cement.
And for me, I just got like that's where like I like the actors. Like I mean, I like Jared Leto obviously, but also the 11th. Matt Smith is my favorite doctor. He's
my favorite doctor too.
So it's like
chewing the scenery all over the place.
Yes, he's the best part of that movie.
It felt kind of like, because I think you guys mentioned Blade earlier. It felt kind of like Blade without the personality of Wesley Snipes in it.
Thank you. Yeah.
Where like Leto was great and everything, but he doesn't have that vibe. Right? Yeah. It was like Blade was Blade without the vibe of Wesley Snipes. Like no shade against it, because like that's what it's got going for it. But it's kind of just a generic 90s vampire movie. But you throw Wesley Snipes in there, and like that's your spice.
Some motherfucker's always trying to ice skate uphill.
Yeah.
And I don't know, like,
I love that line.
I've never read a Morbius comic, so I have no idea how accurate to the comic the movie actually
what the
is.
living vampire?
But like, yeah, his character's nothing like Blade in terms of like design. Like he's not trying to play it like that particular way. So it's like, all right, he's a scientist. He's trying to cure the blood disease, and it goes too far. It's like, all right.
I enjoyed that part of the movie. It was like the fact that it's like when it started up, and I saw a lot of people going, "Oh man, it's boring. It's a boring start." But I was kind of digging that.
Well,
I mean, I could totally
it's a bit of a Batman Begins vibe.
Yeah, a little
bit.
With
the like.
But there's also look at that. Back to Travis's point, look at that one trailer we saw forever and ever, and how much footage from that trailer is not in that movie.
No, there's so much gone.
But normally, I even said for the Batman, I think it was a longer cut. I think, or I think I said something similar for Venom: Let There Be Carnage, where like I don't know that a longer cut in this would work unless they cut something huge, because part of the problem for me was that there was just like the core character stuff. There was no like big sizzle to that. Like it was interesting, but it was just kind of like a smaller drama between the characters. And so to me, that a longer runtime wouldn't necessarily pad that out. It would just stretch it out, unless, like I said, they cut like some major plot point,
like one of the big flashbacks, because there are some flashbacks. Like if they cut like a massive flashback out of the movie, it's like, okay, maybe.
I don't think, see the thing. All right, go ahead, Travis. Sorry.
Well, I was just gonna say, because to me, where some of the padding could work, maybe it wouldn't if the scenes weren't playing that well. But I remember the first trailer. There's a scene of Leto and Jared Harris like talking, and that scene is not in this movie. Minor spoiler. It's on like a park bench and talking. And I think they could have strengthened some character connections with those moments. And that's the thing where, they got it shorter, but that's where there's some moments that I think could have played a lot better if I just understood where some people were coming from. Jared Harris pretty much just has a cameo in this movie. He pops. It's like a play. He pops in and out, says a few lines, pops out. He's gone for an hour. He pops in and out.
It's really just Leto, Smith, and Adria Arjona. That's really
and she doesn't do too much. She's just there to kind of assist Leto in the journey, right?
And like Leto's performance is fine,
it's serviceable.
Yeah,
but he does. It's not that he does a bad job. It's just, he isn't asked to do much.
No,
and it's really weird because he's a hero and he's like got a moral compass in this, but also he kind of doesn't. He kind of does some things that like are morally complex and questionable.
Everything's
and whatever. But then when it comes down to it, he's like, well, I'm not going to cross that line. And it's like, well, but so there was no, I'm okay with him being an anti-hero, but there was the clash between like ideals was not.
See, I looked at it, Stephen, as like he was willing to cross the lines to save lives. And then when it went too far, he recoiled. That's how I looked
and that's
at
the
it.
line they take out of that trailer is when is a cure too bad, and it's like it's worse than the disease.
Right. There's that. There was that interesting thing where they took out the dun 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 dun, like the fact that he'd be humming that. I loved that part of the first trailer. Like there obviously was some more like lab stuff with him. Obviously, the other cameo was completely reshot because we saw that in the trailer.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And it's
You know what? I'm wondering now
different.
if I guess I don't know if I need to avoid spoilers, but when the place where they put the I am Venom joke that we saw in the trailers,
yes,
I thought that joke was because in the movie it's just I'm Venom, and then it's like whatever and it moves on. And I thought the trailer it was hilarious how he's like I'm Venom. I'm just kidding, it's me, Michael Morbius.
Yeah, I know, and I hated that was gone. I was like,
but when I thought about it. Now that I went to say that, I realized, like, wait, did they change the context of that? Because if you notice in the movie, if you think about it, the location that is at doesn't make a ton of sense for where it is, but it's fast. And you wonder if, like, if there was a side plot for that location existing in a different context where somebody would know who Michael Morbius is, or where he'd be comfortable saying I'm Michael Morbius, because that's why they would cut that line, right? Is if it's like, well, this is just nobody now. This is a nobody. Why does it's me, Michael Morbius, matter? Unless it was someone that should know him because he was in a place to do this thing that would have contextually been more relevant in a version.
Okay, and I have another question, and maybe this is a slight spoiler or anything, but the lead, the black FBI agent,
Tyrese Gibson,
Tyrese Gibson, right? Call me crazy, but in a couple of shots in the first trailer, he looked like to me like he had a robotic hand or robotic arm, and then you notice that through at least half the movie, look what he's doing with his left hand.
Like keeping it in his pocket.
Keeping in his pocket.
So this that kind of lines up with another thing that I did notice. I didn't mention this in my review, but like I'll mention it tomorrow on the podcast. But like there were at least 4 or 5 times where the ADR didn't match up with what they were saying.
100%. Yeah.
And I'm like, okay, lines have been changed.
Yeah.
Well, and Tyrese especially was like not like that could have been anybody. When you cast Tyrese in a movie and have it be like that could have just been any dude being a detective.
Don't use any charm or charisma you have. Just play this like you are in you are in Gone Girl. You're looking for this little girl. There's nothing there. Yeah.
Even in Venom, like when it came to the cops that were investigating the thing, you actually saw more of them. These guys just showed up and just investigated.
I was gonna say they weren't doing anything other than
like too much.
You could take
investigating the scene and then sorry, I mean we're not trying to spoil this. I know Enosh, you haven't seen it. And by the way, if you need to take off, dude, I see you yawning.
I'm sorry. No, it's okay. like 2:30. I got a little bit more, but yeah.
Okay. I'm just saying if you want to take off.
So now that you mention it, I know I was saying that I don't think there's anything that could have made it more interesting. I bet if there was more to them and you had made their investigation more interesting,
and the chemistry maybe,
and you know what, actually,
for sure,
you know what, that might have. There was not a dynamic to Michael and what's his friend's name?
Milo.
Milo,
yeah.
Milo 7. There isn't, their dynamic is pretty basic. It's just like we're best friends, and so when you get later in the movie, it's like, you know, but I feel like there may be a subplot there, and it could tie into the detectives also.
Well, when they showed them as younger, they just kind of fucking let's go.
No, there's definitely the one thing I did say. There's definitely a pacing issue. Like the movie definitely goes a bit too fast.
I will say I was aggressively disinterested in everything that happened with them as kids. Also, like the second it went,
aggressively.
Granted, I didn't get much sleep last night. I was in the car most of the day today, and I went straight to the theater instead of going home. So like, not my optimal experience, but like. There was no, in Batman Begins, because we were making that comparison earlier. You cut to the flashbacks, and you've got that Zimmer score and Finders Keepers. I found it, and it's like very interesting. And this, they're just kind of like, oh, it's kids in a hospital bed, just like having drawn out conversations that aren't really very complex, or, don't talk to the bullies. Like,
don't talk them.
I'll disagree. I like that. I did like that part.
I'm with you, Ray. I liked it.
Because there was.
I mean, it's good, but I think there was more.
I think there was more. I think there was more.
My issue is when it cut back to that, as someone who's like trying to follow the plot, I'm like, what does this add to anything? I don't think it was added other than saying this is why they're friends, but I don't think you needed that to say you're my oldest friend. There you go.
But I don't think it just added that. I think there's another component to Milo's character that it adds that for me helped fill in why things happen later in the film.
Yeah, they kind of get, and I won't say it because spoilers. They kind of, I think, allude to like this is why he could be more antagonistic.
There is a particular scene that absolutely to me was like, oh, okay, that's definitely
And I think you could. Oh, go ahead, Scott.
But I think also, and this was a theory that I heard. I think what also hurt this was you got to think if this movie was supposed to have come out like July of 2020. This was supposed to be a pre-No Way Home release,
pre-Venom 2 as well.
Yep.
Yeah.
Which makes you wonder about the connections and shit like that.
It is entirely possible.
Yeah, I won't say anything on that because people go see the movie. I will say that like I'm a right down the middle. I agree with Ray. That's nowhere near like for me, Howard the Duck, a Catwoman. Like these are ones that like these are the bottom, the bear. No, and for me, I had low expectations because I'm not a big fan of the Sony universe so far. Yeah, the trailer, and this wasn't even for the critics were on to me. It's just the trailers I didn't really dig. So I saw it. I'm like a down the line, like 5 out of 10. Just like it's a pass, but barely. I'll probably never watch this again until my kids maybe want to start watching these type of movies when they're all like, sure, we can start watching Marvel movies. But I will say though, like this movie did scare me because I feel like from some of those connections that Sony did not learn anything from Amazing Spider-Man 2 as far as like rushing the things, and I think that the end credits are atrocious. I think they really are. Bad.
I think that's one area though where I think if we're questioning how much of this was changed because of the schedule changes,
100%.
I don't know, say I want to give them a pass there, but like if the plan was this needs to connect because we've got another plan down the road, then those scheduling changes happen and it changes the reveals in this, which I don't know why. Like, I don't know. Well, we've talked enough about Marvel and stuff already, so we don't need to get into that. But I think that while I wasn't really a fan of those scenes, I wouldn't judge that as like Sony's team effort.
Yeah, they didn't bother me. Like I looked at them, I was like, all right, and there was actually some guys that like a couple of seats over that one guy was actually like, oh, okay. Like, because I think his buddy was kind of like reminding him of some other stuff that it pointed to that we had seen before. And I just looked at it like, well, to me, it was weirder that it was, and people should know this if they're going to see it. It's 2 mid-credit scenes, nothing at the end.
Yeah.
That is
together pretty much.
Yeah, like that is something people should know if you go to the theater. It's just they're back to back, like a little bit of like names. It like separates them like right at the beginning when the credits start.
So my question is, as somebody who hasn't seen the movie yet, and this has been it because we've talked a lot about like Sony's involvement and like the fact that this is a Sony movie and I know that like talking to William and stuff about this because William has really been on the bandwagon of Sony Sony, yes, their involvement with Disney and Marvel and everything proper, but yeah, they're going to want to pull back the reins on that a little bit and maybe exit that. And so this is their chance to shine as like, hey, we can do this without the direct Marvel stuff involved. And then there was kind of like all these Marvel things kind of peppered in, that like we were seeing all these things in the trailer, and it's like, oh, okay, well maybe this deal goes a lot deeper than we thought. And stuff. And now I'm kind of hearing things that I'm just kind of like, well, if they're not learning from the mistakes of the past and what was bad about that, and they're trying to go off on their own, that really concerns me.
I don't get any indication whatsoever after seeing this movie that they're trying to go off on their own. This movie does not give that indication.
Yeah, I think it's down the line. I think doesn't close that door, but it also opens their own door of like, hey, if some deal doesn't happen, we got our own thing. But it doesn't say for sure we're not after this contract's done. We're not doing anything MCU. We can do our own thing. I think it's very much in the middle. I think they're both very much in the middle right now of like playing it safe. I think they want to see how box office goes as well.
I also don't know how much of this is like just a Sony problem or like an intentional thing, but I very much get a vibe. Like I liked Venom and Venom Let There Be Carnage. I think, I don't know if I want to say more than most people, but I know a lot of people that didn't like it while I did. And not because I would like rank them highly against like other movies that I love so much as I think that they leaned into like the camp the right amount. And they were visually interesting and the action was good. And the humor and camp and stuff was like the right combination. Whereas like to me, Morbius didn't quite like, it wasn't campy enough to like get away with not having
was there
as
any
good
camp? I guess
a little bit. I mean, there was
like
I'm hungry. You won't like me when I'm hungry, and like
no, that
and there was Matt Smith's dancing scene, which I
Matt
really...
Smith was fantastic.
Okay.
He
Right,
saw
fair
the
enough.
script. He knew exactly what this movie was. He's like, I'm gonna have as
knew.
much fun as possible, and I'm
did,
happy
he
he
did.
did it.
and
He
maybe
had
it's
a
like
good time.
maybe it's an Avi Arad thing, but I feel very much like
I was thinking the same thing.
maybe these are like, I don't know
You
if
had
it's,
to name drop.
but it might be a like, I can't tell if they're targeting that 90s kind of comic book movie thing or if that's just all they know how to do. But I do think there's a market for that like throwback camp nostalgia, like
Well, look
kind
at the
of
Venom box office. There definitely is. The
yeah.
first one was a massive
Yeah,
hit,
there
like almost
definitely
800
is.
million.
and is that a
The
fluke
second one-
or are they capitalizing on that? Because
The second one opened bigger than all the MCU movies last year. Like,
And-
not counting No Way Home, but like.
as both those movies show you and as Morbius shows you, I think that there's an active pushback against that because people don't totally get it because like you do a Sam, like even if you were to do like a Sam Raimi style, like if it would fit in the universe of like the Tobey Maguire movies, people are like not having that kind of thing today, especially, there's pushback to anything that's not in the MCU. And so especially for Morbius, which is like not as good as Venom, people really come down on it hard.
Well, and I hate that. I hate that there's this, and I don't like thinking this. I don't like saying this, but it's like, okay, are you guys really railing on this because you're upset at Sony, or are you railing on it because there was no Marvel Studios logo at the beginning of the movie?
Well, because
I'm sure there's some
we've
of that.
seen this before, and not to be too, I'll preface with it's probably more subconscious than it is intentional.
Like they don't
but
wake up and say, you know what, I'm going to tank Morbius this
there,
morning.
but
You
I
hope.
think there is a perception that if these movies don't do well, that they will just be folded into the MCU properly.
Because Sony doesn't understand how much Spider-Man is worth.
Like Spider-Man was. Morbius will be a proper MCU movie.
Or I think
Venom will be a proper MCU movie. And
I think what they'd maybe want is that it like furthers that, we'll for sure get another Tom Holland deal if these movies suck because they need the MCU.
And
right?
so
I think that's the idea.
That's not to see that like critics are watching it and being like, I don't think it's that bad, but I'll exaggerate it in order to further this cause. But I do think the subconscious knowledge of like believing that if these movies don't do well, that they'll have to reboot and abandon it and be assimilated into the MCU, which I don't think is true either. I mean, like Sony's not going to give those rights up. They're just going to reboot Spider-Man over and over and over and over and over as long as they like.
Right, they're not like this unless this. The reason that Fox isn't doing their stuff anymore is because they were literally bought out. That's
watch an interview with Amy Pascal and Kevin Feige and tell me who you think is in charge.
Oh my God.
Well, I mean, but no, it's just.
And you know what MCU fans really need to realize, and honestly, it's probably like Spider-Man fans in general, but I don't think he helps, but the MCU doesn't need Spider-Man anymore. If you were to stop after No Way Home and Tom Holland just as Sony and they do their own thing, they'd be completely fine. Sony would be fine enough. They'll make sure that Spider-Man movies are hopefully profitable, and that's the thing where it's just you don't need him there anymore.
What's nice
so
also
much stuff over there
about what happened with the MCU.
No one knows who he is anymore.
Is
that too? Yeah, exactly.
They got which is a question I had about the post-credits scene also, but what's interesting about the Spider-Man situation is it's almost like they used the Marvel Studios to get them over that hump that they couldn't get over with Spider-Man 3 or The Amazing Spider-Man 2. And if you look at kind of where they're standing now, it's like, oh, you are now where you wanted to be to make the movies that you were never able to make for your other franchises because you could never get that far without So the question is now, if they take the ball and they've got that, they're past the 50-yard line, will they now fumble it, or is that movie they always wanted to make?
Are they gonna get to the red zone?
Yeah,
they'll just bring back Andrew and Toby again. Then they're safe. They make
that's the thing, though, is we kind of wonder, like, who is supposed to be the Spider-Man now of any universe?
Here is a weird statement that no one has ever said that I never even thought I would say. Whatever plan Sony has for Spider-Man, I'm confident at this point in saying that even though I'm curious about it, it's less of a plan than what Warner Brothers has for DC.
Oh yeah, we got to talk about
it's actually less of a plan.
That's an
maybe
interesting.
The fact that there's a Madam Web movie, I could be wrong on this. I could be wildly wrong because it is Sony. And if I am wrong, that's actually hilarious. But the fact that there's a Madam Web movie, you don't just say that like for the shits and giggles. You don't just be like, oh, let's just do Madam Web.
You mean like Sinister Six?
Like,
no, Madam Web has.
No, Madam Web is like something you do if you like. There's a very, not necessarily a specific story, but a specific.
She can be a plot device to move things around in that universe.
Yeah,
if they want.
introducing Madam Web in an Madam Web movie, there's not so much that there's a specific movie or storyline that it sets up, so much as it enables you to do so many things.
Well, they even said that she's like the Doctor Strange of this universe.
But it's not even Doctor Strange. She's
that's
like
what they're saying. That's their comparison to
That's
us,
their
like
comparison.
GA. Yeah,
Right.
you like Doctor Strange.
Doctor
I
Strange
love Madam
wishes he was Madam. I mean, literally in the animated series, isn't he like she's like in control of him, like not control of him, but like superior to like.
She's pretty powerful.
Absolutely. Madam Web in the animated series is like.
Do we have to be careful with that though? Because I defer to everybody that has the comic knowledge in the character, but I feel like this is something I've heard before when certain characters have been introduced into the MCU. Oh, this character, you don't bring that character in unless they're going to do this, and then they don't do that.
Well, the difference is that this is like Marvel is way more interested in telling a specific story, whereas like Sony has too many characters that are in too constrained of a pool. Like they can't tell a million Spider-Man movies with every single Spider-Man, so they have to do a Venom solo movie, a Morbius solo movie, a Kraven the Hunter solo movie, and they can't team up. They can't have Tom Holland fight every single one of them, or it's like so. And that's part of why people are so weird about this, is because like, what do you do with like a million Spider-Man side characters and one Spider-Man, or like do you have multiple? And so what Madam Web does is it's like, you know what, you can do whatever the fuck you want now, and it'll work. You can and that's not just like a get out of jail free card. It's like it's a literal. She's a much better get out of jail free card than like anyone the MCU has really introduced so far, I would say, because she's like I don't know enough about the comics history, but like she feels like the kind of character that would be created explicitly for that purpose.
But to Ray's point, there easily could have been. They looked at a bunch of characters. They said, I just don't have a good pitch for this. Someone did. Okay, let's make this movie. And if it happens to do that card, then sure. But and they got two like hotter like stars.
You got Dakota Johnson and Sydney Sweeney in the movie. I'm there.
And I'm not saying they couldn't. I'm not saying I'm not putting it off the table that they could go down the direction Steve was talking about. I'm just saying, don't get your hopes up. We've been down these roads before.
Of course.
I'm definitely going to get my hopes up.
But I mean, all you need is those two actresses, and you're like, okay, like Scott said, you're there.
I'm there.
Yeah, you're there. You're there. I mean that helps with it when it comes to who they cast in these roles to put butts in the seats. That's why I think like when it comes to Morbius, like I said, I took me and my friend met up. She's just a Jared Leto fan. She doesn't give a fuck about anything. I have to explain shit to her, but she's just there for Leto. Just like when we Suicide Squad, same thing. She didn't know who the fuck. I had to explain. She's just there for Leto. Puts butts in the seats.
That's Slipknot right there.
She didn't know.
But this is also
so
like
basically.
Yeah, he's gonna be very key to plot. Oh, never mind. Don't worry about
in the way that this is like a throwback to like the idea of needing to explain a comic book movie to someone is like a recent phenomenon also.
Yeah. Oh,
like
totally.
this is very much a movie where someone could show up because they like Jared Leto, watch it, leave, and they're never going to be like, I need to talk to my friend that knows comics so I can figure out what this was all about.
It was like, I just said, well, technically Spider-Man, remember the Blade movies? I told her, I was like, do you remember the Blade movies with Wesley Snipes? She goes, I think so. I was like, yeah, well, at one point, maybe there was a time that he was going to be in that whole universe because they did film a scene that was deleted from the final movie. Where they teased Morbius. And I was like, that's about it. That's all you need to know. Spider-Man, Blade.
Like 90% of the MCU's box office comes from people who don't know Batman isn't in the MCU. So like that's
100%.
Yes. No, and they're still waiting for you, and they think that Wonder Woman is an Avenger.
No, they're not even thinking about that. They just don't know. They don't know, and if you were to tell them like, Batman is not even in this universe, they'd be like, okay. So
no, exactly.
Okay.
Yes.
Well, that's what she kept on saying too. She was like,
and they don't care.
Like,
and they don't care.
Why is he not part of Batman?
And then if you tried to tell them, you could be like, well, no, you see, the thing is that Sony owns the rights to be like, I don't.
And even like,
why does this matter?
Like you start sounding like the dude from Tropic Thunder. Yeah.
When does Batman show up? Is he gonna fight Iron Man?
It's like all of the fan, like it's like that they use the Force Harry picture that like just makes 4 different fandoms just their heads explode. The general audience does not care. Like and it's not even like it's not even an apathy. It's like, oh, it's fun, I'll go watch it. They just do not care about
it's a Friday night out with popcorn to them. Which it should be. Movies should be just a good entertaining time. The general audience is to me right now trying to explain to my 5-year-old daughter the difference between Marvel and DC. And I try really hard. She's like, okay, Dad. And then she goes on with her day. I'm like, that's how most people are probably. They're not like me.
Well, or it's like to whatever. Sean O'Connell, when he started writing his book, was telling his wife about about what the Snyder Cut was, and he like went into the whole campaigns and what the fans had done and the charities and all that, and she's like, okay, but why are they doing this? And he's like, well, because of the movie. And she's like, oh, so like they really want to see that movie? And he's like, well, yeah. And she's like, okay,
yeah.
Like, and it was like there was simultaneously a disconnect of like, he was front loading with like and then there's this and there's that and this happened behind the scenes, and that was all like, and then the bottom line was like, when you consider the blissful ignorance of the general audience, do you ever envy that?
Oh yeah, a little bit.
Yes.
There was like one time where I was explaining to a friend also, this was back at the end of the year last year, I was like, because we were catching up and I was talking about, oh yeah, there's this and this, and I was explaining the whole Snyder stuff, and I'm like, I got to a point where I'm like, man, she's just like, what the fuck? She's probably like, I don't know what the fuck you're talking about.
You want to feel like a moron? Get into a start to find a brief way to explain Twitter drama from from any Snyder stuff to somebody who's not on Twitter and doesn't watch movies, and see how long it takes you to feel like a fucking moron.
Yeah, definitely. I've been there too.
Ray would know this. I've tried to explain the Twitter drama to people in our own network. It was like, who are kind of plugged in, and they go, now wait a minute, could you? I'm like,
yeah,
I literally don't have the time to explain this to you.
Well, not only that, but like try to give it a short explanation. Just be like, these people were mad and they did a thing, and so they would, and like there's no even breeze. Like if you're telling a longer story and that's just a small part, it's like, how do you breeze over all of this stuff? And then you even start to get into it, and you're like, you know what? There is no way to explain this that doesn't make you think less of me. Not just for the fact that it happened, but for the fact that I'm capable of explaining it. Like,
at some point, people have that glassy stare at you, just like,
yeah.
Why is this important?
Why is this in your brain? Why is this a series of events that is registered?
This is about Superman.
Precisely.
About Superman, right?
Right.
Batman, like you
he
mean
had a mustache? What do you mean?
You mean the one where he's fighting Heath Ledger? No, not Heath Ledger. No, the one.
Batman in that one. Trying to say something.
No, I was just gonna say it's when you talked about people in your network. It's the same thing. If people know sometimes on Geek First, when we have a main topic, Kirkland, they check Twitter like once, twice a week. And maybe the first 15, 20 minutes will be me just simply explaining to them like the situation of like, here's how to understand this topic.
They don't tweet a lot. Yeah.
No, they don't check. Like there's so much of this stuff they don't know about, and they don't care. And that's why I think it was sometime in the middle of last year that now, like when I get home, I put my phone in a separate room, don't check it for about 3 hours. I've purposely made steps. I don't have my phone on vibrate anymore, because anytime I hear it vibrate, that's the instant, oh, grab it. There's something, there's a notification. I turn that off. I turn previews off, because now I just I'll tweet out the links every once in a while. Usually it's when I'm bored. Okay, I'm sitting at work, I got 15 coffee break, what's going on? But now I try to just throw it away, because it's just like, yeah, it is. I always think about those stats when people think about, imagine when you died and they're like, show you the stat of like how long you were on a bus or how long you tied your shoes. I don't want to see the stat ever of like how long I was in a Twitter argument for, and the number be a huge amount, be like, what, like a year? And that's where I was like, I don't want that anymore. So that's why I throw the phone as much as I can away and walk away.
To Scott's point, I feel like 10 times, if there's 10 times in our group chat for a network that someone asks, hey, what was the drama this week? I feel like 7 to 8 times I'm the one fucking explaining it. I really feel like that's the case, where it's like, oh, the reason that I'm informing everybody is because I'm the only one that's on this fucking hell site that much.
But you've gotten better, Ray. You've gotten better with the.
I have, but
you slept a little recently, sir. You've slept a little bit recently.
Like as far as what?
You called a few people son. And
anytime you bust out son, we go, oh shit.
But that's not going to go away. Like that's always just going to. I have a show on my Patreon literally called "Son Just Don't."
But Ray, they had flash test screenings, and the DCU is over as you know it. So just you got to realize.
Yeah, I think when it comes to that's probably like the last thing we'll talk about tonight is like, the thing that I saw that came out of that was the fact that positivity, which is good.
Yes.
Positivity came out of that screening, especially after, the star getting in a little bit of trouble.
Rough week
for him. Yeah. And, it's one of those things where, again, I just go back to, I hope whatever's happening behind the scenes that I don't know about, they get help. Same with Will Smith. I just hope get help with whatever the heck, like, set you off to do these things. Yeah. Because even though, what Ezra did, if the allegations are true, obviously we don't know, we weren't there, but whatever that caused that behavior gets resolved. Just like what caused the behavior for Will Smith. That's what I'm concerned about, because I like both of them. I like both of them a lot. Especially Will Smith. He's ever since Fresh Prince. I'm like going on 30 years of just loving that man. And to see him do that was like so out of character. So I'm going, all right, I'm more concerned about what's happening behind the scenes. Right. When it comes to Ezra, a little more new, obviously, way younger. The first time I saw Ezra was on Californication, and he was, was a young lad on that show. Only a few episodes on one season, but from what I've seen from his acting is like, I like what I see, and I want to continue to see that. So hopefully we can get, whatever help that is needed, that is causing some kind of outburst or whatever. I just want to hopefully get that resolved in their lives. That's what I look at when it comes to this.
Yeah, and I think similar to the Will Smith Chris Rock thing, it wasn't like, I agree with everything that you just said in terms of I want them to get the help that they need. The thing that was pissing me off wasn't so much wishing the well for them, it was everybody else's reaction to it. Of course. Yeah. And it's the same thing here, because it's like, fuckers, push the tribalism away. This has nothing to fucking do with DC or Marvel.
I hate that. The
they
need
shit help.
Yeah, like,
hey, I don't give a shit about a
shit.
Right. It's like I don't give a shit that Zack Snyder cast him. I don't give a shit that his movie, that their movie is out. Like, what's going on
Now
there?
it's
No.
not even DC and Marvel. It's DC versus DC. You know, the old movies versus the new movies fans.
Yeah, and it's a new brand of tribalism that really pisses me off. I don't like it at all, and that's also what fueled these unsourced rumors about what that.
You see that, Enosh. Sorry.
At first, I thought it was some other fan. I was like, "Wow, that was a bold thing to send in."
Well, you know,
William, it's okay.
Oh no, I figured that. No, I got that, but I thought it was
late. I'm surprised he's up this late. To be quite honest with you,
I had to be at a soccer game in.
I would have thought he would have taken
7
his
hours
by now.
So.
We're okay. Well, like let's get this. Ray, say the last thing you had to say. We'll say our last things about this whole thing, and then we'll wrap it up. So go ahead, Ray.
Well, it's just the unsourced rumors about what that test screening actually entails. Like you hear one side say, "Oh, it acknowledges Zack Snyder's Justice League," and then you hear the other side say, "It erases."
Right.
All of Snyder's work, and it's like,
I hate that.
It's whatever. It's probably somewhere in the middle. Like, that whole thing about like Kara, like, oh well, Zod goes back and kills Clark as a baby, so that's why Kara's taking over. It's like, doesn't that just sound like the explanation for why she's in the movie in the first place? Which means
exactly
right. That like there's a story progression that might actually get us to someplace like.
Right.
How else was Supergirl going to be in that other timeline where Clark was in the Man of Steel? How else?
Exactly.
It's a different timeline, multiverse. It's fine.
Right. I would say, Dave, I appreciated what you said too. Because look, this has been, the Ezra Miller story has been a story that every day we've gotten a little bit more of the picture, right? So, first day it was like the bar room thing. Then it was, the back and forth with the couple that he was staying with. Right. And then it was, then all of a sudden there's, 10 calls, to the police or whatever, in a week's time, whatever. So there was obviously a progression there. I think the problem is that we're all on the outside here, like looking in, right? Exactly. We have no idea what's going on with these people. But what I thought was really strange was that a lot of people were quick to, and it was almost their hatred of, I don't know if it's their hatred of the Snyderverse. Like, I don't know if it's their hatred of that or just that, like, it probably just people are just ready to be angry about anything. But like, when it was just, hey, he got into an altercation at a bar, it was like, oh, they're going to fire him. They're going to fire him. You can't keep getting into arguments at bars. They're going to fire him. He got arrested. They're going to fire him. And then it was like, oh, see, he threatened these people. And it's like, we read the police altercation like that day. We actually, we had a copy of the police report that night, like that we were able to read and stuff. And it's like me and Tiffany were sitting talking about it. And it's like, okay, two things here. Obviously, there's something there that he needs to work out. He's dealing with something. If all these things are happening over a 10-day period and he's getting the cops called on him and all that stuff, there's something there. Nobody could take away from the fact that that's the truth. But something that you don't see in any of those things and you'd never see on a police report, you notice it doesn't say, we said this to Ezra, then Ezra did this, and then we did this, and then Ezra did this. I'm like, I've never been in a fight with anybody or an argument with anybody where I just burst into a room and just started yelling and screaming that I was going to bury them and their slut wife.
Yeah.
And if I do, that's a whole other problem, right? Like,
well, that's where
the person
talks, like, but then you could also, if he is on some major drugs of some sort, have you ever been like high on major drugs that you can't remember where you are? Have you ever
drunk?
been
well, and also
that's what I'm saying. That's if you do that, that's a whole other that's a whole other discussion, right?
There's some larger context too of a lot of the information that we have on this is because like we all know Ezra is quirky and they travel around and
quirky
and several of the incidences that we've had with Ezra have been they seem to kind of travel the world alone and get into weird situations alone, and there's definitely something going on there just about the fact that they have this that's kind of the way they are in the first place. But also a lot of this stuff recently is because he's been in Hawaii, and this developed because I'm curious about the timeline here, because the person who filed that police report, their restraining order, is someone who had been posting about personal experiences with Ezra on Reddit, on these like Hawaii local subreddits. And that was and so I wouldn't be shocked if like the once, as with Will Smith, doesn't justify or explain or like make the action, but I wouldn't be surprised if it was finding out like, oh, this person I had trusted and was hanging out with, turns out they were spreading rumors, however true or not, about my personal issues that I'm having while traveling in a area that he clearly went because he doesn't want to be around crowds and people. And now they're there and they don't need to be like, there's issues that they need to deal with, but I wouldn't be shocked if that was predicated on the fact that they found out that there were these Twitter threads where they were talking about Ezra, and people are saying like, oh, this person popped up in my area and they were causing problems. And you look at like, I don't know, again, it's a far cry from slapping somebody at the Oscars or whatever, but you look at these things that actors get into all the time, and Ezra's got stuff that they need to figure out, but all of their situations are like, even the arrest itself was, they were at a karaoke bar and someone was singing Shallow, and they snatched the mic away, which like, okay. And then they were like taunting or like lunged at someone who was playing darts. Like, this is not, they didn't get into it was not assault. It was not, there was no one hurt. They were just being obnoxious and wouldn't quiet down. And like, that's not a cool thing. But when you're talking about like, oh, they need to be fired, it's not a great PR thing. But like, you look at like the Fantastic Beasts movie, for example, and you look at the allegations against Johnny Depp versus the allegations against Ezra Miller, and it's an entirely different, like Ezra Miller, there's something going on, but also they are just kind of, for lack of a better word, a nuisance or like an embarrassment to the company by like the way that they're behaving. They aren't doing things that are, obviously it's criminal because they got arrested, but it's like people do worse things. Literally, we saw a worse thing happen on live TV, like in terms of like legality of like what is happening, and to treat it all as like, oh, they are getting arrested and having trouble with the police. Even the choking video, that one's complicated and controversial. I don't want to say that like choking is okay or whatever, but you look at that situation and there was something going on before the video and after the video that it's not like if it was a fist fight and it escalated to that, or if there was something a larger, like the worst part about that entire interaction was what we saw in the video. The 3-second choking video was the result of a prior engagement that had escalated to that point, or it didn't even seem like it had escalated. It seemed like they were play fighting and they got kind of, I've done that before where it's like, oh, I just went too far because I was being too goofy or whatever. And not that, again, that doesn't make choking okay, but if that is like the worst part about the entire situation, or once again barging into their room and yelling at them, like that's not cool. But also, they didn't actually light anybody on fire. They didn't actually assault anyone, and it's kind of just this like messy person with messy problems getting blown up into the news cycle when the issue is that they need help, not that they are actively harming and endangering people outside of causing a nuisance and discomfort and making people not feel safe. But nobody has been actually like they're not going to prison. They're not like.
No. To the other side, though, when you look at it for devil's advocate, you go, okay, there's all these things that have happened. The worry is, okay, what if the next thing that happens does lead to something bad? What if it's one of these things like, oh, it was just interaction. Oh, he just got in some trouble. But what happens if, and I'm not saying this is what he's going to do, but what happens if there was altercation, he stabbed a guy, and here's saying next day it might be because of drugs, might come to alcohol, he might heavily regret it and everything like that. But that's the worry when I think people call for the firing, as far as when there's lots of events, and it's like, what happens the next time if something really goes bad? And then you're kind of fucked. You have this movie where Michael Keaton's coming back as Batman, and if you have this guy who keeps doing these things, and if something really bad does happen, then you look like an idiot. Where for me, I always the video I agree with you was mixed what happened. But for me, I never understood why there was not even a statement from anybody. I never buy the whole, oh, Ezra doesn't have social media. Doesn't matter. You have an agent.
He
You
does.
have somebody. Well, no, but at that time,
does
that was
now.
the whole.
Yeah, you're right.
At that time, that was the excuse that I heard so many times.
Yeah.
Oh, he probably doesn't even know because he doesn't have social media. You have an agent that goes through. You should have an agent that's going through all that stuff. And to me, I've always said this: if there is a video of some event of me putting my hands on a woman, and that was not the intent of me actually hurting her, whether it was play fighting, whether that person was attacking me, I would, as soon as possible, saying, hey, this was not the situation. I do not want you to think that I am actively choking.
Well, no, but
and
but
to me,
I
that's
think
the thing
from a PR perspective, though, that's a situation where a statement will 100% of the time be worse than whatever actually happened, because people aren't going to believe it anyway. A statement is going to be seen, no matter how innocent Ezra was or not in that situation. The 3-second video that was out of context, like, people aren't going to say like, oh, now that Ezra's made a statement, I'm now okay with it. All that's going to do, like, if Ezra makes a statement, then that's going to get covered, and that is a definitive thing that you can say. Whereas where it stands now is that's all we know about it, and nobody pressed charges, and there was no further evidence of anything actually happening. The second you make a statement,
retrospect, it looks worse because that's just a one-time thing.
Here's the thing, though. But the thing with it, though, Travis, though, is, and I'm glad that Steven brought up the Johnny Depp thing earlier, because I do not trust. First of all, this is another one of those things that, not to excuse what has happened, the general audience does not know about any of this. They don't.
No.
I mean, it's being reported, but it's not anything that they're following.
and they don't necessarily care either.
Right. So then you got to look at who is paying attention to this and who is really like drumming up the concern about what's going to happen. And there were people that responded to me that literally the reason that they are like calling for Ezra Miller to be fired is because they're pissed that Johnny Depp got fired. That's bullshit.
Yeah,
that's making it about
different
yourself.
Issues. Yeah.
They're completely different issues. But that's the thing is like we can't trust like the perception as a whole of people on social media that are like, shaking a fist at this and like, oh, we've got to call this into question. And so when you're talking about the Will Smith thing is a perfect example, going to what Steven just said. He, the slap happens. There's the cooling down period, and then there's a question. We're all asking the question: is he going to leave the Oscars? Is he going to be escorted out? Whatever happens, what's going to happen if he wins this Best Actor award? He wins the award, and I saw all of this on Twitter. My whole timeline was just people waiting to see what he was going to say, and he said what he said. And half of my timeline was he didn't even fucking apologize to Chris Rock. He's bullshit. I've lost so much respect for him. Then he comes out with a statement, like you said, a day or so later, with the full apology, and it's still not enough for people. People still, and even today, he resigns from the Academy, and also states that he will take whatever other, punishments they hand down from him. And I'm still getting people that are like, he needs to give back the Oscar, which don't get me fucking started on how shit that is. But
he earned it. He earned it.
Exactly. I say all of that to say, Travis, is that no matter what statement comes out, no matter what is said, it will never be enough for the crowd that is actually paying attention to it.
I think it's select. I think there's some people like myself that, for me, I would feel a bit better about, hey, that video of me choking somebody, this is what was the situation. At least address it to try.
Yeah.
And because to me, in retrospect, what happens is when that video happens and there's no statement, it feels like, okay, we're really trying to hush this, really trying to cover that, because there is a chance that these are the interactions we've heard about Ezra. There could be a bunch other that weren't reported or police, and that's the worry that you might, and Warner Brothers could know that already. And if they do, then that's on Warner Brothers too. If there was incidences before, and then there's like, we could get him going on the Flash, he's fine. That's completely on Warner Brothers. They should have had a better handle on him, or they should have sat him down, just like, hey, before this movie happens, if you want to do this, get some help, get your shit together, because soon he won't be able to be insured either when he's doing these movies in the future. They're not like, that's part of the thing happened with
That happened to Ben Affleck a little bit.
That happened with Downey, where we don't want to work with you because you might be the Flash, you might be great, but we don't know what's going to happen, so we're not insuring you at all. Like, I think unless there's a big cleanup and maybe an apology tour, I don't think we're going to get him replaced in the Flash, but I could see that being the last time he's used there. And then the Flash, just kind of unfortunately like Cyborg, might just be gone for a bit, and then they're not going to do anything with it. And I hope that he does get help. I hope it's a mental or drug issue, and I hope it's not this guy's a fucking asshole, because we've seen that before, right? Where it's just some guy that has. We still know that that interaction with Anthony Starr from The Boys was very similar, right? Of the you think you know who I am? Yeah, I'm a big star.
Well,
so
that's a really good example, though, of like you look at that situation and what happened, and I would say that was on its own more egregious than any of the things that have been published about Ezra. But Enosh and I talked about this a long time when I was on his show the other day. These arguments or these debates, when they're held in public, it's never about what it's about.
Right.
And the things that people say about it or the opinions that people take are not predicated based on, like, this is not some random dude that everybody is deciding to have an opinion on.
Mhm.
This is a random dude that people already know of in a specific context and have a specific opinion on due to where they fit in that context. And so, like, you look at The Boys and Anthony Starr. Well, who is invested in Anthony Starr in any pro or con, or specifically in The Boys, and who is like, well, The Boys is going to struggle from the PR from this, or like, oh, well, I don't want The Boys to, I want them to reboot The Boys with a different act. Like,
he plays fucking Homelander.
Yeah.
People are not surprised.
And so you look
That's
at like
I mean,
again, not to equivocate, but you look at this in context of like other actors who have had legal troubles or public problems, and I feel like I say this a million times on every show, not to make this a Marvel thing, but just because that is like the gold standard or like what everybody looks at. I mean, look at the number of you got Robert Downey Jr., you've got Josh Brolin, you've got Jeremy Renner, like you've got people there who have like on its face have done things that are that we know, that are officially documented, that we know of, that's far more egregious than anything that Ezra is documented to have done. But there's not this investment in the discourse around them. Everybody is like, these are all celebrated characters, celebrated actors, and so when people are coming to Ezra like this, it's because they're either want to stir beef about. Because they're, I don't know, they have a different agenda that this is fitting into the agenda for.
Yes,
like that's a great point. That's such a great point.
And so,
because the big argument that I've heard this week is basically, if you're not ready to try him and put him in jail for like all of his egregious like things that he's done this week, then you're just clout chasing. You just want to. You just want to, because you're part of this movement, because you like Ezra, whatever. Right. And it's like, that's not the point. It's like, whatever happened to reporting the news, instead of like coming from it aside with like, he did these things, so he must be the bad person, right? Like, what happened to, hey, you know what? If he did these things are really bad and he has to be dealt with it. Because I know that's what we've said on the channel. Like the first night, it was like one thing, then another thing, and another thing. And by then we were like, hey, you know what? This is a serious thing. If this is actually happening, he needs to get help or be held responsible for his actions. Literally, while I was sitting here, somebody just commented on one of my videos from this week saying that somehow we were going soft on Ezra just because we like him or we want to have him on our channel or whatever. And it's like,
fuck off!
Are you freaking kidding me? Like, you really think that's the thing here? You really think that's? I've said, and I know that all of you guys agree. It's like if there's an issue there, it needs to be dealt with. Right. And if he and like Travis said, and even if he's an a-hole, then that needs to be dealt with. Right.
Yes.
He needs to be held responsible for the things that he's done, and he needs to get that under control. But also, I do know that people file false reports. People embellish on things. That stuff happens. So when we don't hear the other side, and this is to Travis's point, it makes a really good point, because maybe we do need some of this. But when we don't hear the other side of it, then we're only hearing one side. And because of the thing that happened a couple of years ago, that people already formed their opinion about Ezra, and people are like, he choke slammed her. Go watch the freaking Undertaker. That was not a freaking choke slam. Like, you know what I mean? Like,
Hall of Famer, by the way.
Right. Yeah. I'm just saying, okay. And like somebody came into our chat the other night doing it. They're like, Enosh, you obviously haven't seen, like, yeah, like I haven't seen the Ezra Miller.
If you're on Twitter and you're in the sphere,
right.
you
obviously haven't seen it.
I
said I've seen it about 1,000,000 times. Let's pull it up. We watched it like over and over and over again, and in slow motion and everything. I'm like, he's literally doing it, and she's smiling, and he's smiling, and everyone's laughing, and he gently puts her down. I don't think I've ever choke slammed someone really, I don't think I've ever choke slammed someone, but even wrestling with my
I was
kids,
about to
like
say,
I've not
you
put
do
them
that often?
down that easily and nicely when wrestling with them. Like, you know what I mean? So,
Well, and let's say that,
let's hear it all.
well,
Hear
and
it.
let's say that is all that was like. Let's say best case scenario is that they were goofing around and he was pretending to choke her and gently set her down. And the video, I think, like the video cuts out because the guy's like, "Whoa, dude," and then it cuts out. Like, let's say best case scenario, they were just playing around and the video looks awkward. Ezra makes a statement about that and says, "I wasn't actually choking that woman. We were playing a game and it got out of hand, but everything's okay and nobody's pressing charges." Are there people that are upset about that going to say, "Oh, okay, that clarifies everything. Let's go home now"? Okay.
Nope.
Well, let's say worst case scenario. Let's say he was trying to kill her. And they pulled him off of her almost lifeless corpse just in time for her to get a breath of air before she died.
Right.
And he issues a video and says, like, there was a minor altercation, but it was resolved on the scene and no charges are being pressed and whatever. Are the people like there is no, like, you look at the situation you're in and you say, okay, what are the different things you can do? You can make a statement. Like, doesn't matter if he's totally innocent. Doesn't matter if it was like a deep fake video. He could, like, and he released a statement saying that's not actually me. That's Barry it's Barry Kogan. And
Barry
it was just
Keoghan.
yeah. And it was just a bad angle. And
Barry's like, I'm the Joker.
Yeah.
Yeah, what are you talking about?
I just got this big role.
I'm not the Flash.
And
He needs to be fired from the Joker.
Like who of the, like, for example, of the people that say they need to fire him immediately, are they going to say like, oh, never mind, I'm not going to say that, I need to get, because like almost unanimously completely the people who have said like he needs to be fired are people that didn't like his hiring in the first place. They wanted it to be Grant Gustin. They wanted it to be what they didn't like the way he ran. He runs goofy, so whatever. Yep. And that's not to say that like there's no legitimacy to the like crimes need to be taken seriously, so much as the fact that they're not going to be satisfied. They're not going to say whatever. And so that doesn't mean that they're wrong so much as the goal, their opinion on it doesn't need to drive the discourse, because their opinion isn't based on finding truth, establishing truth, being equal in the way that they treat these situations. Otherwise, they would be talking about firing Jeremy Renner, firing, you know, and some of these guys, it's a thing that happened in the past. So at what point, you know, and he's actively this character now, and these are happening now. So there's all sorts of different contexts. But the point is, I think that we also often get caught up in these situations where people are in bad faith, hyper focusing on one person when they don't focus on all the situations, and they're looking at the exact same video everybody else is and saying this is bad. The same police report everyone else is saying it's bad, and then let's say the video evidence comes out that proves that it was he was framed by the bar and it was a lie, that the person they've got documented video evidence of the dude that filed the police report saying like, let's file a false police report, like that's as unequivocally this is false as you can get, right? So then like what, the Flash comes out and it doesn't make $1 billion, they're going to say they need to replace Ezra Miller. Like there's not this result winning the discourse over whether or not whatever Ezra was involved in is not going to actually change the discourse, because the discourse is not actually about what it is actually about. The bottom line is they don't like him for whatever reason. They don't like them for whatever reason, and they are going to continue not liking them and finding whatever justification they need to get rid of them. That doesn't mean that we don't need to take the arrest seriously or the personal issues seriously. It just means that we don't need to take them as seriously as or approach them on the terms of the people who are going to want them fired, regardless of if they choked somebody or were in the best cheer moment in movie history.
Yeah,
like,
well, that's the other part of this is like the timing, like I don't know, was there, as far as PR is concerned, could there be worse timing for this to happen?
Yeah,
I mean,
it was not the greatest timing,
because it's in between the At the Speed of Force getting recognized and the test screening. Like it happened in between that.
And
it's like
Beasts is about to come out in 2 weeks as well.
Yeah, I know.
Yeah, I saw the trailer for that was playing at Morbius today, and I was like, he's in this. All right,
big role. Yeah.
So
No, there's all kinds of stuff, and good on you, Steven. You're better at the pronoun game than I am because you
I flubbed up. I flubbed up a few times.
I flubbed up. Oh yeah, I tried to do it on live, and I was like, I kept on just fucking that up. And
I didn't used to be as strict about it with them specifically because their
Amanda.
quote about it had been I don't care about it, basically. Like, call me I don't necessarily identify as a man, but I don't really care about the pronouns. But apparently I looked into it, and apparently as of like December of 2021 they say I identify as they them. So
okay.
So you did a good job. You did a good job because I struggled when I try to talk about it on Junkee Live, but when it comes to Ezra, I mean, we hope that whatever happens with this, and they just get that help that they need. And the fact of the matter is like we don't know the other side of the story. It seems there's. When you look at the details, it almost seems a little weird with some of the things. Like, why was Ezra there? And
the person that filed the restraining order, like I said, I don't know if their Reddit history has been purged or not, considering the legal case, or if that would even be legal, considering. But prior to that police report being filed, because in the police report they claimed that Ezra stole their passport and some other stuff. That had already been claimed on Reddit prior to the restraining order, at least becoming public. And there were people in the thread saying, dude, you need to file a restraining order. You need to make this public. You need to put it on Twitter because it will blow up there. So there was very much a... and it looked like it was all from people who were local. It wasn't like people were injecting from fandom trying to turn it into a thing. But I definitely... And I don't... not trying to character assassinate anyone and say like, therefore it's all bogus, but there's definitely there was more going on with the story, like even prior to the report being filed. But it's
all crazy, but time will tell. And when it comes to the delay of Flash, I mean, who knows? I mean, it's almost like a similar situation with the whole Morbius thing. It's like, now that the Flash is coming out after certain movies, are they going to have to rearrange things with the whole, continuity of everything? I know. I'm kind of wondering about that now.
Well, it's like like today they had, I think they posted pictures. It was either yesterday or today that Batgirl had the rap party.
Yeah.
It's like Leslie Grace, like they're done filming, and it's like, okay, well,
is that still coming out?
It can't. How could
I
it?
assume, you can't see that to the Flash, which is such a bummer because I was getting so excited for Batgirl.
Movie. It's a Christmas movie.
Yeah,
don't
Dave,
do
you'll get it. You'll get it Christmas 2023.
That's no good.
It probably but that's the thing is like and that's really the only movie that we know of for certain that is like dependent on the timeline, or like it's dependent on because Keaton must enter the universe first before he shows up in another movie.
Yeah,
so that's the
only
one.
It's gonna be rough. It's gonna be interesting because I mean, again, it's like you have this Batgirl movie where he's a part of that. It's supposed to come out after the Flash, and then it's set during Christmas time. And I just worry that whole like, oh, let's stick it in May, like or stick it in April like they did with Shazam. And because when I watched Shazam, I watched it again a couple of weeks ago. And I'm going, this is a great Christmas movie. I enjoy this. It's a Christmas movie. Why the fuck was this released in April of whatever the hell year, or May, whatever the hell?
If it's and you also got if it stays HBO Max, which they've given no indication they're going to switch it like they did with Blue Beetle, they might not care.
They might not care. They might not care.
Batgirl movie. Keaton's in it. Have some
Batgirl movie.
Yeah, right.
I've always been curious too, like speaking of like all the different puzzle pieces that need to be in place, if because of how much of their like plan is hinging on the Flash, curious if like people like criticize them for not having a plan, if they've got a whole slate of like next movies they want to do that they're waiting until after the Flash to be like, and here's what's coming next, and like because of all the delays, it's basically like there's got to be stuff that they want to do that they don't want to announce yet, but that just kind of proves once again the mess of the whole situation and what they're trying to do and the importance they're putting on the Flash as like fixing or changing or pivoting continuity or whatever. Is like, that's why you guys are kind of in the position that you are, is because you're depending on all of this stuff to work out. Now that you keep on delaying the Flash, it's like your non-existent plan continues to be non-existent, and you can't exactly come out and be like, no, we've got we've got a Supergirl solo plan, and we've got a Keaton whatever plan that's all spinning out of this. It's like, or like the rumor is now there's going to be like a Crisis movie. It's like, well, you can't really even announce that until after the Flash. But like,
and then I think I saw somewhere today that like I think the Wonder Twins movie is going to start like pre-production like in the next couple of months, something like that.
Yeah.
And
they're looking for their actors. Yeah.
And I mean, I think this is one of those cases where, going to what Travis was saying about the Ezra making a statement, this is one of those cases where some type of, but it's almost like, what kind of statement could you put out without giving up the ghost of what you're actually going to do? Because we're in a holding pattern where we don't know, like, oh, okay,
Plus,
Callum, gotcha.
Plus,
sorry, Scott.
Like you said with Ezra, would anyone believe them if they're like, here's our next slate?
But the weird thing about saying like, here's our next slate is like, well, they already have a slate through the next year or two. Like there's literally, like, it's funny, like we've had one DC movie this year, which was amazing, and it may very well end up being the best comic book movie of 2022. It might, subjectively speaking. But there's still Black Adam, there's still Shazam, Fury of the Gods, and then there's Aquaman next year.
Super Pets, Ray. Don't forget about Super Pets.
Hey, I know. What do you tell you? Yeah, you can't.
Well, I'm just saying, like within the, I don't know how Super Pets fits into the multiverse. I'm not sure.
I know. It's the key to the Crisis movie. Actually, that's what people are saying.
Yeah.
But it's like they've literally got.
Crypto's gonna be.
I heard if Crypto doesn't get his stuff together, they're gonna have to do some reshoots.
Yeah, he's a fucking hound dog.
Oh man, yeah, no, he's
there was a kennel incident. I'm just.
They should have got him neutered. They should have got him neutered. You know, they told him, and he's like, "I can handle it. It's fine."
But that's the thing. Is like they literally have an active slate that we still haven't seen. That's upcoming, like stuff that we know. It's not conjecture. We know we're going to see a Black Adam movie. We're going to see Shazam: Fury of the Gods. We're going to see Aquaman and the Lost Kingdom. We're going to see The Flash. We're going to see Batgirl at some point. These movies are happening. We know Blue Beetle still has an August 2023 release date,
and they're casting people left, right, and center.
Oh
yeah.
So George Lopez. I was like, Mira, what?
Right.
Yeah.
Sharon Stone, make her a Catwoman return.
So it's like, so we're in that point where it's like, there is at least some plan. We just don't know exactly what the details are because we haven't seen the 5 or 6 movies that are coming out yet. Before we even get to what is going to happen after the Flash, we still don't know what's happening leading up to the Flash.
Yeah.
So
yeah, that's what I was gonna say as well. That at least the positive out of this current Warner Brothers management is that they have one kind of a plan, which they didn't have before, because now they are, going back to that shared cinematic universe. So they have these cameos within each other and some storylines crossing over, and obviously a big part of that is in Flash, right? So that's what happens with shared cinematic universe movies. Like if one movie gets delayed, that's
Marvel just went through this last year.
They did it twice, right?
Pretty much.
It always happens especially when one movie, has all these storylines dependent on it. So yeah, Steven's right. There might be some surprise movies that they haven't even announced yet, and they're just waiting and waiting.
I just can't get over the fact that they hit the panic button on this, and obviously the Snyder fans were all like, "Yeah, we agree," and I get, not everybody's going to see it that way, but the fact that they hit the panic button on that because they were like, "This is not the shared universe we want." Like the reason they hit the panic button on that was because of the direction the franchise was going, not necessarily because of any one movie. It's because they felt a need to urgently pivot the overall universe plan. And the act of doing that, ruined Justice League, and I think it's almost universally agreed that movie was butchered because of that decision. But not only that, but then by the end of before the pandemic, we would have seen Justice League 2, and Zack would have been done.
We saw 3. We saw the whole thing.
Well, that's what I mean. Sorry, I meant 2 and 3. and it would have been done. And now the position they would be in is what's next? What's the new thing they're going to be doing? And instead, they're still. I realize they've got like a full slate, but even that full slate doesn't answer the question of what is the direction that they're taking. And I'm cool if it's just going to be like cool one-offs and whatnot, but they're saying like they're, and the existence of the Flash and all that stuff suggests that there's something more going on. And the fact that it's 2022 and we're still looking at like, oh, what are they going to do to build for their next, like what's the next event or what's the next shared goal of all of these movies after like all of these come out. And the fact that we don't even know what that is, like Marvel announced Infinity War. They announced Infinity War Part 1 and 2, I think is how they originally announced it.
Yeah.
Years before it happened, and people knew they were building to that. And not that they have to do the same thing, but it's just crazy that we knew that was coming for 6 years, 7 years before it happened, and then they built up to it, and they had rescheduling and Inhumans dropped out, and they did, but still they built up to that and did it. Meanwhile, DC canceled the Snyderverse, and then now we still don't even know where that's going. It's just shocking to me that now it's 2022 and we're like, so, and then the Justice League pops up in Peacemaker and like everybody freaks out about it. It's like, why they freaked out about that? Because they don't know when they're going to see those characters again, because there's no plan for those characters to be together outside of a shadow cameo in Peacemaker.
Because James Gunn was like, I have a fun idea.
Yeah.
And
like,
the other,
how is that the only time we've seen them and are going to see them again for outside of the, like, if there was no Zack Snyder's Justice League, would that have happened? But even without that would have been the first time we saw them since the theatrical Justice League, and still no plan on the horizon to ever bring them on.
See the other elephant in the room with that though, and mind you, I'm not in the business of making excuses for current Warner Brothers leadership whatsoever, or for giving them benefit of the doubt, because you're absolutely right. They made this mess from the beginning of their knee-jerk reactions. But the other elephant in the room in all of this is a studio that is going through its second merger / buyout in the last 5 years. So we're talking about all this stuff now like we don't know what their plan is, and we have no idea what the future is. They could have done this. We really don't know, because who knows how much of that shit's going to change now.
Well,
if
any
of it.
Even if there was no merger, who knows if it's going to change or not? They've already, because even post Snyder, they changed plans 3 or 4 times, right? Because there was going to be a Legion of Doom was going to be the Justice League 2 sequel, and they didn't do that. And then there was like, what's going to happen with Cavill, and they didn't do that. And then there was like they even started and stopped their own pivot plan multiple times since then, and none of it ever so the idea of Discovery pivoting is like definitely a thing that might happen, but it's just so insane that like even without Discovery coming in, there's still no confidence that they wouldn't have abandoned what they hadn't started yet and gone a different direction anyway, because they keep on like
whatever direction that is, because we don't still totally know what it is.
Yeah. One thing WB wants is consistently performing movies, right? Mm-hmm. And that comes in DC. That comes with a shared cinematic universe. I do think that is key to how Marvel and Star Wars both are performing currently as well, because they are so connected. Like it was so hard for me to skip Hawkeye. Like, let me tell you, because I never skip any MCU stuff, and that is something that's built into the audience, that no matter how it's going, you just watch it, right? Yeah, so that's with Boba Fett as well. Like, I tried to skip that, but halfway through I got caught in. So
they did something good. They did something good with that. They definitely did.
These make it mandatory for you to watch, keep watching.
It creates a sense of required viewing.
Yeah, but I don't. I still don't want them to do that. I really don't.
No,
I don't.
They want that. I agree with KC. They look at that. They're like, look, we want that.
And
performing, and then one Suicide Squad failing.
And that is how Justice League got created. Wanting that is exactly what created Justice League, and that is part of
that's what we're talking about with Morbius too.
Yeah,
that's why.
Yeah, Morbius.
And that's
not that Morbius is not.
This is why
it's not Justice League.
Yeah.
This is why every time somebody says the MCU is the gold standard, an angel loses its wings, because it's not the right perception to
Depends
have.
your
It's not-
perception, though. If you are a business person that just is you don't care about art, you just want dollar amount, then that is the gold standard. That is, we want Captain Marvel, this character that no one really gives a shit about a couple of years before it comes out to make $1 billion. They want Blue
in
Beetle.
between Endgame and
Hollywood is a
Well, yeah.
copycat. Hollywood is a copycat business, and I get that.
Yeah.
Oh,
But
yeah, it totally
if you
is.
were not true, if you're not true to your own vision, if you're not true to your own self in terms of what you've done as a studio, and all you're doing is trying to capture what the other studio has done, you're going to fuck up like you've been fucking up for the last 4 or 5 years.
100%.
They need to stop trying to. This is the only time I've ever like when people. I fucking hate the catch up argument when they talk about how Justice League was too fast because there weren't enough solo movies.
Yeah.
Fuck that argument. That argument's been bullshit.
Not what
Day
Snyder
one.
was trying to
once
do.
again, the argument is not what it's about. Because before they were accusing them of catching up, they were saying they can never catch up.
Right.
And then they tried to catch up and they said, oh, they're just trying to catch up. Well, why the fuck do you think they're trying to catch up? Because you made that the standard.
Right, exactly. But with
Yeah.
respect to the aspect of chasing Marvel's financial success, yes, I do agree that in that respect, that is what they're doing. It's the wrong fucking idea. It's not what they should be doing.
I don't think they can just tap out on the shared universe game, though. Even though I agree,
They can't.
I agree from a like I would prefer the artistic visions that we'd get without it. But at this point, it's the equivalent of saying like, let's just not make TV because TV isn't cinema. It's like it's a whole category.
I'm not saying I don't want them to do shared universe. I'm saying I want them to build their shared universe differently than Marvel has built theirs. Don't try to build it exactly the way they fucking did it.
Yeah.
Well, they definitely aren't.
Jack wanted to do that.
yeah.
I mean, shared
buckle
cinema
up and hope for the best.
doesn't even mean that you have to put out solo movies for everyone and then team up movies or stuff like that. It just means that there has to be a brand of DCEU where you see two movies like Aquaman and Flash, and you see, oh, these two characters are in both movies. So audiences, go to both movies instead of just one. So that's something that DC was chasing or lacking, whatever. But now that they have finally established that, because for years they've been jumping back and forth because of BVS, that let's first do a shared cinematic universe, and then there was this 3-year gap where none of those movies were connected. We are just now trying to focus on solo movies.
Yeah.
Emmerich, and then people didn't care. Like 2 movies performed, very poorly, and then Aquaman just made $1 billion. So they were like, okay, we can't keep doing this. We need consistency, right? Business-wise.
Well, and then Justice League pops up in Peacemaker, and the internet lights up over it.
But see, the other thing with that though, Casey, is that like you're right. Like they were trying to do solo movies in that 3-year period. But the funny thing is, the creatives who were making those movies are like, you know what? Let me slide this Man of Steel newspaper and this Batarang and Shazam. Let me talk to Zach and consult about what I'm going to do for Aquaman. Oh, hey, Birds of Prey. Let's just go ahead and make that the unofficial sequel to the Suicide Squad movie that made you a bunch of money, but you haven't made a sequel for it. And then Zach goes, oh yeah, let me go ahead and put Leto's Joker in Zack Snyder's. So all the creatives are doing their own fucking connecting. Yeah, and I'm cool with that.
That's cool. But
we all are cool with that, and we want more of that. And hopefully we can get that air cut that can help some of
we
this.
went from Suicide Squad. Ben Affleck's Batman showing up in just one scene, showing up in a chase with Joker. We went from that to headless cameo and newspaper article. So
it's funny you mentioned that, Casey. It's funny you mentioned that because just before I came in here to come on the show, Suicide Squad was on. Right. And that scene was playing right as I was getting up to come in here. And I was thinking about that. I was thinking about like watching that. I was just like, how cool is this scene? Right. That whole description of who Harley Quinn was and telling her backstory. But just in that space of just a couple of minutes, showing her and the Joker relating with one another. And then in the Lamborghini and
one of the best shots
with the Batmobile chasing
whipping through, man.
And then all those things, him rescuing Harley and all those things. And it's just like all that stuff happens. And then the next thing is it shows, Captain Boomerang. And then, there's Ezra and there's the Flash. And it was like, there's a lot of people who hated that. And I just went, I really don't have a problem with it. I thought that was
no problem with that.
I love the fact that Ben Affleck as Batman facing down Will Smith as Deadshot.
Yeah, it was great. Everything was great about that.
Yeah, not one villain, not two villains, but three villains.
Three villains.
So
there you
that
go.
kind of connectivity after like 3 years of
Four if you count Amanda Waller.
Well, it's weird because like who would
Peacemaker?
Who would consider
proper cameo?
Yeah, and who would consider Suicide Squad a like you look at other superhero movies where people will characterize it or criticize it based on like, oh well, they just shoehorned all these cameos in there, or the only reason they did that was for this connectivity, and yet Suicide Squad has very overt references to Superman's death. It's got Affleck's Batman and the Batmobile showing up and being referenced multiple times, including a post-credit scene. It's got Ezra Miller's Flash showing up, and then all sorts of other Easter eggs. And yet, the movie's got its issues, but it's kind of fascinating that like it didn't, as far as I'm aware, at least, really get characterized as one of those like, oh, it was just a cheap cash grab to include all those things, because it was all natural. It wasn't shoehorning in an Affleck appearance. It wasn't shoehorning in a Flash appearance. It was just, oh, these characters are relevant because we are dealing with the Joker and Harley, so Batman is relevant for a flashback that is relevant to the plot here, and then Boomerang getting captured, the Flash is relevant to that moment, and it's just a cameo. It's not him showing up and being like, doing more than that, like where we're like, oh, what's going on? It's just like, oh yeah, no, he was there, and that's how that happened, and moving on. Even better, like I would say, it's an even more natural inclusion than in BVS, where they did all the email attachments.
I would agree with that.
Which like I'm a bit of a defender of that, although that was pushed on him by the studio, I'm pretty sure. But
oh yeah, it was.
It was I think that was a fair execution. It makes sense that he would email those to Wonder Woman, and it makes sense that Lex Luthor would have those, and etc. But it still very much reads as a like
created the logos.
Yeah, it's still like the fact that they showed each of the videos, for example, the way it's presented in the movie reads very much as, and here's a Justice League tease, as opposed to like just showing the files in there as Easter eggs, for example.
I know, and that's what was great about that. But,
Suicide Squad made like more than Man of Steel, and it made almost BVS money.
The movie made so much money.
Suicide Squad without China, it made almost $750 million without China.
It made I know, which is great. But yeah, I think this is a good place to end this stream right here. I know it's getting late. We're like going like 4 hours and 40 minutes, which is obviously great. But I want to thank everybody who joined tonight, which is great. Enosh, this is I wanted to we had a nice little one-on-one for like about an hour, and glad everything is happening on your channel and all the new segments you're having. I mean, it's all about just trying things out and the growth. But go ahead and promote yourself.
Yeah, you can find us at Poindexter Lounge on YouTube, all the social media, all that good jazz, and the podcast, wherever podcasts are found, you can find us at Poindexter Lounge. And come check out all the different shows and what we call the Poindexter Pantheon, because we had to have a cool name for it. The Pantheon. We started off with 5 shows, so it's got 5 points.
I like the alliteration too. Alliteration, that's key.
Pentagon.
Yes. Come over and check us out. Have some fun with us. So.
All right, there you go. All right, we'll go around the horn. Travis.
You can find me at Travis B. Snail. I'm doing stuff at Geek First, usually about 4 to 5 times a week and stuff like that. So, Enosh, it was nice to meet you for the first time.
Yeah,
and,
Travis. Absolutely.
Yeah, this was a really fun night. We went from talking about Pineapple to Morbius to Ezra to Will Smith. Just we covered everything, and this was.
Oh, we definitely did, man.
Yeah, no, this was one of the funnest times I've had on here. So, Dave, thanks always just have me on, and you rest, gentlemen, have a good weekend as well too. So,
for sure, KC.
Yeah, it's the only sad thing that Scott is not here at the end.
I know,
right?
Yeah, have that beautiful send off, but hey.
Yeah, so I'll try to make up for it. You can find me at Cryptonkish on all social media, and you can find our channel, The Real Talk Live, on all social media as well. We'll be tomorrow Sunday. Yeah, we'll be talking about this stuff as well on our channel, and make sure to join.
There you go. I mean, not quite as good as Scott, but almost. You know, you almost had it. You know, but Scott but he just has it just lodged in his head the way. Anyways, Ray.
You can find me at the Flightcast on Twitter, and you can also find me on YouTube. The Flightcast is definitely active again on YouTube. Doing a few things there. I've got my movie review show, flight review. I've got Flightbox for my TV reviews.
Love you too.
I've got like my general show, the Flightcast on YouTube, and then I also have like what I like to call the 5-step programs, where I help fans deal with some of the stresses, like what to do when your movies changes its release date, or what to do when dealing with people who don't love or even like the Batman.
I hope this is a collab between you and Enosh.
No, he won't come over here. I said that already. He lives 10 minutes away. He lives 10 minutes away, folks.
Appreciate that.
10 minutes away. And he would and he was talking about driving an hour and a half to another movie.
Visit the lounge.
Just for the sake of I'm not driving to Livonia. I'm not driving. But yes.
Never post a picture though if you do go there before you see him, because you'll be.
Oh God.
Yeah.
Right.
By the way, just to go on the record, I like Ray. I would even go to wherever Ray is to do that collaboration.
There we go.
We will
we're setting it up right now.
His door behind him kicks in, and Enosh comes through.
I swear one day I'm going to do it. One day we're going to set it up where he's just going to be here on there, or I'm going to be on here, and then all of a sudden one of us is going to show up.
You better warn Shonda before you do that.
Oh well.
Exactly. But no, Flightcast on YouTube. Also, my blog and my weekly podcast are available at theflightcast.com. Comes out every Saturday. And I'm also still doing DC TV Squadcast over at Squadcast Media as well. Try to figure out what show I'm going to talk about this week. Everything's on, but CW went on break again. Like Superman and Lois is like on another 3-week break for whatever stupid reason.
You like those 2 episodes? Month break.
I gotta
Boom,
catch up.
It makes no fucking sense. Whatever, it's what they do. But yeah, that's where you can find all of my stuff.
All right, Steven.
I am Stephen Colbert. You can find all my socials at SM Colbert. You can find me at Screen Rant, and you can find me at SnyderMinute.com.
There it is. All right, guys. Make sure you smash that like, thumbs up before you leave. And of course, we don't have Scott, but happy birthday to Scott, the big 4-0 that he turned this week. And thank you for joining. And make sure you do all that. There's a join membership, all that stuff. Patreon. We're going to do a Patreon